Children's first words are mama or dada, but mine was action! Mom is a famous actress, so I grew up in the showbiz, like literally into it. Hi, my name is Phoebe, and before I tell you more about my life under the spotlight, please hit like and subscribe. My parents divorced early, but instead of leaving me with the nanny or grandpa all the time, Mom brought me to the set of the new King Kong vs. SpongeBob remake.
Mom, I'm tired. Do we really have to go on set today too?
Great actors are never tired.
But I want to go to Grandpa's place. He's always got some great stories about his time as a cop. Did you know he stopped 10 robberies?
So, his stories are fun, but not my movies? Fine. This small acting job here, and then I'll drop you off at Grandpa's place, alright? A few years later, Grandpa was gone, and I missed him terribly. When I turned 13, Mom got a lead role in a cop show, and this time, I was more than happy to be dragged to that set. On the first day, I was utterly starstruck. I snuck into the costume department and tried on uniforms, pretending I was fighting crime. But then, I heard someone shouting from the cafeteria.
Someone needs me!
I sprinted there and my phone, it was right there. You took it.
I haven't.
This right here is my detective moment.
Before I could step in, an older man with a donut in his hand swooped in like an eagle.
Why don't you check under the bananas?
I raised the fruit basket and Mom's phone was right there.
Whoa, how did you know it?
She's got banana residue on her fingers, combined with the slightly tilted angle of the basket. Also, I saw her drop it in there by accident. By the way, I'm Tom, the police consultant on the show.
So, you're a real cop? That's amazing!
Can I see handcuffs? When he did, I snatched them and tied them around his wrists.
Aha! I knew you were an extra, pretending to be a cop like me. A real cop wouldn't have fallen for that.
Which is why these are fake. Those, however, are not.
Is this guy a cop or a magician? So cool. I want to be like him one day. Phoebe, the super cop.
I started following Tom around, asking him a million questions.
Can I see your car sirens? Do you have a dog cop? Is Terminator a good guy or a bad guy?
Tom was more than happy to answer me.
And he even shared his secret to success. Food.
Never solve a crime on an empty stomach.
So he ordered food to show me how to eat like a cop.
The best Chinese in all of LA.
Come to Mama.
But as I was about to dig in, Mom pushed Tom away and what's this? Ugh, where's the chef's lunch?
This? It's like ants' food.
I'm a human. Mom dragged me home, and that night I only had soup for dinner. The next few days, I could feel her watching Tom and me, until one evening when I was changing for bed.
Eek! There!
What? Where?
Get it off me!
But it wasn't a spider or a mouse, because Mom grabbed my belly and pinched it. Fat! At your age? Gosh, Mom, I thought it was something serious. It is serious. It's because of that cop. I've seen him stuffing you up. Do you know how hard I have to work to keep this body in shape?
It's literally your job. But I want to be a cop when I grow up, like Tom.
What? I just blurted it out, but it was a fact. Mom blamed Tom for my fat attack, so she made a big stink with the director who fired him the next day.
Please, Mom, Tom has done nothing wrong. He takes care of me and makes me laugh. Please don't make him go away.
Little Nugget, it's fine. She's your mom. She's looking out for you, in her own way.
Ugh, why does everyone always do what Mom wants?
Tom left, and I decided that the only way I could be free of her meddling was to run away. So I got into a cab, but I realized I didn't have any money to pay.
Ugh, I forgot my card.
Please get out.
Phoebe, come on. Think. But this is an emergency. My poor parrot caught parrotitis, and only my loving touch can save him. And if I don't get there in time, he might start squawking, and it could lead to an epidemic of man flu, you know, where guys are pooping like birds.
Ew, no time to waste. Let's go.
But when I stepped out of the cab near Grandpa's house, Mom was waiting for me. You didn't really think that would work, did you?
I'll run away again until you won't catch me.
Mom looked at me all seriously, and even her curls seemed to deflate. She wasn't the superstar, just my mom. I'm sorry about Tom. I'll ask the director to hire him back.
And what about acting? It's your dream, not mine.
Fine, no more acting for you. But promise never to run away from me again. You really scared me. Wow. I was wrong about her. She really cares. To show me she was serious, Mom organized a lunch at this 10 Michelin star restaurant the next day. But as we were on our way, the car banged stopped and started smoking. I played a mechanic once, and I'll have it fixed in no time.
That's not even where the engine is.
Since Mom was useless, I called Tom, but when he arrived, he wasn't alone. This god just stepped out of the car and...
This is Robbie, my son. He's only 15, but there isn't a car he can't fix.
How can this make that? Robbie was way hotter than any actor I'd ever met, and I'd had a mani-pedi with Timothy Chalamet. Hi, I'm Phoebe, and...
You're beautiful.
Am I? OMG, he's walking to me. What do I do? But Robbie just passed by me and went straight for Mom's car.
What happened to you, beautiful?
Yeah, he's a teeny tiny bit obsessed with cars.
Okay, Phoebe, don't get a crush on the hot guy who ignores you. Don't get a crush. Then he used his shirt to rinse dry his face and... Oh, right, too late. I forgot everything and spent the next couple of years finding any excuse to hang out with Robbie. But he stayed completely oblivious. Even when I gave him chocolates on St. Valentine, he thought they were for his mom's birthday.
Oh, you saved me. I'd completely forgotten about it.
After I enrolled in the same high school as him, we became friends. So I decided to confess at my 16th birthday party. Robbie, I like you.
I like you too.
So, will you be my boyfriend? Worst timing ever! Wait, Mom's agent? He never calls unless...
I'm sorry, but there's been an accident during rehearsals.
Oh no! As Robbie was driving me to the hospital, I didn't care that we were together alone. I was just worried about Mom because she insisted on doing her own stunts. But I was relieved to see only her leg and arm were in a cast. Everything else seemed fine. Mom, you're okay. Okay? I can't act anymore. Can't they cast someone else? The show hasn't even started. For the first time ever, Mom looked a bit unsure. They can't. The producer convinced me to put a lot of money into this show. If the investors realize I'm not on set, the show will be canceled, and how much? We'll lose everything. I'm sorry, Phoebe. It's okay, Mom. I don't care about the money. I'm just happy you're fine. I thought the scary part was over, but the next morning, Robbie told me he was going to Europe for his auto project. As if that wasn't enough, Mom's hospital bed was empty. We're higher. No, not like that. I looked out the window, and Mom had convinced all the nurses to be her extras. She tried to do a high kick and just fell down. But even if she was clearly in pain, she got up and tried again. She'll never give up. I have to help her. That's enough, Mom. I'll do it. What? We already look alike, and with a bit of makeup, I can age myself. I'll pretend to be you. The production will continue. Doing my stunts is not easy. You taught me when I was little. It will all come back to me, I'm sure. And so, Operation Double began. Mom had me learn all the names of her friends, copy her, move her voice, even brush my teeth with the same toothpaste. Come on, who's gonna smell my breath? The art is in the details, but it wasn't enough. For the first couple of shooting days, everything went fine until...
The next scene is the roof jump. We're so lucky to have you. You've done this a million times.
Sure, but as I looked down the roof, everything went woozy, and I slipped.
Help! Get me down!
Are you sure you're okay? You don't look like, yourself.
Oh no, I just had a bad day. I'll do better next time. But I could see the suspicion in his eyes. This is too much. Let's call it off. And no, I said I'll help you, and I will. That night, I went online and found Mrs. Krugel, Coach to the Stars. Will it be horrible? Yes. But it will be worth it. She seems like a lot, but I don't really have any other choice if I want to help Mom. So I sent Coach a text, and the next morning, I was woken up by Coach playing a full set of drums in my room.
How the devil did you get in here? Did you want to give me a heart attack?
No time for it. You've got laps to run. And push-ups and high kicks, and, of course, jumping from a 6-story building onto a net.
I want a parachute!
But the worst was the food. Coach had me on this crazy strict diet, and she weighed every bite of food before I put it in my mouth. I started stashing snacks under my mattress and bribing the staff for candies, but she was always a step ahead of me. We can't afford anything less than perfection.
Can't you hear my stomach? It growls so much it sounds like a lion.
And as with any wild animal, we tame it. I had pizza delivered through the bathroom window, then chicken nuggets hidden inside my gym shoes, but she found it all. Nothing ever worked. As the days passed, I also noted another change. Whenever I got out, boys tripped over themselves to look at me, and I even had a couple of talent agents ask for my number. In the shops, people always smiled, and I got discounted clothes and gifts. I guess pretty privilege is a real thing. The only one who didn't seem to like my new look was Tom.
Just a salad for lunch? How about a nice burger?
Shh! Don't let Coach hear you.
Coach? What coach?
She's like a ninja. Always knows what I eat, even when she's not there.
Soon, the shooting was over. over, and Mom was well enough to come to the wrap party, just in time to get all the praise from my hard work.
You moved like you were 10 years younger.
Only 10? Seeing Mom back in her element made me really happy. Darling, thank you. You really saved my career. But now, I've got my own life waiting for me. Robbie was back, and I hadn't been able to see him during filming, but I hadn't forgotten his words.
I like you too.
The next day, as I walked to my locker, I saw Robbie kissing another girl. What in the holy cake frosting is happening? I pushed the girl away and slammed Robbie against the locker in one of my superstar film moves. I'm away for a couple of months, and suddenly you have a girlfriend? You said you liked me.
Phoebe, I do like you, but like a little sister.
You could have said it on my birthday.
With your mom in the hospital, I didn't want to give you any more bad news.
I was really angry, but as I watched Robbie check on his girlfriend, I realized he never looked at me like that. Before I could make things worse, I ran back home. I spent the next few days eating chocolate, watching MSA, and wallowing in self-pity. The first heartbreak is always the hardest. It will pass.
You don't know that! Pass me the cookies!
But even after Robbie texted me to apologize, I couldn't get out of my funk. I'm not angry at him. I'm angry at myself for wasting all that time chasing after him. And just as I was about to turn into a slime monster, Tom came to my rescue.
Come on, get up. I got a surprise for you.
Robbie has a secret twin.
No, and there's more to life than boys, even my own. Here.
He handed me a flyer. Police Academy early admission?
It's in 3 weeks. Didn't you want to become a cop?
In focusing on other people, I had forgotten my dream. But it's not too late. I can still become the best cop ever. But after eating my feelings, I was completely out of shape. I would never pass the selection unless...
Rise and shine, you useless slob!
Great. Can't you go a little easier this time?
Easy is for losers!
I guess. I mean, I'm the one who called her, right? This time, Coach was even more stern than before. Everything was counted. How many steps, how many calories, how many push-ups. My beloved cake, I miss you so much, but we'll be reunited soon. Sometimes she was so intense, I couldn't do it anymore, and I tried hiding. Phoebe, what are you doing under the couch? I don't think she can see me here. Really? Ah! Coach's method worked, and I lost all the weight I had gained. When I woke up on admission day, I followed the smell of bacon down to the kitchen, where Tom and Robbie were having breakfast with Mom. Robbie handed me a massive bouquet of flowers.
I know I can't be who you want me to be, but I'm here to support you. Can we still be friends?
Bacon and flowers? How can I say no? Robbie hugged me, and I was surprised that I didn't feel any butterflies in my stomach, except for those in anticipation of the test. I guess I'm over him, finally. But I still didn't touch breakfast, and by the time we got to the police academy, I felt weak. Are you sure you're okay? You look pale. No, I can do this. The first test of the day was an obstacle course. I'd done so many of them with Coach, I could run them in my sleep. But as the whistle rang, I felt my legs turn to jelly and my vision go black. When I woke up, I was in the stands with Mom and Tom. You fainted. Robbie's gone to fetch you some water, but in the meantime, eat this. No, I can't. Coach said that's too many calories.
Right, the mysterious Coach. Where is she? I've been meaning to have a chat with her. She's been filling your head with all this nonsense about skipping meals and looking fit.
What Coach? Mrs. Krugel. They looked at me in confusion, so I took out my phone to show them Coach's website, but when I Googled it, nothing came up. I don't understand. I've hired her to help me train for Mom's role. I trained you, no one else. But Coach, does it mean I made her up? The next day, Mom took me to a psychiatrist, and after I told her everything, she confirmed Coach did not really exist.
She came to you every time you felt insecure, right? It's clear you created her as a defense mechanism, but I'm afraid you developed an eating disorder.
Doctor was right. I'd used food as a tool to make me feel better and more secure with myself, but it became very unhealthy. And how do I get better?
With time and therapy, but mostly being kind to yourself.
Coach wasn't easy. She kept visiting me over the years, pushing me to make the wrong choices, but Mom was with me every step of the way. She recognized the part she had in giving me the wrong ideas about food and changing her own way of seeing herself. I was okay now, but I wanted to help others. I studied psychology at the university and worked with charities to teach young girls about body image and food.
And what about becoming a cop?
I'm still helping people. In my case, can't put the bad guys behind bars. And Robbie? Well, I was the bride of honor at his wedding, and it turned out his girlfriend's brother was just my type. The crowd erupted as I struck the final chord, and I looked up as the fireworks lit up the sky. They danced across the night, vibrant and full of promise, yet they also carried with them the shadows of a nightmare I couldn't escape.
As we finished our song, Zane, the main vocalist, immediately approached me backstage.
You are absolutely on fire tonight, Raven! Why don't you join us? For real. The band needs you, you know. And so do I.
Tempting. But if I do, my grandma will kill me. I'm only filling in because your guitarist got sick. Zane was a popular senior at school, and he'd been flirting with me for the past few months, but I just wasn't in the mood to date anyone yet.
I'll keep asking then. Maybe I'll survive your grandma's wrath.
I laughed, but the thought of Grandma's face if she found out I was in a rock band? Yikes. Grandma was a billionaire socialite who adopted me and raised me alone after I got separated from my parents when I was just a kid due to an accident. She was overprotective, but always busy. She gave me everything I needed, but I still felt empty whenever I thought about my parents, and how fireworks were my last memory of them. Whenever I saw kids my age with their families, I couldn't help but feel jealous. Being Grandma's heir came with great responsibility, so I had to study hard to manage her empire one day. My routine usually involved going to the school library after classes, but everything changed when the resident librarian decided to take her vacation. Miss Mavi was just her temporary replacement, yet she made my dull life 1,000 times more interesting for the past few weeks. Instead of studying, I always ended up observing her. She wore a beanie indoors 24/7, and I was dying of curiosity about what she was hiding under there. Snakes? A bird's nest? A really bad haircut? Or, plot twist, what if she was actually bald? Aside from being a little clumsy, she was also silent most of the time, almost like a shadow. Anytime I asked for help finding a book, she'd guide me to it without saying a single word. One day, I dropped my books, and a bunch of my origami animals spilled out. I was about to bend down when someone suddenly started picking them up for me. It was her, and she was holding the dove one.
You did this?
Yeah? Oh, so she can actually speak.
Where do you learn these?
I learned it from YouTube. I find it fun, and they actually make good bookmarks, you know? Why? She just gave me a soft look that sent my curiosity through the roof, then walked away before I could say more. What was that all about? Later that night, I had to swing by school because I forgot some notes. It was late, the gates were locked, and the place looked deserted, except for a mysterious motorcycle parked outside. Before long, a familiar figure emerged and hopped onto the bike. That unmistakable beanie gave her away instantly. There was no doubt who it was. But this time, she was rocking a sleek black leather jacket. Whoa. A mysterious librarian by day, a badass biker by night? Interesting. I decided to follow her at a distance, and we ended up in a vacant lot where a group of thugs was bullying a guy. I parked my car nearby and hid behind a tree. Suddenly, Miss Mavi whipped off her beanie, finally exposing her hair, and my jaw nearly hit the ground at the blazing sight. I rubbed my eyes to confirm what I was seeing, but her hair indeed looked like a dancing flame.
What's up, bros? Having fun terrorizing a helpless bystander, or are we just compensating for something?
Who are you supposed to be, sweetheart? The fire department?
Well, I'm just here to warm things up.
Just then, her hair erupted into full blazing flames, crackling like wildfire as she fired up her bike. The engine roared, and in a flash, she took off, moving so fast it was like a fiery show. She zoomed around the gang in a blur of heat and light. Before they could even react, she circled them with lightning-fast moves, trapping them like prey in a ring of fire. What kind of sorcery is this? Am I dreaming? The thugs charged at her, but she flipped off the bike, flames dancing around her hair. One wave of her hand, and they scrambled back and fled like scared rabbits. I ran back to my car as she reassured the victim, and soon I just found myself tailing her through the city. For the next few hours, I watched her in action, saving people and solving crimes like an actual superhero. I barely slept that night, replaying the flaming hair in my mind. First thing the next morning, I went straight to the library to get the truth out of her. I saw you last night. The motorcycle, the fire in your hair, those powers. You saved those people.
Sounds like you had quite a dream. You sure you didn't doze off while studying?
I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. She just shrugged and continued doing her business quietly. Ugh, she was driving me crazy. That night, I staked out again. And sure enough, there she was, riding that flaming motorcycle, hair blazing, acting like a neighborhood guardian again. I finally cornered her in the far aisle of the library the next day. Stop it. Quit pretending you're normal. I know you're some kind of superhero. Who are you? She put the book she was holding aside and then looked at me with a seriousness I'd never seen before.
You're such a stubborn little girl, aren't you?
She was about to press her fingers against my forehead, but stopped and sighed.
All right, if you want answers, meet me at the abandoned pier on Saturday at sunset.
Oh, I'll be there for sure. The weekend rolled around, and when I arrived at our meeting place, she was already waiting for me while leaning against her motorcycle, her fiery hair shimmering in the sunset.
Hey there, how are you feeling?
I'm good. Obviously too excited for whatever bedtime stories you've got.
Lucky for you, I'm actually quite fond of telling stories. For starters, my real name's Mavwika, and I'm not exactly from around here.
Wait, are we talking outer space? You're an alien?
I'm a Pyro Archon, and the world I'm from is Tevat, specifically Natlan. And I'm here to fulfill my duty as a leader and protect my people, wherever they are.
I was probably just stuck in a long, vivid dream, because there was no way this could be real. But honestly, I didn't care. I was loving every second of this. So, what are you doing posing as a librarian at our school?
Hey, the best place to stay on the down low is behind a desk full of books. Nobody suspects the quiet and clumsy librarian, right? Easier to keep an eye on things, sniff out danger, and mask the fireworks up here.
I was surprised at how talkative she actually was. So, your hair, it's on fire but not burning anything. How does that work?
Don't worry, these are friendly flames. They won't burn you or incinerate anything. Although I think my enemies will find that it's a bad idea to play with fire. Anyway, weather like this is perfect for enjoying the outdoors. Let's go for a spin. Here, hop on.
I hesitated at first, but deep inside, I had always yearned for some adventures. So I did, and we tore through the city at speeds that made my stomach flip. You're overspeeding!
Don't worry, we'll be fine.
Before I knew it, the cops were tailing us. Sirens blared, but Mavwika expertly weaved through traffic, leaving them behind.
See you later, officers.
With a flick of her wrist, the bike darted through narrow alleyways, dodging traffic and even slipping past a semi-truck like it was nothing. Then, the wheels started glowing fiery orange. Before I knew it, we shot off the ground, soaring above the city. My jaw dropped as rooftops shrank beneath us. Holy mother of smokes! Are we flying?
Gliding. But flying sounds better, doesn't it?
We landed with a burst of sparks, but Mavwika wasn't stopping. She steered toward the mountains without hesitation. Wait, there's no road!
Oh, girl, who needs roads anyway? Rev the engines!
With a fiery leap, we launched off a rocky incline and soared through the sky like a blazing comet, hopping from one mountain peak to the next. You're insane!
Told you it'd be fun.
Terrifying, but yeah, maybe a little fun. The next few days were a blur of adventures. By day, Mavwika and I bonded in the library over books and her endless stories about her homeland and her late sister, Hine, who also loved creating origami, just like I did. By night and over the weekends, she'd drag me along as she did her superhero duties.
Light of the blazing sun! Wrath from the skies! Pyroclastic surge!
One day, I took her to the mall for a change, and she looked fascinated.
What kind of magical refrigeration chamber is this? We don't have this in Natlan.
This is called a mall, and the extra cold you're feeling, is because of the air conditioning.
Interesting. I can't believe people wander around here for hours, like they're on a quest, but with no real treasure.
The treasure is buy one, get one free, actually. I couldn't help but laugh along at her reactions. After cooling off, we headed back out to patrol the city. But later that night, our fun took a serious turn when we encountered a building engulfed in flames. Fire trucks were there, but the fire was raging out of control.
My mom and dad, they're still in there. Please save them.
The sight of the little girl desperately crying made something twist inside me. I remembered being little, lost, terrified. Please, you have to save them. She's just a kid. She can't lose her family.
I promise, she won't lose them.
Mavwika walked straight into the burning building and redirected the flames with what she called her pyro elemental power, creating fiery pathways to rescue those stuck inside. She even blasted through debris with her flame attacks, and everyone just couldn't believe what they were seeing. Within minutes, she emerged from the smoke, carrying the girls' coughing parents. The firefighters rushed to help, and I wanted to cry with relief. The little girl threw her arms around them, and they hugged tight. Before the police and media could finally corner the fiery superhero in town, Mavwika whisked me away and brought me to an abandoned park.
What happened back there must have stirred something inside you. It's okay, you can tell me. I'm here to listen.
I was 3. I don't remember much. Just being on a yacht with my parents. They were celebrating something. There were beautiful fireworks, and I was so happy. But then, the waves got rough. The boat rocked. My mom screamed, and my dad held me tight. Then, we went under. Everything went dark. I woke up on a shore. My grandma found me and took me in, raising me like her own. She tried everything to find them. Hired search teams, investigators, but nothing. No trace of them. Everyone told me they were gone, but I don't believe it. I can't. I feel it in my heart. They're still out there somewhere.
That feeling, it's powerful. Hold on to it, but don't let it hold you back either. Your story isn't over yet. Maybe the light is leading you somewhere you're meant to go.
Just then, a burst of fireworks from the horizon distracted us. It was coming from the nearby harbor.
In my world, it's nearly lantern night. People from Liu celebrate with lights, fireworks, music. It honors wishes and memories of everyone in Tiavat.
That sounds awesome. I wish I could experience that right now.
You can. We can bring a bit of that celebration here.
How? To answer my question, she led me to the harbor and told me to close my eyes.
Don't open them until I say so.
Okay. Just then, everything just sounded so loud and busy.
Now open your eyes.
I turned to see some strangers who looked like video game characters, just like her. You made all of this happen? Everything just seemed possible with Mavwika. Soon enough, people from the city, curious about our impromptu festival, drifted in to join us. The next moment, the electrifying sound of rock music filled the air.
Let your flame burn brighter. Can't you see it's now or never? This is our moment, now is our time. So follow me to the finish line.
There was she extended her hand toward me, her fiery hair glowing like an invitation I couldn't resist. Before I knew it, I was on stage, shredding my electric guitar like a true rock star, completely swept up in the moment. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Grandma in the crowd. My heart stopped for a second. I was sure I was in trouble. But when she smiled with pride, my chest swelled with joy. When the performance ended, Mavwika led me to the water, where countless floating lanterns shimmered like stars on the surface, and handed me one.
Make a wish. Lantern Rite is about sending hope into the sky. Believe, and maybe it'll come true.
I wish to finally find her. A glowing portal shimmered like a magical doorway. What's happening? You're leaving?
Natlan needs me. It's time for me to go back. My people need me to light their way forward.
I felt a lump in my throat. Thank you for everything. You made my wish come true.
It's been an honor and truly my pleasure.
I will miss you, you know. She then took my phone and with a quick tap, installed a game called Genshin Impact.
Rev the engines!
Play this whenever you miss me. My spirit is there. My flame, my hope. And maybe someday you'll come to Tevat yourself and will stay in my place, the beautiful Natlan.
Her words made me teary-eyed all over again, so I hugged her tight.
Remember, the sunset always comes after the darkest hour. Keep the flame alive. Never lose hope.
Wait, just a little souvenir from me. You know, you might need another bookmark.
Oh, trust me, I will. Thank you, Raven. I'll see you again next time.
As she finally disappeared into the portal, fireworks sparked across the sky. And for the first time, those sparks felt like home, like my lost puzzle piece finally sliding into place. Embark on an epic adventure in Genshin Impact with the latest update. Unlock new characters like the Pyro Archon, Mavwika, Mystical Sitlali, and the skilled Lan Yan. Plus, if you log in during the Lantern Rite Festival, you can get 20 free pulls, a free 4-star character, and essential upgrade materials. Download now using the code in the description to power up your adventures. You won't want to miss this epic update.
Bonjour, my name is Andrea from Paris. Please like and... Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. It's me again. Gotcha. You didn't know I spoke multiple languages, Verdado? So, where were we? Oh yeah, my band almost broke up. My manager tried to take control of my life. My father was in an accident. My boyfriend was keeping a huge secret from me. And my mom had come back into my life after almost 10 years. Am I forgetting some other misery? Yeah, I'm also really hungry. Oh, right. I hadn't eaten anything since before the concert. But at that time, we had more important things on our plate. Alice, I told you to get away from him. Who does she think she is to tell me what to do? No. First, you owe me an explanation. Why have you left? Where have you been all these 10 years? Why have you never called? Why are you coming back now? Why? Well, I guess she owed more than one explanation. Maybe we should leave.
And miss the showdown?
Yeah, let's give them some privacy.
Yes, better. What are you even doing here in the first place?
We'll wait outside.
No, nobody leaves. And you better start talking before we start improvising a bad cop, good cop scene. And no, Luke, you can't be the good cop. But Alice, no excuses. Just spill the beans. My mom took a seat and a deep breath, then remained in silence for a few minutes. I couldn't wait to know the truth. I was impatient, nervous, stressed, and hungry too. But most of all, I was tired. Then she started talking about her life, you know, blah, blah, blah. Some really revealing stuff and other things. And then
The end. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just exhausted.
It's not that easy to narrate 4 parts in a row. The life of an MSA star is harder than it looks. You know what, guys? Let's mix things up a little. I know you're probably tired of hearing my voice. At least I am. So let's hear my mom's story told by herself. See you later, alligators. Hi, kids. I'm Carrie, Alice's mom. I know most of you must hate me, but hold off until you hear my side of the story. If you still hate me later, well, don't put it in the comments. I don't think I can handle having my own haters. Let's start from the beginning. After I got married and had Alice, my life was practically perfect. Lovely family, a career climbing. Life was looking up. When Alice was finishing elementary school, my big shot arrived.
Carrie, we want you to lead the case against the Siri clan.
Oh, yes, I'll do it. Their time has come. Justice will be served. The Siri clan was one of the largest and most dangerous criminal groups in the country. They were the worst of the worst, fixing sports events, moving narcotics, blackmailing politicians, and even kidnapping kittens in their spare time. You name it, they did it.
Get ready. This is gonna change your life.
And boy, it did. I couldn't imagine at the time how much it would cost me. I couldn't tell anyone about my involvement with the case, not even my family. Still, the clan found out pretty much everything about me. I soon started receiving threatening phone calls, menacing letters, and gifts of dubious taste. The prosecution put security on us. The suit guys followed us all around without Alice and her father knowing. But that didn't stop the Siri clan. Oh no. A few days before the trial, I received an envelope in my office. Inside, there were pictures of Alice at school, in the park, coming in and out of the house, everywhere. I thought about calling the police, but it was too dangerous. I had to do something. So, I went to see the head of the clan, ready to put my career aside and my principles in exchange for the safety of my family. But he was a tough negotiator.
I have a counteroffer.
They not only forced me to sabotage the lawsuit against them, but also made me work for them as their legal counsel for years. They never stopped following Alice. They had no choice but to stay and help them grow their criminal empire even further. So that's why I left, because now I'm a criminal and I can't even look at you in the eyes knowing everything I did.
And why did you come back?
After I left, I blocked your numbers, but I never changed mine. The hospital called me saying there had been an accident and I had to come and make sure you were okay. I guess I'm still your emergency contact.
Of course. There's no other person I want to see in an emergency.
He's such a flirt. Is that so?
It is, and not only in emergencies.
I think Alice's dad has the hots for Alice's mom.
You don't say.
I'm just glad I get to see you again.
Oh my god, Dad, stop flirting with her. Have you forgotten that she abandoned us for like 10 years? Are you sure you don't have a concussion? Let's call the doctors to do more tests.
I'm fine, Alice. I guess old habits die hard.
He smiled at me, and even after all these years, just like the first time I saw him playing in the subway, I felt fireworks inside. How could I help it? Look at him. He is as attractive as he was 10 years ago, maybe even more. You can tell he's been hitting the gym. Check out his arms, his shoulders, his...
Okay, that's enough. This is still a family channel. I'll take it from here. As you can imagine, my mom's story was like a roller coaster for me. And by the end, I was pretty dizzy. I didn't know what to say, but at the same time, I had hundreds of questions to ask. At first, I needed some air, like a lot of air, and something to eat. So I walked out of the hospital, and then I saw it. That was really love at first sight. Thank God. I ran to it, and I ordered half a dozen hot dogs. What? Lady has to eat too, you know. Besides, can't think with an empty stomach, right? Bon appetit.
Note from the MSA producers. Due to the disgusting nature of the following images, we have decided to censor the next part.
Ugh, I so needed that. Now I can think straight. Let's get this over with. I walked back to the hospital, but stopped dead in my tracks when I saw Mom and Camillo talking at the entrance.
We should try to be friends. After all, we are family.
You don't scare me.
And why should he? Oh, let me guess. He probably is the son of the boss of that clan, and he's just dating me because he has a secret agenda, right?
No, not at all.
So why should I get away from him?
Maybe I got carried away. To be honest, I don't think you guys are really a match. I mean, you are a Cancer and he is a Capricorn. Those are the least compatible signs in the horoscope.
I'm actually a Scorpio.
Oh, then it's okay. You have my blessing.
Great! Thanks, Mom.
Camillo hugged my mom. Their performance was as believable as a bunch of elementary school kids acting out Shakespeare for the end of the year play. Of course I knew there was something wrong. I'm not an idiot, guys. I asked Camillo about it like 1,000 times. Why does my mother hate you so much? What did you do? But he always came up with different excuses.
It's because I'm Italian. She hates poets. She doesn't like my cologne. I think she must be in love with me.
Eventually, I stopped asking. I know it sounds crazy, but
after so much time, things were somehow in order and part of me didn't want anything to change. Sure, I knew that things sooner or later were gonna bite me, and trust me, when they did, it hurt like a dog bite. The next few days were truly bizarre. My mom came back into our lives as suddenly as she had left. Every time I went to visit my dad, she was there, and the two of them together were absolutely unbearable. You guys know I'm a sucker for love, but they were too much even for me. Here comes the plane.
Can I have a bite of the pilot too?
Oh, don't start. Last time things got out of hand.
Yikes! When my dad was discharged, she took care of him at home. They even urged me to come back and live with them so we could be a happy family. Before saying no, I actually considered it for like half a millisecond. But Mom was determined to get back into my life, by hook or by crook. Like some regular mom and her teenage daughter, we spent all of our time together fighting. The thing was that I was not a teenager anymore, and she wasn't like a regular mom, which made things really weird.
Where are you going? With whom? What time will you be back?
I want my lawyer here.
I am your lawyer. Talk.
To a club with Moon and Luke around 2.
That's too late. You can go till 12.
But Mom!
No buts, Missy. It was kind of fun to make up for lost time.
You're so mean. I hate you.
I always wanted to yell at my mom that I hate her for some stupid thing, like a normal teenager.
Although I would never admit it then, having Mom back was amazing. But still, she really had it in for Camillo. And it wasn't, of course, just because of our zodiac signs. She started playing detective, attempting to sabotage our relationship. She tailed us in secret to our dates. Remind you of anyone? I guess the apple doesn't fall that far from the tree. Of course, she didn't know about my successful career as a matchmaker. Table 5 said you would take care of their check.
Since when is bread so expensive?
After that, she sent me flowers and gifts from a mysterious secret admirer. Free chocolate. But that was nothing. It got to the point where she tried to kill Camillo.
I didn't know he was allergic to nuts.
I told you like yesterday.
Oh, it must have slipped my mind.
Then she went all in and planned a blind date for me and Kwan, who was a few days away from returning to Korea. I had to admit that it was a beautiful date, and Kwan looked so attractive. But I had a boyfriend and he had a girlfriend. I'm so sorry my mom put you up to this.
Don't worry, it's always nice to spend some time with you.
Won't your girlfriend mind?
I don't have a girlfriend anymore. She left me. She said my heart was still entangled with something here.
And what is that something here?
I think you already know.
Kwan smiled at me, and I blushed so much that I could have become a stunt double for Poe. You know, the red Teletubby.
Change the subject, Alice. This could get out of hand. I don't know what my mom has against Camillo. She hates his guts with a passion, but he didn't do anything.
I think you should trust your mom. I know you two have a complicated history, but she must be doing this for a very good reason, and you can't keep ignoring it.
At first, I thought Kwan was only saying this because he was jealous. But then I started to think he had a point. Turns out, his words were absolutely right on target. When I got home that same night, I did what I promised I would never do. I went through my boyfriend's computer. Guys, this is me not setting a good example. Don't follow my lead on this one. Remember how I said things would come back to bite me in the butt? Well, they did. More than a dog bite. It was a crocodile bite. Among Camillo's files, I found a book about me. Yes, you heard right. Camillo was writing a book about my life behind my back. Actually, no, he wasn't writing it. It was already finished. What the? To no one's surprise, it turns out that behind it all was Trevor. He had signed over my image rights from our contract to Camillo to write a bestseller airing all my dirty laundry. For the next few hours, I read the entire book. Not only did it expose my deepest fears and desires, those I had confided in him, but it also detailed my mother's criminal history with the Siri clan. If this gets out, she will go to jail. And the worst part of it all, the book was due out in 2 days. Just as my world was collapsing, the collapser opened the door.
Hi, honey.
I was more than ready to use my drumsticks to turn him into a human skewer, but I didn't. I understood that my only advantage at that moment was that he didn't know that I knew. So I pretended that everything was fine and took the first opportunity to get the hell out of there. We're out of milk. I'm gonna go buy some.
We have milk.
But not almond milk.
Since when do you like almond milk?
Since forever? You don't know every single detail about me. Well, maybe I lost it for a moment. Once I escaped from there, I met with my mother. She confessed to me that she knew about Camillo's book.
A few weeks ago, my boss told me that someone was snooping about my past and the trial. They thought they were the prosecutors, but when I saw the photo, I recognized Camillo immediately. I'd seen him in every photo and interview of you two.
You follow my career?
Of course I do. I'm
I'm your biggest fan. My mom found out he was writing a book, but when she tried to warn me, he threatened to reveal another big secret. My mother was betraying the clan. She was preparing a case with the prosecution, taking advantage of her inside knowledge to bring down the Siri clan once and for all. If that came out, not only would the case collapse, but we would be in grave danger. The release of the book would have the same result, so we soon regrouped with my dad, Moon, Luke, and Quan to shut down the release of my unauthorized biography. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say. We split up and went to different districts to buy all the copies of the book that were ready to circulate. Yeah, we spent a lot of money on books. In the meantime, my mom managed to get a legal order to stop the printing of new copies, arguing that they did not have my authorization. Amazingly, we managed to stop the book from coming out. We gathered all the copies and made a huge campfire. Not great for the environment, I know. Again, don't follow my lead on this one, guys.
Anyone want a marshmallow?
You're still leaving tomorrow? Maybe you can stick around for a bit.
I'd love to, but I have to go home. But you should visit me.
Maybe I will. Sadly, our victory was short-lived. Feeling defeated, Trevor and Camillo leaked the book virtually, and it soon went viral. What ensued was absolute chaos. My name became a trending topic, and the news went crazy with my mother's criminal story. Soon, reporters were swarming my house and my parents' house looking for a comment. My phone literally exploded from the number of calls and messages it received. To make matters worse, Camillo went on TV to present the book, badmouth me, and reveal that my mom was a double agent for the government. You will pay for this. From that moment on, we became the #1 target of the Siri clan. Things were completely out of hand, and for the first time, I feared for my life and the safety of the people around me. I had to do something, but I didn't know what. Alice, there's no time for discussions. Get in the car. We have to go to the witness protection program now. We are in danger. I can't do it, Mom. You two go.
Alice, this isn't up for discussion.
No, it's not, Dad. I'm sorry. I ran between the cars until I lost them. It's not that I didn't want to go with them, but I was a public figure. The reporters and paparazzi would be after me like hounds. I knew that if I went with them, I would put them in even more danger. I needed to go somewhere where no one knew me. Oh, that's it. Quan, is it too soon to visit?
Not at all. I'm glad you're here.
I held Quan's hand as we waited for the plane to take us to Korea. I took a deep breath. It felt like walking away from a fire. Who said you can't run away from your problems?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to a new Where Are They Now episode. So let's uncover the latest on the Cupid Secrets crew. Alice's parents, Luke and Moon. They just disappeared faster than my motivation on a Monday. But what everybody really wants to know is where is Alice herself, the villain of her own story? Some say she became a Buddhist monk. Others that she had facial surgery to look unrecognizable. But something went wrong and she became a circus freak. Some even claim that she was seen living in the middle of the snowy forest, like the Yeti. But still, the mystery remains unsolved. Where is Alice?
I'll give you a where are they now, you gossip-mongering, face-twisting, snitch-ditch-twitch character hack. This villain is right here, crafting a comeback that'll knock your ratings into the next ice age. And talk about facial surgery? You should check yourself first. Wicked witch of the bargain bin Botox, duck lips meeting frog eyes, and a meme gone wrong disaster? No surgeon can fix that.
Calm down. She's not even here.
No, don't shut it off. I want to hear more of her nonsense. Great. Now the power cuts out on me. As if everything else wasn't enough, the electricity there had a mind of its own. It always went out with the worst possible timing. Okay. You know, I'm not usually the nagging type. More like a silent ninja. Until someone turns on that spotlight of lies, you might think we stepped out of a time machine into the past. Well, almost. So this is where Alice is, in the middle of nowhere, picking up cow dung. I know. Gross. I should give you a recap of the last year, but I don't really feel like it. Okay, don't leave. I will. But just because you've been putting up with me since episode 1. Before I start, like and subscribe, and don't forget to never watch MSA on TikTok. Real ones know that YouTube is way cooler. So, after Camillo's book, Quan and I escaped to a small rural town in South Korea where no one knew or cared who I was. This is nice. It was not.
At least no one will find us here.
Yeah, because no one knows this place exists. Seriously, I tried searching it on Google Maps and it just showed a shrugging emoji. Still, Quan absolutely fell in love with our new rural life. He put together his own farm, and it was like he had found his place on Earth. For me, it wasn't that easy.
Alice, collect the cow dung so we could use this for fire.
Not this again. That day, I shouldn't have worn red because it made the bull crazy mad, and he chased me all over the farm until I fell headfirst into the cow poop pile. Ugh, I hate this.
Look on the bright side. It's good for your skin.
Oh, really? Then come here. I'll make you a good hydrating mask. Stop running! Living with Quan was awesome, but it never felt like my real life. I just wasn't myself there. To make me feel better, Quan once took me to a nice restaurant in the city, but I felt so paranoid that I went with a full disguise. Maybe that wasn't the best option to keep the attention away from me. Everybody kept looking at me, especially one strange guy with a big ginger afro and sunglasses. That guy keeps staring at us.
Can you blame him with those drumsticks in your hair? And this dress looks like you committed a fashion crime.
Duh, I can't leave them out. And this outfit took hours of careful consideration and about 5 outfit changes. As Quan went to pay the bill, I turned to that creep, but he vanished into thin air. After that, I decided to stay in the village and never return to the city. Eventually, I kinda got used to living there. But then, a letter arrived and changed everything. It was an invitation to Moon and Luke's wedding. I hadn't talked to anyone from home since I left. I thought they'd eventually forget about me. But turns out, Quan used to drive out of town to call Moon, and she wanted me to be her maid of honor. Still, I wasn't ready to come back yet.
Sooner or later, you'll have to face your fears.
I'll do it later then.
I have to go. She's my baby sister.
Of course. We said our goodbyes and Quan left, so I had some alone time. After a few days, I started to get really worried. Quan wasn't answering my calls or responding to any of my texts. I waited and waited, but no news. Finally, I called Moon, but she didn't know anything about him either. Nobody did. Before I could think about it, I was already on a plane crossing the world to save my boyfriend. As soon as I landed, I did a complete makeover to avoid being recognized. I had more important things to do than deal with the paparazzi. After that, I went straight to the police station. I knew who was behind it all. The Siri clan kidnapped my boyfriend.
Do you have any proof?
I have a strong feeling. Does that count as proof?
Maybe he just ran away from you after reading the book.
The whole police station laughed at me. I wanted to throw all their donuts into the garbage, but I didn't. I just stole a few for later.
Besides, we already captured Siri Clan's leader.
What? After I left the police station, I had so many questions in my head. Just then, I saw Trevor drive by in a cool Porsche and stop not too far away. My heart was beating super fast, and I decided to follow him. I hid in an alley where it was kind of dark. I couldn't see much, but then I heard him talking on the phone.
Keep a low profile. We can't afford any slip-ups right now. I had planned this all along. I even made that foolish Camillo reveal the clan's secrets in his book to have the leader in prison so I could take over the empty throne of the Siri clan. I did a lot for him, and that thankless man never recognized me. Now, see who the boss is? Me, Trevor, only Trevor.
The terror! He went inside, and I crept closer to the building's window and peeked inside. There he was, stood before a group of exhausted kids.
Kids, if you don't do it my way, you'll be swimming with the fish. Yes, you heard me right. You'll be forced to clean my aquarium again. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, go! Come on! Don't make me get the snorkel gear.
Trevor not only carried on with the clan's illegal affairs, but also used his power to create an academy for young talents to build his own musical empire. The police weren't helpful, so it was up to me to stop him and save Quan. Time to bring down his criminal empire. Still, I needed help with that. I needed my friends back. I'm sorry for leaving and ghosting you guys, but I really need you. It's okay. We understand. And we've got to find Quan.
And destroy Trevor. Don't forget about that.
They told me that over the last year, Trevor blocked all their contracts and concerts, sending his army of little singing robots to replace them. He kidnapped my boyfriend and also ruined my band? This time, it's personal. Yeah, I know. That sounded so cool. Like an action movie star. So, I told Moon and Luke about my master plan. So, your plan is to just break into the headquarters of a criminal group and steal illegal stuff? Yeah, pretty much it.
Great. Sounds bulletproof.
That night, we snuck over to their lair. At the entrance, there were 2 security guards.
Okay, we made it pretty far. Call it a night?
No, we have to take them out. So, Alice, you do it. What? Why me? They won't recognize you with your new makeover. Distract them while we try to find another way in. Before I could protest, Luke and Moon threw me towards them. First, I thought I could use my Riz to win them over. Content warning, guys. This might turn into a cringe fest. I walked to them, flirtatious. But I looked like I was just learning to walk for the first first time. Excuse me, guys. Do you have names, or can I call you mine?
I'm Frederick.
Mike.
No, I meant I thought your names were Google because you two have everything I've been searching for. Well, that one bombed even harder than my first pickup line. I need to work on my flirting game. In a desperate distraction attempt, I twisted swiftly, aiming for a masterstroke. Fate intervened. My wig slipped off. Uh-oh.
You!
So, time for plan B. What was plan B again?
Stop her!
They jumped on me, but at that exact moment, their radio started playing my favorite song. I went full John Wick mode for real. I grabbed the 2 drumsticks that I always carry around and turned them into lethal weapons. Oh, I forgot to mention that during my time in Korea, I became a black belt in Taekwondo. Silly me. After beating up those 2, I tried to find Moon and Luke, but I got to Trevor's office. I turned it inside out, but found nothing about Quan. I was about to give up when I came across something mind-blowing. A manuscript from Camillo, Cupid's Secrets Part 2. A sequel to my story. Yeah, my head exploded. Quite literally. It detailed with amazing precision my life in that little town in Korea. Every little part of it. How the heck did he know all this? Then, as James Bond's villains, they appeared.
Oh, look who's here. So good to see you, babe. I love your new style, but ew, you smell like cow poop.
Trevor and Camillo were at the door of the studio. I lunged at them. You But an army of guards appeared out of nowhere and held me.
No dear, this is not a kung fu movie. Guards, just take this little rat away.
Trevor, wait. Don't be so hard. She is my ex after all. Alice, I know what you must be thinking. How did I know all that? Just take a look at the notes.
I looked at the notes. It was some kind of daily report, a really complete one. Then my heart stopped. The name that signed all the notes was Quan. It isn't true. Quan would never betray me like that. You're lying. Tell me where he is.
Well, you thought the same about Camillo, and look where that got you. You see, Alice, everyone's playing their own game. Quan, in this case, is playing hide and seek. Hide until the book is out and seeking a fortune.
He's gonna be rich, and he just had to sell us his relationship with you. A bargain, if you ask me.
Tears began to roll down my cheeks. Once again, my boyfriend stabbed me in the back.
I told you it was a mistake to fire me, kid. Now leave with your dumb friends. And Luke, just a piece of advice. Next time, don't yell when trying to sneak in somewhere.
Oh yeah? I was caught in a half-open window. What should I have done?
Probably not screaming like a maniac. Push my butt up! Push my butt up! I was completely defeated. I didn't even fight back when his goons kicked us out.
Don't go too far this time. I need good material for our next book. Remember, all good things come in threes.
Luke and Moon kept asking me what happened inside, but I didn't say a word. I just said goodbye and went straight to the airport to disappear once again, and this time for good. Just as I was about to board the plane, I got an audio message from Moon.
So, remember that our wedding was supposed to take place today, but got canceled after Quan disappeared? Well, surprise, it's happening, because Quan is back.
What?
We couldn't find another date available for over a month, so we're gonna get married now. We're just waiting for you. Hurry!
Furiously, I rushed out of the airport to confront him.
Still, I did a quick pit stop at the hairdresser.
Then I did my makeup and put on my dress.
What?
I was still furious, but it was a wedding. I had to look great, and I did. I burst into the ceremony, and I saw him next to Luke, who was waiting for Moon at the altar. I dashed toward him like lightning.
Alice, you look...
Wonderful? Beautiful? Yeah, I know.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Are you for real? Let's see. Where should I begin? Maybe by the fact that you disappeared from the face of the planet for days?
You told me to do that!
I did what? Yeah, we were being really loud in a church, and everybody was staring at us.
Guys, maybe we can discuss this later?
When did I tell you to disappear?
You sent me a message saying that I should hide and get rid of my phone because the Siri clan was after me. So stayed locked in a hotel all this time. It was quite boring, by the way. I even learned how to walk on walls. I'll show you later. But I couldn't miss Moon's wedding, so I'm here. I'm so glad you're here today too, by the way.
That didn't make any sense. I hadn't sent any message. He was lying again. What about the book? Yeah, I found your little report notes.
But how?
You wrote everything. All our private moments and secrets just to sell them to Trevor and Camillo?
Wait, what? I did write all of that, but I didn't sell anything. I lost them at the airport.
Like I'm gonna believe that.
I would never sell that. I just took notes of everything because, well, it's quite embarrassing.
More embarrassing than getting your butt kicked in a church by the bridesmaid?
Okay. The truth is, I wanted to write my own book about you. To show the world how nice and cute and wonderful you truly are.
Yeah, this is the part where you go, aww. Still, at that moment, I was confused and shocked. I didn't want to believe him, but when I looked into his eyes, I saw that he was telling the truth. I felt so embarrassed. But then I saw him hiding among the rest of the guests. That weird-looking ginger afro guy that used to spy on us in Korea. Stop that guy! He ran, and I chased after him. Just when he was about to escape, Moon appeared, rocking her wedding dress and blocking his way. He turned around, and I hit him with a crazy taekwondo kick that sent his afro and glasses flying. He was Camillo. He had followed us to Korea to spy on us, and when he found out about Kwan's notes, he stole them from him at the airport. As if that wasn't enough, he and Trevor sent the message pretending to be me and telling Kwan to hide. Why the heck are you here?
I needed to see the showdown. It's the ending of my sequel.
You and your freaking sequel. I'm gonna kill you right now.
Let me.
Kwan stepped forward and headed for Camillo. He grabbed him and shoved him, ready to punch his lights out, but I stopped him.
He deserves it.
But he's not worth it.
Yeah, the last thing I need is to get punched by a farmer.
I turned around and slapped Camillo so hard he spun like a startled ballerina. When he finally stopped twirling, Moon gave him another slap, sending him into another whirlwind. But I wasn't done with him. Listen to me good, you hack of a writer. I'm about to end your whole career. First, I took care of Trevor. I sent Luke, disguised and armed with a camera, to his music academy. Turns out, Trevor had those poor kids rehearsing day and night, like a twisted version of School of Rock. He got arrested for child abuse, and the Siri clan vanished. My family was finally free, so I went to get them out of the witness protection program. When my dad opened the door, he had the longest beard ever. Gandalf, is that you?
Alice!
Dad hugged me tightly. Soon Mom joined in. I can't breathe, guys! My parents moved back to Rochester and got re-engaged. Another wedding on the way. With my mother's help, I sued Camillo for the rights to my own story. During the trial, it came to light that he had plagiarized other writers. Camillo lost all profits from the book, sequel rights, and his reputation. Last I heard, he was working as a waiter again. I said cappuccino, not macchiato, you spaghetti brain. Finally, I was free. I had my voice back. Eventually, I found the perfect place to tell my story. So, thanks MSA. They don't pay as much as Hollywood, but they are way cooler. Oh, and the rest of Luke and Moon's wedding was awesome. Our band even got together for a quick reunion show. Then we partied like there was no tomorrow. But there was. I could have never done this without you.
Of course you could have. So, what now?
My real life is here. My family, my friends, my music.
But mine isn't.
We both started crying because we knew that despite that we loved each other, we had to follow our own path. Sometimes love is about letting the other one go. Don't worry, guys. I'm not gonna end this 5-part story with such a downer. You know your girl Alice better than that. So, Kwan returned to that little town life that he loved so much. As for me, the band got back together and we traveled the world playing our music. Many years later, my music took me to a familiar country. I took a trip to the countryside and reached a lovely farm. Then I saw him. Kwan looked so handsome. I remember the first time we met. He was acting like a tough guy and I was dressed as a goth. Safe to say, we've both had quite the glow up since then. When he saw me, he smiled, and then everything. Silence, time stood still, electricity, heart racing, and of course, the famous fireworks. I ran to him, and that was it, guys. The end of my crazy and long journey. I guess love always finds its way in the end.
Hi friends, I'm Winter from Scotland. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I was a little girl, I noticed that I was a bit different from the other kids. And a lot different than my older sister Vinny. Whenever we went to the doctor, Vinny would throw the worst fit seeing a needle. But me? I was always calm. I didn't like getting shots, but I didn't feel afraid of them either. While Vinny would scream at the sight of most animals, I had a pet iguana named Santa Claus. I was totally fearless. But no matter how different we were, we loved each other to bits. On my 4th birthday, Mom took me and Vinny to the park. I was busy doing cartwheels when suddenly I saw something shiny and green slithering on the ground. I picked it up, totally mesmerized by the creature.
Wow, you look like a mermaid. I'll keep you and love you and feed you. You can sleep with Santa Claus.
Just then, Mom grabbed it from me with a loud scream and threw it away in the bushes. Oh my God, what were you holding? A snake?
What, Mom? It was so cute.
Mom and Vinny looked at me in horror, and from that day, they were on a mission to protect me from myself. Since Mom was mostly busy with work, it was Vinny who was always with me, and she wouldn't let me do anything fun. Once in 6th grade, I was feeling really bored one afternoon when I spotted some ripe mangoes on our tree. I immediately ran out and started climbing it, but moments later, Vinny came running.
Winter, no! Come down, please, it's too dangerous.
Just one more mango, Vinny. Oops, almost slipped. I'm fine, just relax. But Vinny wouldn't listen and started climbing the tree to get me down. The moment she got close to me, the branch below her feet broke and Vinny went crashing down. It was the first time I felt truly scared. Vinny had a concussion and was rushed to the hospital where she got stitches on her forehead. When she came back home after a few days and saw her face, she screamed.
No, Mom, what's this? Oh my God, I'm ugly.
What? Of course not. Vinny, it's just a scar. It'll go away. You promise? Yes, I'm sure. But it never went away completely, and Vinny was so self-conscious about it that she started wearing her hair over it, and I could tell she was still mad at me. I apologized to her like a million times, and she said she was fine, but she'd barely talk to me or play with me, and nothing was the same. But one day I went up to her room with some ice cream, and she said she didn't want any and slammed the door in my face. I'd had enough, so I kicked the door in. Look, Vinny, I'm so sorry and I should have listened to you, but it was an accident, and well, just get over it. You can't just ignore me and not talk to me. And your new hairstyle, it sucks. It's just a dumb scar, and you're still the prettiest girl I know. I tried hugging Vinny, but she shoved me away. You're just so full of yourself, Winter.
Can't ignore me, not talking to me.
Everything isn't about you. I'm tired of being your babysitter. You're old enough to be on your own and not be reckless and stupid. And even if you are, why should that be my problem? Just go away. Saying that, Vinny pushed me out of her room. After that day, I felt so alone at home. Mom was always busy and Vinny ignored my existence. She had this new boyfriend and it seemed all her time was for him. One time in 8th grade, I was bored when I spotted the gardener's bicycle outside, and I decided to try out cycling. Thanks to Mom's overprotectiveness, I'd never been allowed to ride one. I fell so many times, but I kept on trying. And just when I thought I'd gotten the hang of it, I went crashing into a bush. That was awesome. Do it again. It was like watching an idiot run into a glass window. God, it was my annoying next-door neighbor and classmate, Aaron. Ha 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 ha, so funny. Not. And you're calling me an idiot? Aren't you the guy who posts stupid videos on his YouTube channel? Says the girl who can't ride a bike. The guy was really getting on my nerves. I picked up a shoe and hurled it at him and ran inside while he kept laughing. He was weird and had a YouTube channel that had stupid, pointless videos. And after that day, he even kept annoying me in school, but I just tried to ignore him. Once when I was in 9th grade, Mom was away for a business trip and Vinny announced that she was going to the movies with her boyfriend. I'm not babysitting you. You're a grown-up, so please, act like one while I'm gone and stay out of trouble. Can you do that? Yeah, duh. Go, do whatever you want. It's not like I asked you to babysit me. A few hours later, I was just studying peacefully when I noticed something odd. Santa Claus was not in his glass case. I looked for him everywhere and found him on the frickin' roof. I quickly climbed over and grabbed him, but suddenly I slipped. I went sliding down the roof and barely managed to cling onto a drain pipe. As I was hanging, I spotted Aaron recording me on his phone. Wow, I know you have a habit of getting into trouble, but this is epic. Hey, help me down, idiot! Before he could, I felt my hand slip and I decided to make a jump for it. Right when I landed, I saw Mom standing by the gate, glaring at me furiously. And when Vinny returned, she got the yelling of a lifetime in front of her boyfriend. It was the most intense drama I had ever seen with the two of them, screaming at each other, and her boyfriend ran away. First, I got this ugly scar because of her. And now you insulted me in front of my boyfriend and chased him away. She's not my daughter. You gave birth to her, so watch her yourself. Mom, please, stop it. It's not her fault. Vinny, listen, I'm sorry. Just get away from me, Winter. Let me breathe. I can't wait to be done with high school so I can get away from you. Vinny pushed me out of her way and I landed on my butt. She had never been so mean to me, and it broke my heart. After that crazy night, I was grounded too, and Mom kept a strict eye on me. I wished Mom and Vinny could get that I knew the difference between stupid and fun. But one night, I heard a knock on my window and found Aaron outside. Your room is really high up. Yeah. Who told you to climb up? It's not like your mom would have let me come at night to take you out. Want to go somewhere fun? Take me out for fun? Oh my God, yes? I feel like I could die from boredom. That night, Aaron and I sneaked out and he took me to a skate park on his bicycle. There were so many kids there doing awesome stunts with their skateboards, and I was dying to learn some. They were willing to teach me, and I picked up the moves really fast. Gosh, the rush I felt, it was amazing. Aaron even recorded my stunts for me to watch later, and was all praises. Later when he dropped me home, I was still feeling so pumped. I just impulsively turned to him and kissed him. I had a great time, and I've been wanting to do that all night. Wow, me too. Saying that, he kissed me again. The night was magical, but when I got in through my window, I nearly fell down when I saw Vinny on my bed. Unbelievable. You just never learn, do you? Hey, look, I'm old enough and I'm none of your business. You've made that clear enough. Winter, that boy is trouble. He has such a bad reputation at school. He's known for playing pranks and getting others in trouble. Look, I know I've been hard on you, but just trust me on this. He's a jerk, and you need to start making better decisions. Save the big sister lecture for someone else, Vinny. Nothing I do would ever seem like a good idea to you, and I think you just resent me, and I don't trust your advice anymore. You wanted to ignore me? Well, I'm okay with it now. So get out of my room, please. That didn't feel great, but what did she expect? Vinny left for college soon, and it was just me and Mom. But thank God I had Aaron. He was everything I ever wanted in a boyfriend. For Valentine's Day, he took me bungee jumping. OMG, this was my dream. I knew it. It's like we're the same. Aaron and I soon became the hottest couple in school. And every afternoon, I'd go to the skate park with Aaron and practice skateboard stunts. I was acing it, and Aaron was my biggest supporter. One day, Aaron came to me with some big news. A huge YouTube stunt performer wanted us to collaborate and shoot with me. He had a huge following and he'd post videos of us performing together. It was right during finals week, but how could I possibly say no? I tried studying, but I was way too excited and would end up going to the park with Aaron and practicing like crazy. And when the day came for the stunt performer to meet me, he was really impressed. Kid, you are one in a million. I know you're gonna go far. Don't let nobody dim your spark. Whoa, his words meant the world to me. Sometime later, the exam results came, and it turned out I had failed miserably. But to my surprise, Aaron had straight A's. How? You were with me the whole week. Yeah. My dad kind of pulled some strings, and I took all the exams later, so I got more time to study. So, you want to hit the park? I have some stunts I want you to try. You couldn't have pulled some strings for me? Or at least told me it was an option? Gosh, you're so selfish. Since when do you care about grades, Winter? And I arranged that stuntman to come perform with you, didn't I? You could be a little more grateful. Excuse me? Yeah, you heard me. You have a lot to thank me for. Otherwise, those boring duds at your house would keep you locked up. Without even thinking, I gave Aaron a tight slap and walked away. I was scared of how to tell Mom about my grades, and I felt like such an idiot. Vinny was so right about Aaron. At that moment, I just missed her so much that I called her after months. The moment she picked up, I broke down and told her everything. It just took her 2 hours to come home from her university, and I hugged her tight. I knew that jerk was up to no good the first time I saw your video on his channel when you jumped from the roof. What? What video? His YouTube channel? It's full of your stunt videos. Gosh, don't say you didn't know about it. I have no idea what you're talking about. Vinny then showed me Aaron's YouTube channel, and I realized the jerk had blocked me from seeing it. It was getting millions of views just from my videos. That's why he was so supportive and took me to the skate park every day. Oh, Vinny, I just want to make him pay. He's been making money off of me without my knowledge. Just then, Mom walked into the room, and clearly she'd heard everything. How dare he? Oh, don't you worry about a thing. I'll take care of this, Aaron. And then I came clean about the exam result, and for once, Mom didn't freak out. And she kept her word too. She threatened to sue Aaron, so his parents forced him to take down the channel. A few days later, it was my birthday, and to my surprise, Mom and Vinny took me to the skate park. And then they gave me my gift, a video camera. Sweetie, I saw your videos and you're just a natural. I don't know why you want to do risky stuff, but I know I can't stop you either. So I guess it's time you show the world how crazy you can be on your own channel. You are actually letting me do stunts and have my own YouTube channel? Only if you name it The Daring Adventures of Winter. That's totally what I want to show the world. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Nadia from Georgia. Please like and subscribe. When I was 5, Mom shook me awake one night and whispered, "Come, Nadia, we're leaving."
Why, Mommy?
She just told me to be quiet and spat on Dad's sleeping face before we left. I wasn't too sad about leaving because those two fought like crazy. Maybe things would be better now. We went to live with my grandma, who wasn't happy to see us at all.
Ugh, you're back. You could have brought me a boy at least. Girls are useless.
But Grandma, you're also a girl. A really old, smelly one, but still.
I escaped her flying shoe by an inch. Grandma made Mom work 2 jobs to provide for us, and we never did anything fun. So I was really excited when my friend Irene invited me to her birthday party. As we were gathered around the table, Irene's mom suddenly came in screaming, "Where's the freaking birthday cake? It was in the kitchen 2 minutes ago." Someone suddenly pointed to the window, and to my horror, I saw Mom sneaking off with Irene's cake. Was she crazy? Irene's mom ran out like a bullet and snatched the cake from Mom, but she wouldn't let it go. And suddenly it went flying and landed on the ground. Irene burst into tears, and I just wanted to disappear. But Mom wasn't even embarrassed. She said she felt like taking it, so she did. Mom was crazy. Some months later, I told Mom how a parent had donated this awesome computer for our class. And the next day, we walked into our classroom to find it missing. As the principal was investigating the matter, a janitor suddenly pointed to me.
I saw a woman take away a computer yesterday. I've seen her with that girl before.
Oh my God, Mom? And sure enough, when I went home with the principal and the police, we found Mom playing games on the computer. She was in prison for a week, and the police officer said she needed therapy for her stealing problem. Everyone was mocking me at school, but Mom came home dancing with joy a few days later, holding the handcuffs that she stole from the police. I'm getting married, and I never have to see you suckers again. I'm rich, rich, rich. And just like that, she left me with Grandma. When I was in the 5th grade, Grandma made me go with her after school to sell vegetables. But one day when I got to our booth, I saw an ambulance there, and Grandma was being carried away. It turned out she'd died from a heart attack. I wrote to Mom, and she came 2 days later, her eyes swollen from crying. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry you're so sad about Grandma. Sad about Grandma? Not at all. I'm crying because of you. Me? What did I do? I'm back to take care of you because my husband won't keep you. Couldn't you have grown up faster while I was gone? I was so mad at Mom, I just stormed out of the room. She was so selfish. We got back to selling vegetables soon, and Mom kept stealing from people. I told her I would work more hours and miss school to make more money if she just stopped stealing. She agreed, but I was sure she still stole money from our clients. One day, a beautiful woman stopped by and asked me why I wasn't at school, and I said I was helping my mom. The woman looked at Mom sternly. This girl belongs in school. If I see her here tomorrow, I'm calling the cops. Suddenly, Mom went bonkers on her. Oh, you think I belong here on the street selling rotten vegetables?
If you're Mother Teresa, give me some money and take her. She's all yours. The woman looked angry, but she turned to me and said she'd send me to a really good school if I promised never to miss it. Mom wasn't happy at all, but I was ecstatic. When she left, I saw that Mom had stolen the rich woman's diamond bracelet. I tried to snatch it from her, but she threatened me that she wouldn't allow me to see the rich woman. So I let it go. The rich woman even bought me fancy clothes for school, and everyone thought I was cool, even the snottiest girl in class, Anastasia. All was good until one day I was waiting for the rich woman to show up to my parent-teacher meeting, and I saw Mom walking down the hallway. What was she doing here? I hid behind the lockers so she wouldn't see me, when suddenly I caught her staring at Anastasia. Seconds later, Mom charged straight at her and grabbed her glittery pink hairband. Oh my God, what are you doing? I want that hairband. Give me it. Are you crazy? Someone get this woman off my hair! Mom managed to pull it off, but she went stumbling to the ground, and so many pens and calculators that she had stolen came flying out of her bag. Just then, she spotted me. Oh, Nadia, come help your poor mommy up. What? Is this crazy trash bag your mom? Just then, the rich woman came walking down the hall. I'm her mom. She glared at Mom and told everyone she was just our crazy maid. She apologized to Anastasia and even arranged a party for all my classmates at her mansion a few days later, just to convince them that she was my mom. But when I got to the 9th grade, the rich woman gave me some really sad news one day. Her husband had lost all his money and she could no longer pay for my school. But even worse, she told me they were moving away. I felt heartbroken. Mom didn't take it well either. She started calling the rich woman bad names for abandoning me. Oh, you think she is bad for leaving me? How about when you left me, Mom? I'm your daughter. Ugh, don't remind me. I'm so sick of you. Mom, you're awful. Do I look like I care about your opinion? And tomorrow you better pack your stuff from that school. It's back to the veggie stall for you. I just skipped dinner and went to the park. Moments later, I saw a woman running around and crying like crazy. Have you seen my little girl? She was next to me a minute ago and I can't find her anywhere. Please, help me find my baby. I ran everywhere looking for this woman's baby. Just then, I saw a small figure by the edge of the river. She smiled at me and waved goodbye, then jumped into the water. The woman screamed and I jumped after the baby and saved her. The woman couldn't stop thanking me. She told me the baby's name was Zoe and offered to pay me some money. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly take it. I only did what I had to. The woman then offered me a babysitting job and said she'd pay me $3,000 a month. I couldn't believe it. I accepted and went home with a big smile. I told Mom about it, but I said it was only $1,000 so I could save the rest for my college. She started jumping and dancing and said I was the best child in the world. Yeah, right. The next day after school, Mom insisted on walking me to my new workplace. It was even bigger than the rich woman's mansion. I was scared that Mom might steal something, so I gave her $200 and told her to leave. I followed a maid to the living room where I found a guy kissing some girl on the couch. Just then, the woman came in with Zoe, who jumped into my arms immediately. This is my stepson, Joseph. He'll be leaving now with his girl, right, Joseph? When he finally broke apart and got up, I saw that he was a couple of years older than me, and so darn gorgeous. But then I saw the girl with him. It was freaking Anastasia, but she had a boyfriend in school. The rich lady introduced me as Zoe's babysitter, and I could see Anastasia's lip curling into a grin. Oh, this was bad. The next day at school, she pulled me into an empty classroom. Well, look who's a big fat liar. I knew you were poor and that psycho was your mom. How do you think everyone in school will react when they find out you've been lying all these years? Oh, how do you think your boyfriends will react when they find out you're a two-timing witch? You wouldn't dare. Fine. I'll keep your secret if you'll keep mine. Deal. I didn't care about her love life as long as my secret was safe. 3 months passed with me being Zoe's nanny, and I was loving it.
But I'd also become really good friends with Joseph, and now I was hating myself for lying to him about his girlfriend. One time when Zoe was asleep, he slipped into the nursery and showed me this beautiful necklace.
Hey, what do you think? Anastasia will love this, right?
Oh, yes, she'd be crazy not to. I felt awful, but suddenly he came closer, and my heart started beating faster. He brushed away my hair and said softly,
You've got some ketchup on your nose, silly. Looks kind of cute, though.
Just then, Zoe woke up and started crying. Oh, thank God. Before I got to her, Joseph picked her up and started singing. Okay, another cute scene like this, and I will marry him right now. Later that night, I decided I would tell Joseph about Anastasia, even if it meant my secret would be out in school. But the next day when I reached the mansion, the maid took me to the living room where I found the whole family waiting for me. It was my first time meeting Zoe's dad, and he looked mad. It turned out that a really valuable antique vase was missing, and he was accusing me of stealing it. I didn't. Why would you think I took it, sir?
Oh, isn't this your mother?
And then, to my horror, he showed me security footage, and it was indeed Mom sneaking out of their house. I tried explaining I had nothing to do with it, but Zoe's dad fired me on the spot. When I got home ready to kill Mom, she wasn't there. I marched up to her room and looked through all her stuff and found nothing. Just as I was leaving, I noticed that a shelf was placed in front of a door. I pushed it aside and walked into a freaking museum of stolen things. Oh my God, Mom had stolen so much stuff over the years. Thankfully, the vase was there, but I couldn't help going through everything else too. As I was searching the drawers, I came across a paper that left me shook. It was Grandma's will, and it said that she'd left her house to me. What? And Mom knew? And she was hiding it? By the time Mom got home, I was waiting for her on the porch with her bags packed.
What's going on here?
I handed her an envelope with a train ticket and some of my savings. You're going back to your husband, Mom. You're going to leave this place before Zoe's dad sends the police after you. And I don't want you living in my house anymore. Yeah, I found Grandma's will. Please, go away, Mom. But who'll take care of you? You don't need your mom now? I've been taking care of myself since I was a kid, and I do need a mom, but I don't think you know what it means to be one. Just leave and live your life. It'll be better for both of us. Mom just stared at me, then looked inside the envelope, picked up her bags, and left. I sneaked up to the mansion the next day and gave the vase to a maid to return to the owners. I also gave her a note for Joseph, telling him everything about Anastasia. And the next day, I got attacked by her the minute I entered school. You witch. I had 2 boyfriends, and now because of you, I have 0. I'm going to tell everyone you're poor. I don't care. At least my lies didn't hurt anyone, but yours did. We both ended up in detention, and well, everyone did drop me like a dead fly when they found out I wasn't rich. Then one day when I got to school on graduation day, I noticed it was awkwardly silent, and even the gate was closed. What was going on? Suddenly, strong lights came from behind me. I looked around and saw a helicopter with a poster saying,
Natia, will you be my girlfriend?
Then Joseph showed up from the helicopter grinning down at me. Oh my God, just get down here, Joseph.
No, not until you've answered my question.
Yes, I'll be your girlfriend. Get down, dummy. Minutes later, Joseph was kissing me deeply, and everyone showed up from behind us, cheering and clapping. I'm so glad that my hard work has paid off. Remember to always believe in yourself.
Hi, I'm Karina from Norway, and this is my story. I lived with my mom and dad as an only child, and as a little girl, I worshipped my mom. For starters, she looked like Rapunzel with her long, lovely hair and flowing dresses. She also drove me to school in a Barbie pink convertible that made all my friends swoon with envy.
Look at her sparkly steering wheel. I wish I could marry her.
But Mom didn't feel the same way about me that I felt about her. In fact, she didn't seem to care for me at all. One time I had a hockey match, but Mom said she had the flu and couldn't come. And later on, Dad and I bumped into her at the mall. Dad was furious, but I defended Mom.
Hockey is boring. I get it.
we'll get our nails done and I'll pay for it with my allowance. That way, you won't max out Dad's credit card again. I never ended up winning Mom over though, and a year later, Dad left her and took me with him. We ended up backpacking all around Europe for 2 years, which was a blast. I never heard from Mom again, but I thought about her all the time. When I finally returned to Norway, I was 15 and transferred to a new school. I instantly became popular as this worldly kid who's traveled everywhere. But my favorite person of all my fans and friends was my new BFF, Freya. She was 3 years younger than me, but we were in the same class because she was a genius. So what do you say? You do my homework again, and I'll get you into another exclusive party? No one here wants a 12-year-old at their party. Why are you making friends with kids, Karina? Freya threw her backpack at the guy when he said that, and it hit him so hard he fell backwards. Freya may only be 12, but she's a force not to be messed with.
Thanks for that, bestie. It's been tough being the youngest kid in our class. You're the only friend I really have.
Well, friendship has no age limit, and I think you're super cool. One afternoon, Freya invited me over to her place for dinner. But when we arrived at her house, I couldn't believe where I was. Freya lived in a 6-story mansion with a gorgeous infinity pool. The butler even offered me cookies, but just as I bit into one, a woman came out to hug Freya. It took me 2 seconds to realize it was Mom.
Karina, are you okay?
Mom, can you bring my friend some water? You call her Mom? Karina, is that you?
You guys know each other?
She knows me from giving birth to me.
What? You said you didn't have any kids.
Wait, what? I felt my blood boil, but here just wasn't the place to start a scene. Mom looked uncomfortable and told Freya it was a long story and she needed to be alone. Obviously, I couldn't concentrate on homework, and Freya wouldn't stop apologizing and asking questions. I swear, Mom never mentioned you at all. She said she's been married, but never really had a family before. Okay, can you stop calling her Mom? And she has had a family before. So let me guess, she married your dad who's a billionaire?
Actually, my dad and I grew up poor. This is her mansion. She started a clothing line a couple of years ago, and it was super successful. From the second we moved in with her, she spoiled me rotten. We're really close, Karina. I wonder why she'd keep such a big secret.
I didn't know how to answer that. Instead, Freya and I were called to dinner, which apparently Mom helped prepare. Girls, I'm sorry. I needed a moment to myself, but I want to talk about it with both of you. And Freya, baby, I even helped make your favorite dish. I took a deep breath as Mom started apologizing and explaining herself. She said she wanted a fresh start with her new family, so she didn't bring up her past, which made me furious. I really do want to reconnect with you, Karina. You should come over more often. I'm so happy you and sweet Freya are friends. You know, I'm not feeling too well. My eyelashes hurt, and I want to be sure it's nothing serious. For some reason, I didn't want to confront Mom in front of Freya. I didn't want Freya knowing that Mom had never loved me the way she obviously loved her. When the weekend ended, I saw Freya at school and found out she was also mad at Mom, but Mom had bought Freya a brand new iPad to make it up to her. It still hurts that she lied, but I guess she had her reasons, and she's obviously trying to make it up to me. Yeah, hopefully she'll try and make it up to me too. As weeks passed, the tension just got worse between Freya and me. I even avoided going over to her house. Then one day, something happened that really set me over the edge. It was Freya's 13th birthday, and she begged me to come over for her birthday party. You don't have to talk to Mom if you're not comfortable. I just really want you there. After all, you're kind of my sister now, as well as my best friend. So I ended up agreeing. Freya's party turned out to be on a yacht, and it was actually pretty fun. Mom also seemed happy to see me, and that meant a lot. But later on, Freya and I were sitting on the balcony talking when we hit a huge wave and fell backwards into the water. Mom immediately jumped in to save us, but to my shock, she swam to Freya and rescued her, while one of the yacht workers came to get me. A few hours later, Mom drove Freya and I back to their mansion, and I just lost it. I could have sunk to the bottom of the ocean, but you didn't care. You saved Freya instead of me. No, it's not like that. Karina, that's ridiculous. Someone else jumped in to save you right away. I just happened to get Freya first. Did you want her to sink? No, but that's not the point. I'm your real daughter,
but you chose Freya's life over mine. The fact that you rescued her instead of me wasn't a coincidence. I'm getting out of here. With that, I opened the door to the car even though we were in the middle of the road. I bolted as fast as I could before Mom's car could chase me, and I didn't arrive home until 4 in the morning. The next couple of months, I stopped hanging out with Freya and made new friends who I partied with every night. I barely got any sleep or went to class, which really worried Dad. One evening, I was napping at home when Mom dropped by with Freya. Is Karina home? I need to talk to her. We're really worried about her. She's been shutting us out and partying.
Freya, I know you mean well, but you both need to give Karina space. You two being around isn't good for her.
I couldn't take it anymore. I started to cry and asked them all to sit down. There was something I'd been hiding. I'm sorry. I've been shutting you guys out. I was really mad at you last month, Mom, and I did something bad. I started dating someone I met at a party and I'm pregnant.
I'm sorry, what?
Karina, this is a joke, right? You're not actually pregnant? No, I really am pregnant. It's stupid and embarrassing, but I don't know what to do. Dad started crying and booked several doctor consultations, while Freya pestered me about who the baby's dad was. Finally, Mom asked to speak to me in another room.
You know you can't keep this child. You won't be able to take proper care of it, and then you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
Except that I'm not neglectful and heartless like you. If I decide to keep my baby, then I'll take good care of it. Mom didn't agree with me, but the next few weeks, something changed between us. Mom called me every morning to check how I was feeling, and whenever I was at school, Freya would bring me homemade soup that Mom made. She told me to remind you to take your vitamins every day. Also, Karina, how come we haven't met your boyfriend yet? He hasn't been coming to any of your doctor's appointments. Because I haven't told him yet. I don't even know if I'm keeping my kid yet or giving it up for adoption. I haven't seen the guy since I found out I was pregnant. We dated for 2 weeks, and then when I got the news, I ghosted him. You ghosted him? That's horrible. You need to invite him over for dinner and explain yourself. He has the right to know. I knew Freya was right. So that week, I texted the guy and told him to come over. His name was Philip, and he seemed nice. But I didn't know how he'd react when I told him everything. He came over Friday night when everyone was home.
I don't even know why I agreed to this. I know we weren't serious or anything, but you didn't have to go radio silent on me, Karina. How about you hear her reasons before yelling at her?
I told Philip everything in a panic, and he got super quiet.
Oh my God, this is all my fault.
Philip, stop. This is just as much my fault as it is yours.
I'm not blaming you, but I still can't stick around for this.
No, wait. Please, let's discuss this.
There's nothing to discuss. Also, I'd recommend staying home from school for the next several months. Otherwise, everyone will be able to tell you're pregnant, and you'll be stuck with a horrible reputation.
Philip, oh my God, I didn't even think about what the other kids at school would say. I've been covering up my baby bump with baggy clothes.
Hey, don't worry.
I'll homeschool you and everything will be okay. Mom stayed true to her word and set up the whole homeschooling program until a week before my due date. I was lying in bed when Mom invited me over. She led me to a back room, and when I stepped inside, my heart leapt into my throat. It was a giant nursery.
The guest room is next door, except I want it to be your bedroom. I want you to move in with us, Karina.
Wait, what?
I've taken a leave of absence from my company. I've saved enough money to live off of because I want to help raise my grandchild. I know I've neglected you since you were little, but I want to spend the rest of my life making it up to you. I wanted to get in touch years ago, but your dad told me not to mess with your life any more than I already have. And the reason I saved Freya first wasn't because I love her more than you. I just had to think.
Hi, my name is Barbara, but people call me Barbie because I look like one. Please like and subscribe before I continue. Dad was a billionaire who owned a multi-industry company. Growing up, my twin brother Ford and I were used to getting everything we wanted. But for him, it wasn't enough because he wanted everything for himself. On our 5th birthday, Dad gave me a Barbie doll while he gave Ford a toy car. But he wasn't happy.
My car needs a driver, so give me that doll. Over my cute body.
He got back at me by scratching Dad's new Lamborghini and blaming it on me. I was grounded for a month. He also loved to make fun of the brown birthmark on my face.
Maybe that's why you stink, because there's permanent poop on your cheek. Stop saying I stink when I don't. Everyone might think it's true. Too late. I've already told everyone about it.
I tried complaining to Dad, but he was always too busy to care. But one day in the 5th grade, I discovered a way to cover up my birthmark by using loads of makeup. I told Ford that I had it removed by a doctor, and he was so stupid he actually believed it. He was always a pain in the butt, until he started dating this gold digger Tiffany in high school. He got too busy to annoy me all the time, thank God. In 10th grade, my boyfriend Zach and I decided to celebrate his birthday by going away to Greece for the weekend. We were about to take off in Dad's private jet when suddenly, the pilot came out of the cockpit and said we had a problem. I looked out the window and saw Ford arriving with Tiffany. What are they doing here? We're celebrating our anniversary in Hawaii, so all of you, get out. Breaking news, dummy. I came here first. I don't care. Get lost. You get lost. I was about to push him, but I screamed when Tiffany suddenly pulled me by my hair. The boys tried to stop us as we fought, but we ended up landing in the cockpit and falling on the navigation controls, damaging them completely. As soon as the news reached Dad, he called us both for a meeting in his library. I thought he was gonna kill us, but what he said totally took us by surprise. I'm thinking of leaving my company to someone capable. And obviously, that's me, Dad. This dumb brat spends thousands of dollars on clothes and makeup every single weekend. Hello? You literally buy whatever your girlfriend pouts her lips for. Enough. You're both too dumb and spoiled. I'll give you a month to prove yourself, or I'll leave the company and all my fortune to a stranger instead. Prove ourselves? In what way, Dad? Figure it out, and make me proud for once. It was gonna be tough, but there was no way I'd let Ford win this. The next day, I visited Dad's company's headquarters to study the performance for the past year, and I found out that Dad had been planning to develop a new mall, but he was having a hard time getting approval for its location from the mayor's office. Wait a minute, what if I dated the mayor's son, Leo, so he'd help me win his dad's approval? Leo was a senior in school, and Dad would be impressed if I was dating a smart future politician. There was only one problem, my boyfriend. I needed to get rid of him. The next day at school, we were having lunch together when he suddenly sneezed, and I started crying hard. What's wrong, babe? The way you sneeze, I really hate it. It's giving me a stroke. And the way you breathe, it's so heavy I could hear it from miles away. I've been suffering silently, but I just can't take it anymore. Just work on yourself and maybe we can give it another chance soon, yeah? Are you freaking serious? Goodbye, Zach, for now. He kept throwing tantrums all day, but I ignored him and started working on my current target, Leo. Aside from being a genius, he was also famous for being too serious. I'd never seen him smile. I stalked him and found out that he always stayed in the library. Boring. One day he was sitting alone and I walked up to him and pointed to the thick book beside him. Could you hand me over that physics book? This is a chemistry book. Oh, yeah, sorry, I got confused. Physics and chemistry are similar words. No they're not. Oh, what's that you're reading? You're into literature too? I love Michael Jackson. Do you know about him? Yeah, of course I do. But I like Shakespeare more. Shakespeare? That's a cool name. Before he could say something, his friend suddenly called him. Just when I thought we were connecting. As Leo walked by, Zach suddenly appeared and pulled me into a corner. Why are you flirting with this guy? I thought our breakup isn't official yet. Don't take it personally. I just need him to help me get his father's approval for my dad's project. And when you win that inheritance, you'll get back with me, right? Sure, whatever. I'll wait for you. Don't hold your breath. A few days later, I heard that Leo was running as a president for the student council again. But what shocked me was Ford was running too. So that was his first move to prove himself and impress Dad, huh? And the next day at school, Ford challenged me to run against him. And why would I do that? So we can settle who's better. Obviously, it's me, but I badly want to see you cry. Do you really think I'm that dumb? You never play fair. I told you, she's scared. Since you're begging for it, then fine. See you at the elections. Nice. Any last words? Send my regards to Satan. Oh wait, that's you. And with that, I stormed off. But if Leo was also running, I didn't have any chance to win. He had already won 3 times in the past. I immediately talked to him about this. I also want to run for school president, but with you on the list, I don't think I stand a chance. So, you want me to back out? Yeah. Leave it to me this time. Why are you running? Basically, I hate my brother and he's running and I want to beat him myself. But I need your support. And what do I get in return? You can date me, I guess. To my surprise, he smiled at me and said, "Sure." Wait, are you serious? He just winked at me and walked away, leaving my heart fluttering with that smile. I was so confused. It was time to put our names down as candidates the next day, and I was surprised to see Leo was running as my vice president instead. What are you doing? Supporting my girlfriend. So he really was serious about it. I couldn't believe making him fall for me was this easy. I decided I'd wait a few days before I started talking about the mall project so it wouldn't look suspicious. We started hanging out together, and sure, he was serious, but he was also sweet and funny, not boring at all. He even introduced me to a super cool channel on YouTube called My Story Animated, and when I saw their videos, I actually found them exciting and relatable, especially about those billionaire girls. On the weekend, he asked me out on a date, and I said yes. While driving, someone suddenly called him and he turned to me. I was supposed to lead Dad's charity drive at a hospital tomorrow, but they moved it to today, and they need me there. I'm so sorry. Instead of sulking, I smiled and volunteered to come along. Seeing all those sick people who couldn't afford treatment made me realize how lucky I was. And the way Leo talked to these people made my heart melt. Later that night as he drove me home, he suddenly took my hand and kissed it. You must be really tired. I'm fine. Actually, I had a great time. The date isn't over yet. I've got a surprise. He took me to a closed restaurant and revealed that his mom owned it. So, how are we supposed to eat? Watch me. To my surprise, he started working in the kitchen himself and ended up with the most delicious meal ever. I can't believe I'm with someone like you, a goddess. Yeah, I know. Thousands of guys wish to be you, so you're very lucky. My heart went wild when he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. You're really funny and pretty. I stared back at him and just found myself leaning in closer for a kiss. I felt like I was on cloud 9. It was the least fancy date I'd ever been on, but it was the best time I'd ever had in my life. Soon, we made our relationship official, and Zach wasn't happy. You broke up with me because of him, didn't you? No, Zach, we just didn't work out. I'm sure you can find someone better. You're gonna regret this. Zach was too dumb to do something that could actually ruin me, so I just ignored him. When the election campaign started, Ford and Tiffany were spending Dad's money like crazy. They covered the whole school with pictures of their stupid faces and threw the biggest parties every single night. Ford also promised everyone he'd turn the whole school into a teenage paradise, making him win by a landslide. I lost so badly. He kept on bragging about his victory at dinner, and Dad looked impressed. I think I'm gonna win this too. And when I take over everything, the first thing I'll do is make you miserable. Say goodbye to all your credit cards. Don't be too confident. Maybe you'll be the one who ends up crying. I really doubt that. Ford made me so mad. I had no choice but to finally use Leo's connections for Dad's mall project. I brought it up, and to my surprise, he immediately talked to his father about it. A few days later, I introduced him to Dad over dinner, and he looked stunned when he learned that Leo was the mayor's son. You should have informed me earlier. I would have told the chefs to make something fancier. I'm fine with anything, sir. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. They seemed to be getting along really well, and Dad then finally brought up the project. Oh, Barbie mentioned it to me the other day, and I've already talked to my father about it. He's looking forward to meeting you. Dad looked super happy, and once the project was finalized, he even threw a party to celebrate it. You made this happen, my dear Barbie. You've shown me how valuable you can be. Ford was smoky red with rage. I gave him a smirk as Dad made a toast for it. Later that night, I thought about a plan to give back to Leo. He'd told me about an orphanage he had set up, and I decided I'd donate books and laptops to the kids there. I talked to Dad about it, and he was happy to support me. The next day at school, I was waiting for Leo at the canteen to talk about it, when suddenly, Ford came and took my plate of spaghetti and rubbed it in my face. I told you not to mess with me. As I angrily rubbed it off my face with tissues, I suddenly realized people were staring at me in shock. Oh no, all of my makeup was gone.
Oh, look, there's poop on her face.
Breaking news, everyone. My sister's been hiding this gross birthmark under her makeup for years. Look, Leo, she's even deceived you, just so she could be your girlfriend.
I tried to hide it, but it was too late. Leo had arrived and was staring at me. I was about to run away when suddenly he grabbed Ford by the collar and pushed him up against the wall.
She's still the most beautiful girl in the world to me, but you sure are the biggest jerk.
I heard everyone actually agreeing with him, but Ford started laughing like a maniac.
Okay, the poop mark didn't change your mind, so how about this?
To my surprise, Zach showed up from behind him and started playing a recorder with an evil grin.
Why are you flirting with this guy? I thought our breakup isn't official yet.
Don't take it personally. I just need him to help me get his father's approval for my dad's project. Blood drained from my face as we all listened to the whole conversation. I couldn't believe my ex-boyfriend teamed up with my evil brother. I tearfully ran after a furious Leo. Leo, please, let me explain.
Explain what? That I was just part of your stupid plan? I can't believe I actually fell for a spoiled brat like you.
Yes, I planned it, but then I started to have real feelings for you.
Yeah, right. Please, don't ever talk to me again.
He ignored me completely after that, and I lost all my motivation. Ford took it as an opportunity to redeem himself. He spent tons of money on billboards across the city advertising Dad's clothing stores with himself and Tiffany as models. The sales actually went up. A few days later, Dad informed us that he'd finally made a decision. I was sure Ford had won, but I didn't even care by now.
I decided to give everything to...
Ford had already gotten up with a proud smirk.
Barbara, congratulations, darling. I'll see you in my office tomorrow for the signing of the papers.
Wait, what? Suddenly, Ford went psycho.
You can't do this to me, Dad. I've worked so hard for this. It's not too late to change your mind. I based my decision on how you spent my money the past month. You wasted $10 million and never did anything meaningful. Barbara proved her interest by learning about the company, and she even made a huge project happen. You're talking nonsense, you stupid old man.
And then I just snapped. I flung a glass of juice at his face. You can insult me all you want, but don't you dare talk like that to our dad, you jerk!
You're gonna pay for this.
Before he could hurt me, Dad called his bodyguards to take Ford away. He grounded him in his room, and I could hear him destroying things all day. He was scaring me. The next day, I fell asleep in my bathtub, and when I woke up, I realized that my phone was gone. I got up to find it, but the door was locked, as well as the windows. Just then, lots of bugs started to crawl in from somewhere. I screamed, but no one seemed to hear me. Help! Someone, please, open the frickin' door! The bugs were getting nearer, and I passed out. Dad's worried face was the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes again. I was in the hospital.
My darling, Barbie, thank God you're okay.
Dad, Ford tried to hurt me.
I know. Your brother's gone. I sent him away to a boarding school in Russia.
I was surprised and relieved at the same time.
Maybe I shouldn't have made you two compete. It was a stupid decision, and it made Ford crazy. Even you started dating someone you don't even like.
No, Dad, it's the complete opposite. I really like Leo. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. Suddenly, Leo showed up from behind Dad.
And you're the best thing that happened to me too.
Leo, what are you doing here?
I heard you were in the hospital, so I had to come see you. And your dad also talked to me about your plan with the orphanage. The kids would really love that.
Does this mean you've decided to forgive me? I'm so sorry, Leo.
Barbie, I understand the pressure your dad put you through, and I think it was a smart plan. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have even noticed me.
I've always noticed you. I just thought you were too serious for me.
Yeah, I'm indeed serious. About you.
Okay. I think you deserve another chance to get to know me.
I love you.
I love you too.
Hi everyone, my name is Judah, and I live in Seoul, South Korea. I was only 4 years old when I learned that something was very wrong with my mom.
Other kids always hug and kiss their parents. Why can't we do that, Mommy?
Ugh, don't call me that. She turned to walk away, and I had to take my shot. I ran to her and grabbed her in a tight hug.
Just go like this, Mommy. It's easy.
She literally ran away from me. Don't touch me. I'm wearing Chanel. She didn't really want anything to do with me. She used maids, butlers, and money to keep me away from her my whole life. At first, I thought something was wrong with me, but my cousin Hari totally disagreed.
Judah, you're my best friend in the whole world because you are perfect. Your mom is just a witch.
I was so jealous. Hari's parents were amazing. Even though they were really poor and lived all the way in America, they tried to visit every other year. They video called me all the time, and I loved them. One day, Hari called me with some amazing news. My dad's company just blew up overnight. We're finally gonna be rich. That's amazing. What's more amazing is that I can afford tickets to see you. Ask that witch if I can stay over. I went out to talk to Mom, but she was sitting there with some strange men. Judah, here you are. Come meet the boy I want you to date. You what? He owns diamond mines. Diamonds! You can date him now and get married after college.
No way! Have you gone insane?
Don't you dare insult me in front of everyone.
Don't you dare try to ruin my life!
Hari is right. You're a witch. Her guests laughed and she turned red. You ungrateful little... Go to your room. I did go to my room. I also called up Hari and made my first and best evil plan. I can't take it anymore. I'm running away from home. Now that your parents are rich, can I live with you? If they say no, I'll hide you in my room. Get over here. Thankfully, Aunt and Uncle loved the idea and welcomed me there with open arms. They didn't even tell my mom, and I could escape without any drama. I finally got away from my crazy mother, and the best part? I was gonna live with my best friend. Hari and I literally jumped and screamed the entire first night. On my second night, reality hit me. I was in a new country. I didn't know the language, and I was gonna start at a new school. Yikes! What if everyone hates me? What if they think I look weird? They won't. I'll translate everything for you. And I'll do your hair and makeup. She did my makeup for practice, and it made me want to cry. She literally painted my face and used tape to pull my skin back. She even put tape on my eyes so I had a crease. See? All we need to do is dye your hair blonde, like me, and you'll fit right in. I stopped her. I had gotten away from Mom to be myself and love myself. I was gonna be fine in my own skin. Turns out, I was more than fine. I walked into school for my first day, and a boy stopped me in my tracks. Whoa, I've never seen any girl like you. You're beautiful. He thinks you're pretty. Oh my God. Then the boy got down on one knee and asked me out on a date. He's asking you out, but you just got here. You don't need to pick the first guy in line. We ran away before we screamed with excitement. I'd never been asked out like that before. The first day was already fun, but only because Hari was by my side. Without her, everything was suddenly impossible. I didn't understand a word anyone was saying. One boy was trying to warn me about a spider on my shirt, and I didn't get it until it crawled on my face. Ugh! I didn't even know how to ask the teacher if I could go to the bathroom. I just walked out of class silently, and she started yelling at me. I was almost in tears before someone told her I couldn't understand her. One day, Hari was auditioning for the cheerleading squad, so I went with her for support. We were dancing together for practice when suddenly the cheer squad walked up to us.
Wow, you're an amazing dancer. Who are you?
Hari introduced me and the girl asked me to join the cheer squad. But what about the auditions?
No need for those. We like Judah. Tell her to join us.
Obviously, I turned them down right away. I wasn't gonna snatch Hari's place. She pretended it didn't bother her, but I know that it did. At home, Aunt and Uncle were trying way too hard to be nice to me. They asked me endless questions and they kept buying me over-the-top gifts. Uncle even bought me a car. You gave Judah a car before me? We can get you a car too, sweetie. You should have thought of me first. Hari stormed away and locked herself in her room. I had to slip like 50 apology notes under her door to get her to come out. They just feel bad for me because of my terrible mom. Come on, don't be upset. She came around and I thought things would get better until one day when Derek, the cutest guy in school, walked up to us at lunch. Oh my God, I have such a huge crush on Derek. Have you told him that? I dropped major hints the last time we were in class. Maybe he's finally gonna ask me out. We squealed in delight till he came within earshot. Then Derek walked right past Hadi and stood in front of me.
Wow, you're really cute. I've never seen you here before. Are you new?
I had no idea what he said, but Hadi turned white as a ghost. Derek started saying more things I couldn't understand, and then he just patted my head and left. What was that? He asked me out on a date. You? But I feel like he was talking to me. He was just being shy. He said he wants to take me out to dinner. Oh, wow, that's amazing. I jumped, but Hadi didn't join me. In fact, she started acting so weird. She refused to sit with me at lunch anymore, and she started walking home from school alone. When she went out for a date with Derek, she told some random girl at school all about it instead of me. I barged into their conversation and pulled her away. What's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me? Why can't we have our separate lives? Hadi, you're my best friend. I want to be with you. So I can keep being your translator all the time? I love you. But Judah, I need some space from you right now. Just be on your own. Fine. I don't need you either. Just watch me. I joined online classes for English and started taking a book of translations with me everywhere. I was gonna learn this language and yell at Hadi in English for being such a jerk. I got better fast. English wasn't as hard as it looked. I could even hold decent conversations on my own, and I made a few friends. We were in the cafeteria one day when Derek walked up to me. He had flowers in his hands, and his friend from the band was playing the flute. What? Judah, I know you didn't want to go out with me then, but I can't stop thinking about you. Will you give me a chance? What are you talking about? You wanted to go out with me? I asked you out that day, remember? Hadi said you didn't want to go, so she came on our date instead. She what? I stared at Hadi with my jaw loose. She was already in tears. Okay, fine. Derek asked you out, not me. Happy? I was jealous, so I lied and I went to see him. Are you serious? You're such a freak. What's wrong with you? Hey, don't talk to her like that. We missed our date because of this pathetic loser. Jeez, how desperate can you get? I just lost it. I flew forward and punched Derek right in the face. It was a total blur, and suddenly, I was at the principal's office. Derek had an ice pack on his bleeding nose, and my aunt and uncle were getting screamed at. I got suspended from school for a whole week. Hadi and I had the biggest fight ever at home. I would never date someone you had a crush on. How could you be so mean to me over some stupid boy? It's not about the boy. Ever since you came here, you've just taken over. My friends, the cheer squad, the guy I like. You're getting everything. Even my own parents like you better than me. Hadi, don't say that. You're sisters. We're cousins. I'm your daughter, but all you want to do is talk to Judah and buy her crazy presents when I never got treated that way. We're just trying to make up for past mistakes. What mistakes? That was when my aunt told us her final secret. Hadi and I were non-identical twins. They were my parents. I sat there in shock while my aunt explained how poor they were when we were born and how they had to give me away to her rich sister. Why did you keep Hadi? Why not me? You were having a lot of medical issues as a baby. We couldn't manage the bills. I thought my sister would take better care of you. I see. I thought I had one mother who didn't want me. Turns out I had 3 parents, and none of them wanted me. Judah, it's not like that. I got up and ran to my room. I started packing my things through a haze of tears. Judah, no, please, don't leave. I'm so sorry. You abandoned me with a monster. You waited 17 years to tell me the truth. Don't pretend you care. I stormed out and didn't look back once. I was done trusting my family. My heart was broken. I sold the car Uncle gave me and used the money to rent an apartment. I got a job and focused on my studies. I turned my heart to stone. So when Hadi tried to apologize to me 100 times, she always failed. I did miss her a lot, especially during the special moments of my life, when I got into the college of my choice, when I got my first job. On the day of my wedding, I almost called her twice. Hadi had become a huge influencer with millions of followers. She was only a DM away, but I felt too guilty for not making up earlier. My husband and I went hiking in a national park for our honeymoon when suddenly a crazy storm hit us and I got separated from the hiking group. I shouted till I lost my voice, but no one heard me. I walked and walked until I realized I was just moving in circles. I'm not giving up. You can't have me, Forrest. I was lost in that jungle for 3 days and 3 nights. I hid in caves when it rained, and I only survived because of the water and food in my backpack. On the 3rd night, I was about to go to sleep when I suddenly heard people shouting my name. Thank God! I raced out of my cave to see hundreds of people walking in the forest with torches, and the person who was running towards me, screaming her head off, was Hadi. No way! Hadi? I found you. I found you. Hadi and I hugged each other so hard we fell to the ground. I'm so happy you're okay. Oh, thank God. How are you here? Who else was gonna find you? My followers work way faster than the police. I burst into tears and hugged my sister tight. Hadi, I don't know what I would have done without you. I'm so sorry. Don't you dare say sorry to me. You were the one who got left with that witch. I was all you had, and I was so terrible to you. Just forget everything that's happened before this. Today, you saved my life, and I'll love you forever for it. I love you too. Oh, I've missed you so much. Just then, Mom saw me, and she broke down crying. Judah, you're safe. I thought I'd lost you forever. I'm so sorry, Judah. I'm sorry I gave you away, my baby girl. I just thought I couldn't take care of you. I loved you too much, and if something happened to you just because I couldn't afford the medical care, I would have... You did your best, Mom. I know you did. Didn't you just say Mom? Yes, Mom. Oh my God. My mom hugged me again, and Dad joined in seconds later. We cried and laughed together, and my family was finally whole.
Hey guys, I'm Kaylee from LA. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I was a little girl, I've always loved to sing. My grandma was a professional singer. She sang around the world with the most prestigious orchestras and operas. I miss her and her voice so much. When I got to 10th grade, I became the singer of the family. I went to the most prestigious performing arts school on the West Coast. My favorite class was music, of course, and my favorite club so far was show choir. We had been the best in the state for 14 years, with the trophies to prove it. My best friend Addison is also in show choir with me. He and I met in kindergarten and have been inseparable ever since. He's the funniest guy I've ever known. He's also gotten pretty cute over the years too. Or at least, that's what all the girls in school think. But I just don't see him that way. Hard to see someone that way when they used to sneak over from next door and put frogs in your bed. Yuck. One day, our show choir teacher, Miss Conrad, had big news for us.
We've been asked to compete at this year's National Show Choir Competition.
All right!
Yeah! But to ensure we get top scores, the soloists will have to be chosen very carefully.
Miss Conrad told us that we were going to have to audition for the big solo right in front of each other in 1 week. My nemesis, Heidi, started bragging in front of the whole group. We all know who's going to get it. Me, of course. Everyone knows I have the stage presence of a star.
I don't know. I think Kaylee might give you a run for your money. She's got star power and the voice to match.
The others' eyes widened. Were they about to fight? Just then, the bell rang. As everyone left the class, I swatted Addison on the arm. Don't start fights with Heidi. She's my biggest competition.
That's exactly why you have to stand up for yourself in front of her.
I just don't want anyone to think I think I'm better than her.
Well then, I guess that's why I'm here. To remind them for you.
What would I do without you?
Good thing we'll never have to find out.
I was so nervous, even though I'd sung in front of our choir before, but the pressure was on. The whole week leading up to auditions, I practiced. In the shower, in the car, between classes. I really wanted to beat out Heidi for the big solo at the end of the show. Finally, audition day arrived.
I woke up, put on my cutest outfit, curled my hair, and took extra time with my makeup. After all, if I'm gonna be a big star one day, I might as well start dressing like it now. When I stepped out of my house to walk to school with Addison, his cheeks turned super red. What's wrong?
Nothing. You, just look different is all. Your hair is...
Oh no, does it look bad? Maybe I should have worn it up. I'll just go change.
No, leave it. You look good. Great.
When I arrived in class, Heidi was sitting in the front row looking totally perfect. What was I thinking? With her shiny hair, big eyes, and as much as I hated to admit it, her beautiful voice, why would anyone ever look twice at me? But I just tried to remember what my grandma would always say. It's not about who sings the loudest or looks the prettiest. As long as your song comes from your heart, people can't help but listen. So I took a deep breath and sat down next to Heidi, right in the front row. She gave me a once-over and rolled her eyes. Who cared what she thought? I knew I looked great. Miss Conrad sat down at the piano and called Heidi up first. After she finished singing, I applauded politely, along with everyone else. Then, it was my turn. I stood confidently and turned to face everyone. Addison gave me a thumbs up from the back row. Such a good friend. Miss Conrad played the opening notes for my song when suddenly, the door to the classroom burst open behind me. I turned to look, and standing in the doorway was the most handsome boy I'd ever seen. Tall, with long brown hair that fell perfectly into his eyes. He looked just like a fairy tale prince. My jaw dropped. He handed a note to Miss Conrad.
Class, this is our newest addition, Patrick.
He waved to everyone, then put his hand on my shoulder, looked deep into my eyes and said,
I'm so sorry I interrupted your audition. Knock 'em dead.
Then he took my seat right in the front row. I gulped. Oh, now I was nervous again. I shook off my nerves, took a deep breath, and nodded to Miss Conrad. As she played, I could feel the music filling me up all the way to the top. I opened my mouth to sing and let my song come from my heart. When I finished, the whole class burst into applause. I felt like I was walking on air. Patrick got up to sing something last minute. He was so good. The next day, Miss Conrad put up the list, and I had gotten the solo. And she'd even added a duet in the middle of the show for Patrick to sing with me.
Looks like it's you and me, Kaylee. I'm so honored to be singing with someone as talented as you.
I felt my cheeks turn red, and he grinned.
You're so cute when you blush like that. Be careful, or I might just fall in love.
He walked away with a wink at me. I couldn't believe he'd just said that, and neither could Heidi, who'd been listening around the corner. Don't get too comfy with that solo. Once Miss Conrad figures out that you'll cave at the first sign of pressure, I'll be ready to step in. Eavesdrop much? Jealousy isn't your color, Heidi. The next day, we started rehearsing for nationals. Everyone was working so hard, and Patrick and I sounded great together. But when it came to our dance, it was like I'd suddenly grown a second left foot. No, Kaylee, no. Once more from the top. Miss Conrad, I'm happy to come up front and show Kaylee how it's done.
Not necessary, but thank you, Heidi.
Just here for the team. After I knocked Patrick over by mistake for the third time, Miss Conrad called it a day.
Kaylee, please go home and
practice. Ugh, I could have wiped that smug look off of Heidi's face. Everyone went to start packing up their bags, and I started to head backstage to get my bag when Patrick came up to me.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to stay and practice a little with me? Then it'll be perfect by tomorrow.
Oh, I wouldn't want to impose. Your toes must be all bruised.
That's okay. I really don't mind. And I wouldn't mind spending a little quality time with my co-star.
Well, if you insist. Just then, Addison came up to us.
Hey, Kaylee, ready to go?
That's okay. I should really practice a little longer.
I can practice with you. I could use a few run-throughs myself.
Oh, well, Patrick already offered to stay behind and practice with me here.
He did he? How are you gonna get home? I can drive her. Oh, do you live in our neighborhood? No, but, I mean, if it's not really convenient for you, I'm not spending time with Kaylee because it's convenient. Neither am I. I'm spending time with her because she's cool.
My face turned bright red. Did he really mean that? Addison, I'm gonna stay here too, just for a bit to practice. I'll see you later, okay?
Fine, if you insist. I'll, see you when you get home.
He turned on his heel and walked out. Patrick turned to me with a grin on his face and held out his hand.
Shall we?
We practiced more, and I was finally getting good. Patrick swung me out for our final spin, then pulled me in close and dipped me. That's when I noticed his face was just so close, his ice blue eyes staring deep into mine. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then, all the lights in the theater went out. Patrick dropped me in shock, and I shrieked. All of a sudden, the lights came back on, and Miss Conrad stepped back on stage.
Oh, hey kids. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were still here.
Ugh, I couldn't believe she'd interrupted our moment. Still, we waved goodbye to her and headed out. A little while later, when Patrick dropped me off, he got out of his car to open my door. Such a gentleman.
It was nice hanging out tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, superstar.
Then he wrapped his arms around me and gave me a big hug. Is this what heaven smelled like? Then I headed up the front walk to my door.
So do you like him or something?
I whipped around and saw Addison waiting on our front porch swing. I don't know, maybe. He's so cute and really talented.
Okay. Cool, I guess. Do you still want to practice?
That's okay, I think I got it now.
Okay then. Well, then I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Here, I got you a milkshake.
Hey, thanks. He started crossing the yard towards his house. Is it?
Cookies and cream, your favorite.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow?
You know it.
Then it was finally time for nationals. As we arrived at the concert hall, I was overwhelmed by all the other groups here and overheard one girl say to another, "She was a little flat at the end." I couldn't believe it. What if I lost us the whole competition? All night and throughout all our warm-ups the next day, it was all I could think about. If I messed up again, I'd be letting everyone down, including myself. And there were several famous music industry people judging the competition. What if I ended my career as a singer before it even started? And then, it was almost time to go up. I tried to calm down, but I was shaking like a leaf. Miss Conrad, Kaylee doesn't look so good. Miss Conrad came over. She looked pretty nervous herself.
Kaylee, you look terrible. Are you going to be able to perform?
Of course,
Because if you're sick, I can always put Heidi on.
I'm ready to go, Miss Conrad. Just then, I spotted Patrick warming up down the hall. I just need a minute. I raced down the hall towards him. He was stretching, shaking out his hands, jumping up and down. Patrick? His expression was so strange. Was he nervous too? I'm so nervous. Do you think we could practice?
Kaylee, I'm kind of busy.
What if we...
I really just need some space here, Kaylee.
Yesterday, you said we were a team. That doesn't feel like a team to me.
I can't do this right now. Could you leave me alone?
Fighting back tears, I ran down the hall and found a corner backstage. I couldn't let anyone see me so upset, especially not Miss Conrad or Heidi. What was I gonna do? Suddenly, Addison stepped out of the shadows. He looked so handsome in his costume.
Kaylee, are you okay?
I threw my arms around him. He caught me and squeezed tight. I'm so nervous. I overheard one of the other teams say I sounded bad. Miss Conrad is ready to replace me with Heidi. Patrick isn't any help, and there's amazing industry people out there, and... Ugh!
You sounded amazing in rehearsal. Those other teams were just jealous. Forget about Patrick and Heidi. Remember why you love to sing. What was it your grandma always said?
Sing from your heart?
Exactly. Just do that.
I took a few deep breaths, and Addison was right. Will you just run the last part of the number with me?
Of course.
And there, in our little corner of the theater, we stepped, we twirled, we kicked in time together. Addison took my hand, spun me around, and dipped me low. I felt his arm slip. He was dropping me, but right before I was sure I'd hit the ground, he caught me with a twinkle in his eye. I swatted his arm. You tricked me.
I'd never drop you. And even if I did, I'll always be here to catch you.
Thank you, Addison. Then he smiled at me so genuinely, and my heart fell into my stomach. What was that? Places, please, students, places. Kaylee, are you ready? Yes, Miss Conrad. As we all rushed to take our spots to start our number, Addison shot me a wink.
Knock 'em dead, superstar.
You too. As soon as the lights came up on stage, I felt a little thrill of excitement. We danced, we sang, we twirled. Everyone had brought their A-game. When it came time for my duet with Patrick, we totally nailed it. But any spark that had been there was gone. As the opening chords of my solo began, the lights shined down on me, and I opened my mouth, and the music poured from my heart. I knew my grandma was right there with me. I hit my final note and held it out forever as everyone finished their steps behind me. As we struck our final pose, the crowd erupted into applause, a standing ovation. I beamed. We totally nailed it! That night, after all the points had been tallied, all the teams gathered on stage behind the judges. Addison reached for my hand and I squeezed back.
Thanks for the pep talk. I could have never done it without you. Of course you could have. I'm just here to remind you. You're always there for me. He leaned in close, and I felt a flutter in my stomach as he whispered in my ear. And I always will be, if you let me. I turned to look directly in his eyes. Kaylee, I have to tell you. Just then, the announcer started announcing the winners. Second place, runner-up. Our whole team clasped hands and took a deep breath together.
And the grand prize for this year's National Show Choir competition goes to...
As they said our name, the crowd roared. It was so loud I could hardly think. Confetti rained down on us as Miss Conrad stepped forward to accept our trophy. I threw my arms around Addison and he picked me up, swinging me in a circle. We did it! We did it! As we packed up our things in the dressing room and said goodbye to the new friends we'd made at the competition, one of the judges knocked on our dressing room door. He was an exec for a record label back in LA.
I was so impressed with you. Your vocals were so clear, and you've got some real presence up there. Give me a call if you think you'd be interested in recording a single.
He handed me his card, and I shook his hand, totally awestruck. Maybe dreams really do come true. I felt so relieved. Not only had I not let everyone down, but I'd made myself proud. On the bus, Addison dropped down in the seat beside me, running a hand through his hair. When he saw me watching him, he grinned, and the butterflies were back.
I'm totally beat, aren't you?
Definitely. I, got you something.
Oh yeah?
I pulled out a bag of gummy worms. Your favorite.
You're the best, Kay.
He ripped open the bag and dug in. Hey, Addison, what was it you were gonna tell me earlier?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, I have something I want to tell you.
Yeah?
I like you.
Really?
Really.
I like you too. I have for a while now.
Really?
Really.
He took my hand, and I know my cheeks turned pink.
I got something for you too.
Ooh, okay. I love presents. And then he put his hand on my cheek, leaned in close, and kissed me. It was the perfect end to a perfect day. Hey friends, I'm Esmeralda. I live in a small town in northern Spain. Please like and subscribe. The day I was born, my dad was shocked to see that I had a patch of white hair right in the center. Let me see her. Oh wow, my mom had a white patch too. We've been blessed by Mother Nature. My mom was so different from other moms. She was very superstitious and into exploring the healing power of nature. To protect me from the evil eye, she would cleanse the house with sage smoke and make me wear all types of charms. Well, my dad got sick of all this and left us when I was just 5. Because of Mom's beliefs and my white hair, the town folk were rather mean and called us witches. I always thought these people were so foolish because Mom was the nicest. She never seemed to be bothered by them, so I wasn't either. But things started to change in 7th grade, and I had a crush on a guy at school, Caleb. When I told Mom, she put a charm bracelet around my wrist. Oh, sweetie, take this for some extra luck and ask him out. But when I did, Caleb started laughing in my face. In your dreams, Grandma. Why would I like a freak? You could have just said a simple no, jerk. Oh God, have I made you angry? What you gonna do now? Ask Mommy to turn me into a frog? Or make some love potion for me? And I just saw red and attacked him. We were both sent to the principal's office and ended up in detention. You're such a witch. Oh yes I am. And you know what we do with people who know our secret? We curse them in their sleep. So I guess I'll see you tonight. The very next day, something bizarre happened. Caleb wasn't present, and his friend told everyone he'd gotten chickenpox. Suddenly, everyone was looking at me like I had something to do with it. Guess he should have gotten vaccinated. It was a joke, but the others didn't get it and started avoiding me like I had horns on my head. I was in a bad mood all the way home. Can't we just move away from this stupid place? I hate how people see us, Mom.
What's important is how you see yourself. We don't run away from our problems, love.
Easy for you to say. You don't have to go to school. I stomped out of the car as soon as we got home, when suddenly a ball of snow hit me in the head. It was Mom, and she was grinning at me. Before I knew it, we'd gotten into a snowball fight and we were lying in a heap laughing.
Say it. You know you want to. Come on.
Okay. You're the best mom ever. I could never be mad at Mom for too long, but soon I started losing the few friends I had because of Mom. She would either make them stupid charms or would do tarot card readings for them, and their parents really had a problem with that. Once at a parent-teacher meeting, Mom walked into the classroom and climbed onto the teacher's desk. The vibes in this room are so negative. Let me cleanse the aura first so we can have a positive, wholesome day. And then she closed her eyes and started chanting something, and everyone screamed and left the room. After that day, I became the school's official outcast. Why did Mom always have to be herself? I decided that things would be different in high school. I told Mom she didn't have to pick and drop me off anymore because I'd be taking the bus. I just wanted her to stay away from my school as much as possible. When I walked into the hallway on my first day, I heard some noise, and I saw a girl dressed as a goth holding Caleb by his collar. Don't mess with me, punk. You think you're really cool for making fun of me, huh? I'll make you scream for your mommy. When she let him go, I couldn't stop myself from clapping, and everyone stared at me. What? That was pretty awesome. Finally, someone showed him his place. I guess she's a witch just like you. Did you both go to the same summer camp for witches? Hey, shh. Do you hear that? It's the sound of me not caring about what you say. Seeing everyone laugh, Caleb looked like a ripe tomato. I'll get back at you both. And he stormed off. What a jerk. Yep, I can't believe I had a crush on him once. By the way, I'm Esmeralda. I'm Aria, and I love your hair, girl. You look like a rock star. OMG. It was the first time someone had complimented my hair, and I freaking loved it. We clicked instantly, and later that day, we even walked home together. We were going through a rich neighborhood, and I was shocked when she stopped in front of the most beautiful mansion on the street. Wow, her house was awesome. In school, Aria was fast becoming one of the most popular girls. Her dress sense was so cool, and she aced all subjects. She was like a beauty with brains. Since we'd become really good friends, I got a taste of what it felt like to be popular too, and I was rather enjoying it. But then one day, Mom came to school to pick me up unannounced. I so wanted to run away before Aria could see us, because if Mom met her, she would say or do something weird for sure. But it wasn't my lucky day. Aria spotted us and came over, and the two started talking. And then, Mom offered her a palm reading. Mom, can we please go? I don't think Aria is into that kind of stuff. No, I'm really curious. Your mom sounds awesome, and I'd love to know. Mom looked at her hand and then spoke. Yes, I see you have a tough life, but I also see something really positive here. Sweetheart, even with all the hardships, you'll make it big one day. Just trust that, okay? Aria was practically living in a mansion. Mom had it so wrong. Gosh, Mom, enough of this, please. No, it's fine. That was really nice. Thank you. Mom offered Aria a ride home, and when we stopped outside her house, Mom said, "Oh, this is where you live? I've come here several times because your mom buys my candles. She never mentioned she had kids, though." I guess she isn't so proud of me. Thanks for the ride. I gotta go. And before Mom could say anything else, Aria walked off and went inside. I wasn't quite sure what she meant by that, but I realized that she hardly ever talked about her parents. After that day, Aria and I grew closer, and she started coming over to my place for sleepovers too. She actually enjoyed Mom's company, and I finally had a friend who didn't find my mom weird. Things were going good, but my happiness was short-lived because just a few days later, I was performing a recital at school, and Mom burst into the auditorium looking panicked. "Esmeralda, you left the house without being blessed." Oh no. And then, Mom lit a roll of sage and jumped onto the stage, circling around me with smoke. That set off the smoke detectors, and we had fire alarms blaring and sprinklers going off everywhere. There was chaos in the entire school. Everyone was screaming and running. It was a wet mess, all because of Mom. Well, that was just a false alarm. Sorry, folks. Mom, are you completely crazy? You ruined everything. Everybody is staring at us now, and I'll be the butt of everyone's joke. Honey, aren't you overreacting a little? No one will even remember this incident by tomorrow. I'm overreacting? Gosh, Mom, you really don't get it. You do weird things and it puts people off. And no one here forgets. We'll just be hearing about this till the end of high school. Sometimes I wish you'd just be more normal. I regretted my words as soon as I saw the hurt look on her face, but I was too mad to apologize. And it was true. I'd had enough. When I went to school after the weekend, I could feel people looking at me. And then Caleb popped out of nowhere. Wow, amazing that you can show your face after the stunt your psycho mom pulled off. But before I could say anything, somebody leapt forward and pushed him hard. Aria, buzz off, jerk, and don't talk about her mom like that. She is 10 times the person you'll ever be. Yeah, 10 times crazier. Better crazy than a loser. Seriously, dude, no one cares about what you have to say. So why don't you just go and get a life? I was really grateful to have a friend like Aria on my side, but it was just her, because everyone else said and thought the same things as Caleb. I tried to ignore them, but at home, I also grew distant from Mom. I just wanted to be 18 and get out of this place, and maybe even from her. It was almost the end of the term, and we were busy preparing for the school's talent show. Aria and I had paired up for a dance-off, but during practice one day, we found out that our favorite music teacher was leaving soon. We all really wanted to get her a farewell gift, so the entire class pitched in money and gave it to the class monitor the next day. During recess, I realized I'd forgotten my lunch in the classroom, and when I went to go get it, I got the shock of a lifetime. Aria was taking out money from the class monitor's bag. Aria, what are you doing? Oh, I found it on the floor. It must have fallen out of her bag. I was only putting it back. Just then, Caleb suddenly walked in, and he started yelling at the top of his lungs. Oh my God, thieves! His yelling attracted some other kids, and he told them he'd caught us stealing the money red-handed. Ultimate jerk! We were both taken to the principal's office, and she called our moms, but only my mom showed up. Stealing? That's impossible. My girls could never do such a thing. I know my daughter. And I can also vouch for Aria. You better check that kid Caleb. He's always been trouble. And what a coincidence that he caught the girls. Mom took my hand and squeezed it gently, and my heart just melted. I've been such a jerk to her lately, but she was really the best person I knew. She then gently touched Aria's head, and all of a sudden, Aria started crying. What's wrong? I can't lie about this. I did steal the money earlier today when everyone went to gym class, but I realized I was so wrong. So during recess, I decided to put it back. That's when Esmeralda walked in, and then Caleb saw us. He didn't steal anything, and neither did she. It was me, and I am so sorry. What in the world? Before I could say anything, the principal sent me back to class. I didn't know what happened next, but when Aria didn't return, I decided to go to her place after school. But the lady there said Aria wasn't her daughter. She said Aria only came sometimes to mow the lawn. What? Luckily, the lady knew Aria's actual address and gave it to me. And when I got there, I found her sitting on the stairs. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Is this where you live? Gosh, who are you, Aria? And why have you been lying to me all along about living in that mansion? I never said that was my place. I just said I'll stop here. Esmeralda, even this isn't my home. I don't have a home. I'm a foster kid. But why didn't you tell me? And you always wear nice clothes and shoes. How did you manage? If you're thinking I steal regularly, I don't. I work part-time and I shop at thrift stores. And I only took the money this time to buy a costume for the talent show. It was wrong and so stupid. And I never told you about me because I didn't want to be pitied. I just wanted to fit in. I'm sorry. I sat next to Aria and hugged her, and I told her I loved her no matter what. If it wasn't for your mom, Esmeralda, I would have been expelled today. What? And then Aria told me how Mom convinced the principal to give her a second chance. As a result, she was just suspended for a week instead of being expelled. I swear, your mom is an angel. At that moment, I felt even worse about all the things I'd said to Mom. I ran home, and the moment I saw her, I hugged her tight. I'm such an idiot, Mom. I'm so sorry I was so awful to you. You know I love you, right? Yes, sweetheart, I know. On the day of the talent show, I was really nervous about dancing alone. But right when I was about to step on the stage, Aria appeared with Mom. You're here! And the hair looks awesome! Well, I did the hair. And I'm here because your mom got me the dress and convinced the principal to let me participate. As the three of us hugged, we suddenly heard Caleb behind us. Oh my god, you aren't expelled? I'll have to take it up with the school board. Zip it, kid. When Mom turned and glared at Caleb, he suddenly stumbled on something and fell on his butt. You're all witches. When did I say we weren't? Charlie took her hand, and then, to her shock, he kissed her. Brianna's mom spotted the two kissing on the porch and stormed off angrily.
I knew these beggars were going to be a nuisance.
Everyone in school was shocked to see Brianna and Charlie walking into the hallway holding hands, and all anyone could talk about at recess was the brand new couple, and Madison and Elijah were pissed.
I always knew Brianna wasn't really one of us, and she's proved how low class she is.
To think that she had a chance with someone like me, and she chose that gutter rat.
Trash likes garbage.
But later in the hallway, Amber caught up with Charlie and Brianna and gave them a hug.
You guys are so cute together, and I'm so happy for you.
Really? I'm pretty sure I heard you call us trash and garbage.
That's just an act from Maddie. You know how she gets? But I always knew you'd end up together. I have an eighth sense about these things, like an octopus.
Just then, Elijah and Maddie walked into the hallway and Amber jumped back.
Ew, it hurts my face to look at you two. When I become president one day, I will ban scholarships for poor people in rich schools.
She winked at them as she walked off, and Charlie and Brianna couldn't help laughing. A few days later, Brianna and Charlie were hanging out in their favorite park, and Charlie could see Brianna seemed distracted.
Brianna, don't freak out, but there's a giant tarantula next to your head.
Yeah, sounds cool. Wait, what did you say?
I was kidding. Where are you lost today?
It's nothing. Well, it's not nothing. Ugh. Here, read this critic's review on the latest Stargirl episodes. It's awful.
You can't be taking this seriously. You don't sound like you have a half a brain, and your acting isn't underwhelming. Come on, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yes, he does. And I know the show isn't the best, but I had to start somewhere, right?
Of course. And people love it.
Except that the show's ratings are tanking, and the next season might be canceled. Maybe Mom was right all along, and I'm just kidding myself with this acting business.
No, you're brave to pursue your dream, and you're lucky you get to do that without worrying about money. Don't give up on it.
Well, there is something I've been thinking about to boost ratings. Don't judge me, okay? I have this doctor who I could pay to make fake medical records and say I have a serious disease. People would feel a lot of sympathy for a young, suffering actress, and it would jump up the views.
It's a reality show, so you'd act like you're sick?
Yeah, just to spice things up. All reality shows do stuff like that.
How much would this cost?
Like $200,000?
Wow, okay, so you'd really just spend so much money on that?
You're judging me, aren't you?
I didn't say anything.
He lay back down and fell quiet, and Brianna looked over at him. If you had $200,000 right now, what would you do with it?
You know, when I was away some weeks ago, I went back to my hometown to meet an old friend. Well, we've been working on an app together. I think we have a really good idea, so yeah, I'd invest in that.
Then that's what I'll be doing with my $200,000.
What? No, I wasn't asking for money, Brianna. I don't want charity.
It's a loan. You said the app is promising. I'm sure you'll be able to pay me back.
Do you really mean that?
Please, you're saving me from spending it on something stupid. I really mean it. Charlie stared at her, then let out an excited whoop and hugged her as she laughed. A few days later, Charlie walked into the boys' locker room to find the coach and Elijah sitting on a bench looking pale.
Coach, you called me?
Charlie, I know this is a lot to ask, but we have the season's biggest game next week, and Elijah still can't play. He's hurt himself in practice, and we need a captain. It'd be a huge favor to the team. Otherwise, we're out.
Elijah was seething with rage, but Charlie just couldn't turn down the coach.
Of course, sir. I'll see you at practice.
On the day of the match, Charlie played his heart out as team captain, and when he scored the winning goal against the school's biggest rivals, the whole crowd erupted into cheers. He ran over to Brianna in the stands and kissed her in front of everybody. Then his teammates carried him away on their shoulders while he waved the trophy happily. After celebrating with the team, Charlie headed out of school. He was just a couple of blocks away when someone pushed him into an alley. He looked up to see a couple of thugs, and behind them was Elijah.
What are you doing?
No, Charlie, what are you doing? You've really picked the wrong guy to mess with, haven't you?
I'm not messing with you, man. I helped your team because you couldn't play. Now you want to beat me up for that?
I couldn't play because your girlfriend caused my injury, and you're to blame. She rejected me and insulted me because of you.
She rejected you before she even met me, because you're a jerk.
You little weasel. You might be flying high right now, but I've been trying to warn you, you don't belong here. What makes you think Brianna is so different suddenly? How can you be sure she isn't making a fool of you again?
I'm sure. Now back off. I'm the school's hero right now. I don't think you want to mess with me.
Elijah looked ready to punch him, but some kids passed by the alley just then, and he stepped away.
This isn't over.
2 days later, the school was holding its annual spring dance, and Brianna walked into the gym looking for Charlie, who had said he'd meet her there. She saw Maddie, Amber, and Elijah glaring at her from a corner, then turned away to spot Charlie talking to someone.
Hey, there you are. You look good.
She leaned in to kiss him, but he gently pushed her away.
We need to talk. I can't delay it any longer.
Okay, you sound serious. What is it?
Brianna, I'm breaking up with you.
What? Haha, very funny.
Do I look like I'm joking?
Charlie, come on, what are you doing?
I said I'm breaking up with you.
I don't understand. Can we please?
Are you really as dumb as everyone says? I thought you were the smartest of the Barbie angels. Did you really think I was in love with you? No, Brianna, I was just playing your game. When you told me how you were desperately in love with me, I saw it as the perfect chance to take revenge. I decided to make you believe I loved you too, and then dump you publicly just like you girls did.
Brianna stared at him speechlessly as everyone stared at them. Then Charlie walked closer and leaned in.
How does that feel, being fooled and humiliated? I thought you should experience it. Oh, also one more thing. I won't be returning the $200,000 I borrowed from you. I've spent it already, treating myself to some nice things. I figured it's fair compensation for everything you've put me through.
With that, Charlie left while Brianna stood frozen in her spot. Suddenly, she found Amber by her side.
Come on, let's get out of here.
As they walked out into the hallway, they heard Madison cackling loudly behind them.
Wow, that was epic! I've never respected Charlie more in my life. He really played a number on you, Bree. And Amber, get away from her. She's not your friend anymore.
Brianna didn't respond and continued walking away.
We really broke him, didn't we, Brianna? Turned a perfectly nice guy into a heartless jerk. Now that's a high school project I'll always remember.
Suddenly, Brianna turned around and lunged at her. Madison screamed as she tried to fight Brianna off. A few kids, including Amber, finally managed to pull them apart.
God knows I've been wanting to hit you since the day I met you. And that's a memory I will cherish for years.
Brianna turned away and ran out, breaking out into sobs. Brianna refused to go to school and just stayed in bed for days, feeling completely miserable. One morning, a maid brought her a letter. It was from Charlie. She anxiously ripped it open, and the check she'd given him for $200,000 fell out.
He didn't even use it. He was just teasing me. I really don't get this jerk. He's completely messed me up.
She buried her head in her arms and started to cry, but then she stopped and picked up the check.
I don't care what Charlie thinks of me. I'm gonna use this to save my show.
She jumped out of bed, stuffed the check in her bag, and put on her coat. A few days later, Charlie and Grandma were watching the local news on TV when suddenly Brianna's face appeared on the screen with the headline saying, "Young TV star diagnosed with Crohn's disease." Charlie stared in shock, then his face darkened.
Poor girl. That's terrible news. Charlie, I don't know what happened between you two, but I think we should go see her.
She's lying.
What do you mean?
She's not sick, Grandma. This is all an act to get ratings and views for her show.
What? No, she wouldn't do that. Why do you have to assume the worst about people lately?
Because they are the worst. She told me of her plan to do this herself.
Well, she must have some reason. Brianna isn't like that.
Yes, she is. Why do you need to see the good in everyone, Grandma? Least of all these people. They're awful and shallow, and they think people like us are more worthless than the gum stuck to their shoes.
I made a huge mistake convincing you to attend this school. I thought nothing could ever change you, but I was wrong. I hardly recognize you these days, Charlie.
Grandma walked out before Charlie could say another word. A few days later, Brianna was told someone had come to see her downstairs. She made sure she looked pale and walked weakly into the lounge to find Elijah sitting next to her mom.
What are you doing here? Mom, I told you, I feel too sick to have visitors.
Brianna, please sit down. This is important.
Brianna, we both know you haven't been very nice to me, but I've always cared about you. It just crushed me the way that poor scumbag humiliated you.
What do you want, Elijah?
Oh, I don't want anything, but I brought you something that will really teach Charlie the lesson he deserves. That day at the spring dance, one of the kids standing close to you made a video.
Elijah handed her his phone, and Brianna stared at it in shock to see Charlie caught on camera saying,
How does that feel? Being fooled and humiliated. I thought you should experience it. Oh, also one more thing. I won't be returning the $200,000 I borrowed from you. I've spent it already, treating myself to some nice things. I figured it's fair compensation for everything you've put me through.
Brianna, when were you going to tell me about this? If Elijah hadn't shown me this video, I would never have checked your account and known that $200,000 have been withdrawn. How dare he threaten to not return your money?
Oh God, how can I tell Mom that Charlie returned the money? If she asked me where I spent it, I can't tell her I used it to bribe the doctor.
Brianna, answer me. Has he been making any other threats?
No, Mom, he hasn't. Please, I'm just too sick to deal with all this. He'll give it back.
Oh, you bet he will. When I sue him, I'll have my lawyer send him a notice today.
No, I don't want to do that.
Honey, I'm not asking you to be a part of this. You just need to rest. I'll take care of everything. There is no way I'm going to let some good-for-nothing beggar rob us blind.
He's treated you very poorly, Brianna. Don't worry, we'll make him pay.
Brianna got up and left the room, feeling panicked.
When Mom accuses Charlie, he'll rat me out. What if the news gets out and everyone discovers that I faked my illness? My reputation will be ruined for good. Oh God, what have I done?
The next night, Charlie found a courier at his door, handing him over a legal notice to appear in court the next morning. It was served by Brianna's mother, accusing him of stealing $200,000. He crumpled the paper and threw it aside, holding his head in his hands. Moments later, he got up and looked at himself in the mirror.
I gave her back the money, and she used that to bribe the doctor. But of course she didn't tell her mom, and now she's too scared to tell the truth. So her mom thinks I still have the money and I'm some thief. If I said the truth, Brianna's reputation would be ruined. I won't stand a chance against people like them in court. Why should I suffer anymore because of Brianna? I shouldn't even go. But I will, because I'm in love with her.
The next morning in court, Brianna nervously stole glances at Charlie as she sat next to her mom and Elijah. Charlie just sat there blankly, not turning to her once.
Would the plaintiff's lawyer please read out the charges made against the defendant?
The defendant, Mr. Charlie, is accused of the theft of $200,000 from Miss Brianna. We have submitted video evidence where he admits himself that he has no intention to return money given to him as a loan. The defendant is also accused of bullying and harassing Miss Brianna, causing severe emotional and psychological damage. We have submitted documents of Miss Brianna's recent illness triggered by extreme distress.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there any medical evidence to prove that?
Your Honor, I know it's not my place to speak, but as a mother, I simply cannot stay silent. My only child has fallen extremely sick after being harassed by him. Her school, her work, her health, everything has been affected by his actions. Her doctors will vouch for it. And people like Charlie are predators who prey on the feelings of rich young women to get money out of them. He must be made to pay for it.
Brianna's mom burst into tears as she took her place, while Brianna stared at her in shock. She's a better actress than I am.
Would the defendant like to say something in response to that?
Charlie rose from his seat, slowly.
No, Your Honor.
Did you intend to return the $200,000?
No, Your Honor.
And do you believe your actions have caused Miss Brianna psychological and emotional damage?
Yes, Your Honor.
Young man, do you understand that the charges against you are very serious? If you are unable to return the loaned money as well as damages, you could land for 2 years in prison.
Charlie looked up and hung his head.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. Since you have pleaded guilty on all counts, the court gives you a day to arrange $500,000 or face prison.
No, this is enough.
Brianna, what are you doing?
What I should have done before. Your Honor, I want to immediately withdraw this case. There is no case against Charlie. He returned the money, and I spent it on bribing a doctor to say that I'm sick. I did it to increase ratings and views for my stupid show.
Everyone stared at Brianna in shock.
How could you lie to me like this?
Because you've made me feel like I'm a failure as an actress, and I just wanted to fix things on my own. I was feeling down, and I wasn't thinking clearly. It was desperate and stupid, and I would have never told you, but this has gone too far.
Young lady, You will be fined for wasting the court's time.
I understand, Your Honor, and I will pay it, and I am so sorry.
Case dismissed.
The judge walked out of the courtroom, and Brianna held up a hand to her mom. We'll talk, but not now. Please, just leave me alone, Mom. Just go. Brianna's mom and Elijah stormed off, and soon it was just Charlie and Brianna in the room. And suddenly, Brianna pushed him really hard.
Oh my god, what is your problem?
You! I swear, Charlie, I don't understand you one bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect someone like you to.
If you hate me so much, why were you about to go to freaking jail for me instead of telling the truth?
You answered your question yourself, but I'll give you a few minutes to figure it out. I know you're slow.
What are you saying? You don't hate me? Charlie just looked at her and she started to cry. If you don't hate me, Charlie, then why did you break my heart?
Because I became a monster, Brianna. I just couldn't get over how you girls used me for entertainment. I was just so consumed by anger and revenge. But after I broke up with you, I realized that hurting someone you love is the worst feeling in the world. I just couldn't expose your secrets and make you look bad, and I'm really sorry for how I've treated you.
So am I. I hate the things we've done to each other.
Listen, do you think there's any chance that we can start over? No drama, no games, no lies. Because I really love you, Brianna. I know you're way out of my league. I always knew that. And you could find someone else 10 times richer and handsomer, like you deserve to be with some movie star. But I swear I'll try to be cooler and I won't ever hurt you again. And if you let me out...
How do I get you to stop talking?
I'll even work on that. It's a nervous tick. I'll go to a therapist.
Hi, I'm Natalie, and I'm the only child of a rich couple of tech entrepreneurs. They developed some apps that became super popular overnight, and they became millionaires. Sounds cool, right? Well, it wasn't that great for me. My parents were always working or traveling, so I hardly ever saw them. I was practically raised by my nanny, and my best friend was my chauffeur, Thomas. I really wanted to have friends my age to play with. So when I was 5 and starting school, I was thrilled. I put on my new uniform and cleaned my thick glasses. Oh yeah, I have a huge eyesight problem. I'm almost blind without them. When we arrived, I noticed that everyone in the parking lot was looking at me. Just then, I spotted a girl my age standing close by and saw that she was wearing the exact same shoes as me. I walked up to her excitedly and put my foot next to hers.
Look, we have the same shoes. We could be best friends.
The girl stomped on my foot.
Don't think you'll be popular here just because you came in a fancy car, Four Eyes.
But I
didn't ask, and I don't care. Don't talk to me.
And with that, she flicked her hair and left, and her minions followed. I soon discovered that her name was Cynthia, and she was in my class. She told everyone I was a loser who'd begged to be her best friend, and I instantly became a laughing stock. For the next few years, I just kept my head down and ate my lunch alone in the janitor's closet. In the 2nd grade, I saw a sign-up sheet on the board for dance auditions. I'd been having dance lessons at home since I was a kid, and I loved it. So I immediately put my name down. But just then, I heard Cynthia laughing behind me.
There's no place for you here. Only talented dancers can join the class. The ones who don't wear stupid glasses.
I was so tired of her walking all over me.
I am a talented dancer. You don't get to decide what my place is. With that heavy equipment in front of your eyes? I don't think so. That joke about my glasses is now older than my grandma. And I'm bored. Come up with something better already.
Her eyes went wide in surprise, and I walked off feeling proud of myself. Maybe she'd let me be now, but I was so wrong. On the day of the audition, she got to dance first. She wasn't bad, but I was better. But when she finished dancing, all the judges got up and clapped for her. Immediately, a woman in the jury said, "That was brilliant. We have the person here for the lead role."
Wait, what?
I climbed onto the stage immediately.
Excuse me, ma'am, but she was only the first dancer. You haven't even seen the rest yet.
The woman looked at me with disgust. I can tell simply by looking at someone if they're talented, and you are not. Someone take her away, please. Next. That was so unfair. After the audition, I saw Cynthia hugging that woman and calling her mom. Now it made sense why the judge was so nasty. Well, I couldn't even do the one thing I loved, and Cynthia still kept making my life miserable over the next few years. She spread a rumor that I had a contagious eye disease, and anyone who hung out with me would go blind, and everyone actually believed her. Another time, I'd taken my glasses off during an exam to clean them, and I didn't notice her slipping a cheat sheet on my desk. I nearly got suspended. I spent most of my time denying all these stupid rumors, and it was exhausting. One day in 7th grade, as I was walking down the corridor, Cynthia pushed me and my glasses fell off. I started to crawl, feeling the floor with my hands. As I vaguely spotted the glasses and reached out for them, Cynthia stepped forward and crushed them with her foot. That was it. I attacked her blurry figure, knocking her to the ground. We were wrestling and pulling each other's hair when a teacher intervened, and we both ended up in the principal's office. Cynthia looked totally chilled out, and her mom landed 2 minutes later to defend her.
Oh, I know this child. She's a troublemaker.
Her mom was on the school board, and the principal seemed to believe her instantly.
Where are your parents? Your father said he'd be here right away.
Before I could answer, Thomas opened the door. Oh, that's not her father. That's her chauffeur.
Clearly, she's not on her parents' priority list. They sent the chauffeur to deal with her.
I blinked away my tears furiously and ran off to the empty school auditorium, one of my usual hiding spots. I put on my headphones and started dancing in the dark. It was the only thing that kept me sane. When I finished, I heard someone clapping. As I looked towards the audience, I saw a boy sitting in the dark. It was Clayton. Clayton was popular and hot, and every girl in school wanted to date him, including Cynthia. And that was reason enough for me to stay away from him. What do you want?
I was just watching you dance. You're really good.
Please, just stay away from me. I stepped down from the stage, and as I was walking past him, he gently took my arm.
Wait a second, okay? I just want to talk.
I stopped, my heart beating a little faster. He removed my glasses.
You're really pretty.
As he pulled me closer, I shut my eyes, waiting for my very first kiss. But before anything happened, he started to laugh and ran away with my glasses. Hey, wait! I started panting and sweating. Everything was dark and blurry. I heard laughs coming from every corner. Loser. Four-eyed dork. I covered my ears and started to cry. Suddenly, Thomas opened the door and shouted,
Natalie, where are you?
Oh, here comes the superhero to the rescue. Or should we say, super chauffeur? Cynthia and her tribe skipped out laughing as Thomas took my hand and then drove me home. I didn't go to school for a few days and stayed in bed, but the more I thought about it, the angrier I felt. I was alone, and my parents weren't going to come bail me out. I had to stand up for myself. It was the only way to deal with these bullies. But when I went back to school, suddenly everyone and everything had changed. Cynthia ran towards me and hugged me like a best friend. Hi, Nat. We were so worried about you.
Yes, where have you been? We missed you.
Even Clayton was there smiling at me. What on earth was happening? What are you up to? Don't touch me. And then I heard a voice behind me. It was my mom.
Natalie, what are you doing?
What am I doing? What are you doing here? Nat, how come you never told us that your mother is the founder of the most successful fashion app in the world? She just gave us a ton of discount coupons for the most awesome brands. And why did I need to tell you that? I don't even use it. You're hilarious, Nat. That's why we're best friends. No, we're not. You're a psycho.
Natalie, you're being so rude. I didn't teach you those manners.
You're right. You didn't teach me any manners. You didn't teach me anything. So go back to making your apps, Mom, and take these psychos with you. Well, maybe having a famous mom would finally help get Cynthia off my back, but that was wishful thinking. Because from that day on, I not only had to deal with her at school, but also in my own home. Since Cynthia had convinced my mother that we were best friends, Mom had a brilliant idea of inviting her home every day and to come with me in the limo. Cynthia and her minions were really enjoying the limo ride, touching every button. Knock it off, you're going to break something. Poor Four Eyes. Her mom likes me more than she likes her. Ugh, I wanted to punch her stupid face. This went on for weeks, but one day, just when I was at the edge of losing my mind, something unexpected happened. As I was coming out of class, I saw Cynthia and her mom arguing.
You need to train for nationals, Cynthia. You seem really distracted.
Don't worry, Mom. I'm practicing at the studio every day. I know how important the competition is.
Okay, just checking. You have to win every competition to get a university scholarship. Your stupid father has left me with no money, and you have to go to Juilliard. It's important for my reputation.
I know, Mom. I realized Cynthia had been lying to her mom about going for practice because she was always at my place. Now was my chance to get rid of her once and for all. That afternoon, when Cynthia was at my place as usual, I stole her cell phone, took her mom's number and called her, acting as a secretary from the dance studio. Hi, I wanted to tell you that your daughter had an accident at the studio and you're her emergency contact. Can you please come over immediately? Oh my God, is she okay? Yes, she's fine, but she's asking for you. I'm sending you the address. I'll be right there. Okay, that was a bit dramatic, I know. When I heard a car screech to a halt outside my house, I went running out. Cynthia's mom was shocked to see me. You? What is this? Some kind of prank? Oh, no, please believe me. You have to come see Cynthia. As her mom looked at me suspiciously, I led her to my bedroom where Cynthia and her minions were reading magazines lying on my bed. Gosh, I think I'll just run away and become a teen model. Or marry some rich billionaire. I don't want to dance and go to stupid college. Mom is really annoying. No wonder Dad left her. You ungrateful brat. Mom, I was just kidding. Shut up. You're coming with me right now. You're grounded for life. She took Cynthia by the ear, like a 5-year-old rascal caught doing something bad by her mommy. It was heaven, and I'd been recording the whole thing on my phone. It was an Oscar-worthy film I could watch on repeat, and then I shared it with the whole school. By the next day, Cynthia was the laughingstock, and that was the end of her popularity. But when I got home that day, Mom was waiting for me with her phone in her hand. You made this and circulated it everywhere? How could you do this to that nice girl? You're a terrible person. I'm glad at least this made you pay some attention to me, Mom. Did you know Cynthia has bullied me from the day I started school? Do you know she's knocked me down, broken my glasses, spread rumors about me, and humiliated me in front of everyone? You wouldn't know because you were never here. Her mom always came to defend her, but mine never showed up for me. I'm sorry, Natalie. I didn't know. I was so busy all these years to build a great future for you. This app, this company, this money, it's all yours. Well, you know what, Mom? I always thought I was angry at you for never having any time for me. But now I think what's been bothering me all along is that I'll grow up to run your company one day and I'll become someone like you. And I don't want to be like you. I don't want to ignore the people who love me the most for some company or money. Oh, I didn't know you hated me this much. Mom, I don't hate you. I hate the fact that I might turn out to be a mother like you. Please, forgive me. Please, give me a chance. I wasn't ready to forgive her right away, and I didn't talk to her for months. But it seemed like my words had really moved her, and she kept trying to make up for all the lost time. And eventually, I decided to give her a chance again. And, well, Cynthia, she never bothered me again. She was now a prisoner of her mother, who didn't take her eyes off her and forced her to dance every single day.
Hi, I'm Tina from New Jersey. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a super rich mom who owned a giant cosmetic company. Dad left Mom when I was 2 because he couldn't cope with her overambitious nature. But to be honest, Mom wasn't so hard to live with, and that was because she was hardly around. Mostly, I saw Mom when she came back from an overseas trip with a gazillion toys for me. I guess that was her way of making up for the absence, but I wasn't complaining. I'd spend hours talking to my toys and pretending they were my best friends. But as I grew up, I started noticing how absent my mom was from my life.
And she's wearing right now came from a garbage dump. Hello, I'm right here, and I love these shoes. Joy, she's joking. Calm down. The girl walked away with her minions, and I felt so annoyed at Martin. How could he think that comment was a joke? Apparently, there were lots of kids at school who lived in Martin's neighborhood, and it seemed like he was becoming friends with them overnight. That next Monday, I didn't see Martin until lunchtime, with his arm around a really pretty girl. Hey, saved a seat for you at our usual table. Actually, I have a girlfriend now, so I'm gonna go sit with her. Oh, okay. Well, have fun. I went to sit by myself and watched Martin from afar. He looked happy, but he just wasn't acting like himself. As weeks went by, Martin got super handsome and muscular and really popular. I missed my friend, but I gave him his space. But one day, I caught Martin and his friends surrounding a younger kid, and Martin was reading his diary out loud. Stephanie Twain, the love of my life since 5th grade. I ran forward and snatched the diary from him. What are you doing? What? I'm just here to entertain people. Reading idiots' diaries is my opening act. Martin, why are you acting like this? Just because you're rich now doesn't mean you have to be a jerk. You know what? I think you're just jealous because I have other friends now and I'm not a nerdy loser like you.
Look at me. I'm Joy and all I do is study in the library because I have no life.
Then Martin started blinking really fast and shaking his head. Are you making fun of me? Before I could stop myself, I slapped Martin hard across the face and ran away from there. The whole rest of the day, I had to fight from crying. What a jerk! But when I got home, I forgot my troubles when I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, looking really worried. What's wrong, Mom? Joy, your dad and I are in serious debt. If we don't find a way to get some money soon, we could lose the house. Lose the house? Are we gonna end up homeless? No, I shouldn't have said anything. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it, honey. But I did worry about it. I watched MSA videos on YouTube to take my mind off of things, but I didn't get much sleep that night. Weeks went by and things kept changing. I just focused on my studies and saw Martin from a distance, turning into a completely different person. Then one day, a new guy named Cameron arrived at school. He looked like Harry Styles, and based on his Lamborghini, he was clearly rich. All the girls were drooling over him, but I just rolled my eyes and walked away. He was probably just another snooty brat. But I was surprised when Cameron came and sat next to me in my robotics class. He seemed super impressed with the robot hand I was building. I've been working on it for almost a year. Are you like a genius? You can tell me the truth. You don't have to be modest. I laughed and ended up sitting with Cameron for lunch, and he never once made fun of my blinking or even asked about it. We were having a great time until Martin walked over. Dude, what's a guy like you doing with someone like Joy? I'll introduce you to my friends. They're more your type. Martin, why are you such a... Sure, I'll come and say hi right now. Cameron leaned over to me and whispered, trust me, you just sit back and enjoy the show. I wondered what he was up to as he walked over to Martin's friends. And when Martin introduced his girlfriend, Cameron suddenly took her hand and kissed it. I'm heading to a yacht party tonight. I'll offer you $500 to be my date. His girlfriend instantly pushed Martin away and put her arm through Cameron's.
You got yourself a deal, cutie.
Wait, what the heck? I thought you really liked me. Cameron pulled away from Martin's girlfriend. Your friends really are something. I just wanted to show you that. And I don't like hanging out with fake people. Don't ever come near me or Joy again, okay? Cameron walked back to me, and I saw Martin's face had turned really red as he stormed off furiously. I hoped he'd had some sense knocked into him. Later that week, I got some amazing news. My teachers wanted to enter my robot hand into a huge science fair with a big cash prize. If I won, I could help my parents out. Your hard work is finally gonna pay off, Joy. I wish I were as talented. Wait, what if you enter the science fair with me? You can help me with the finishing touches. Are you serious? You're the coolest girl ever. Cameron and I worked hard on it all month. The night of the fair, I reached the venue before Cameron, who was bringing the project. But hours passed, and he just didn't show up. I called and texted frantically, but he wouldn't answer his phone. I was called to the stage empty-handed. The judges couldn't wait any longer. I was disqualified. But just as I was leaving the venue, Cameron showed up. Oh my God, where were you? How could you let me down like that? Joy, I'm so sorry. When I left the school with the project, all my tires were flat 10 minutes later. I couldn't even call you because my phone wasn't in my bag. I don't know who stole it or slashed my tires, but I can make a guess. Martin? I was burning with rage. The next day when I saw Martin in school, I walked up to him and grabbed his collar. You heartless jerk! You did that to Cameron, didn't you? Hey, back off. And yeah, I did. But why are you so worked up? So your lover boy had to wait on the road for a while. Big deal. It's not just about him. Martin, I missed the science fair because of what you did. You know I've been working on that project for a year. Doesn't that mean anything to you? For a second, he looked taken aback, but then he just shrugged. How was I supposed to know all that? Anyway, I did you a favor. You've been a nerdy loser since I met you. It's time you found a new hobby, Blinky. I sprung forward and pushed Martin to the ground. I'm just through with you. I used to think you'd be the last person to ever hurt me, but I don't even recognize you now. You're just a big jerk bully. I turned around and fled from there. At that moment, I hated him so much. A few days later, I was studying at the library for exams and realized it was really late. As I walked out of the building, I heard laughter coming from the back alley. I went over to see what was going on and nearly fell backwards. Martin and his friends were spray painting the principal's brand new car. Are you crazy? What are you doing?
Ugh, what are you doing here, Joy?
Martin, just please stop this. You could get in so much trouble.
As if you care. Just keep walking and pretend you never saw this.
I had no choice but to leave, but seeing him this way was so frustrating. The next day when I went to school, all everyone was talking about was how the principal's car was wrecked and he was raging mad. But in the third period, I was shocked when I was called to the principal's office.
I saw on the CCTV footage that you were on the premises last night when my car was destroyed.
But sir, I had nothing to do with it, I swear.
Oh, I know that, but I think you saw who did it.
I just stared back at him and then spoke. It was really dark. I wouldn't be able to tell you who it was for sure.
Joy, you're here at this school on a scholarship. If I don't have a name by Monday, you'll lose it for next year. I suggest you be smart and think about your future.
I walked out of the principal's office in shock. Just then, Cameron caught up with me.
Joy, what's going on? Why were you called to the principal's office?
I told him everything that had happened.
You can't just throw away your scholarship like that. You have to turn Martin in.
How can you even suggest that? He used to be my best friend, and I'm not a snitch.
He's not your best friend anymore. He's a jerk, and he deserves this. If he was a nice guy once, he's changed, Joy.
But I didn't change. I just can't do this, Cameron. I won't do this. I'll go to another school. It won't be as great as this one, but I'll be okay. Tears stung my eyes. I thought about the colleges and opportunities I'd never have now, but I was doing the right thing. That Monday, I went to the principal's office with a heavy heart, ready to lose my scholarship, but he told me the most shocking news. Martin had come to his office and confessed to destroying his car. So what's gonna happen to him now?
He's already expelled, of course.
I couldn't believe it. Why did he suddenly confess? And he even took the fall for his friends. I found the other two brats who were with him that night snickering in the hallway, and I asked them,
"We don't know why that loser did it. We'd all gotten away with it. It wasn't his idea. He just does whatever we tell him to, always trying so hard to be one of us."
I've known Martin for years, and trust me, he's 10 times better than all of you. I shoved them aside and left. I was totally off the hook, but Martin was gone for good. My head was spinning, but when I got home that day, I found my parents in the living room with huge smiles.
Joy, we have the most wonderful news. We're not in debt anymore.
Are you kidding? That's amazing. But how?
Some anonymous donor paid off all the money we owe for the house.
We have no idea who did it. It was probably Cameron. He's an amazing friend. I just know it was him. I rushed to my phone to call Cameron and thank him, but suddenly, I realized Cameron didn't know my landlord or anything about my house. There was only one person outside my family who did. The next morning, I took a bus to Martin's new place and knocked on his door. Hey, I have a weird question. Did you pay off our mortgage?
Yeah, I did. But hey, don't worry about it. Our moms ran into each other, and your mom told my mom everything. I told my parents I'd help them out at work every weekend if they paid your loan.
Martin, I don't understand. I thought you hated me now.
Why would I hate you? Cameron told me what you did for me. After how horrible I've been, you were gonna give up your scholarship and ruin your future for me. I guess I'm not really surprised, because that's just who you are. The best friend one could ask for. I couldn't let you do that, though. I got expelled because I deserved it. And I'm really sorry about everything.
I was so touched to see Martin's teary eyes. Hey, don't make me cry, bro. It's okay, and thank you for apologizing. I'm just glad to see my old friend back.
Me too. And for the record, Cameron's a really good guy. You have my blessing to be with him.
Yeah, I didn't ask for your blessing, but thanks anyway.
Hi there, my name is Penny. I'm 13 years old, and over summer break, my whole life changed. All because I found a way to get anything I wanted off of Amazon for free. Alright, I think I should start by mentioning that I've always been poor. Like, sometimes my mom and I are homeless, kind of poor. And I'm pretty sure it's part of why I've always been super unpopular at school. Anyways, we were recently kicked out of our last spot and moved in with my aunt, which is great for me because at her house, I always get my own room with a TV and a computer in it and everything. Well, one day, I was on my computer surfing around on YouTube when I came across an interesting video. The title said, "How to Get Everything for Free from Amazon." I didn't really think it would work, but I was interested. I clicked in and began watching. "If you're watching this video, you must be ready for your whole life to change," the guy started. I was hooked. "This video is brought to you by a bug in Amazon's system." The guy continued with a sly wink. As he went on, I followed along, making sure to copy each step exactly. The whole process didn't take long at all, and before I knew it, I was at the last step, enter. Nothing seemed to happen. Just as I figured. I sighed. It must have been some weird hoax. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit bummed. I had tried not to get my hopes up. But I mean, after living a whole life of having nothing, the thought of being able to get anything I wanted delivered to me, for free, on demand, was like a dream. While I was already on Amazon, I figured I might as well order some new school supplies. School was just around the corner and I would be going into the 8th grade. Like every other year, I wouldn't be able to afford the new cool clothes that all the popular kids would have. But my mom always saved up just enough so that I could buy some brand new school supplies. She felt it was important, and it was special for me. "Education is your golden ticket to creating a better life for yourself, Penny Pie," she would always say. Now, don't get me wrong. I loved learning, but I hated going to school. I was always mocked for wearing the same clothes or looking like I hadn't showered, which, to be fair, I often hadn't after a night of sleeping in Mom's car or something. Anyways, I browsed around Amazon, putting things in my shopping cart, careful to stay on my budget of $15, which for us is a lot. Once I had found everything I needed, I went to pay. But where there should have been a price, there was only the word "free" in all caps. No way, I whispered to myself. I couldn't believe my eyes. Had it really worked? My heart was racing a little bit with some newfound excitement. Carefully, as I might mess something up if I moved too fast, I dragged the mouse to where it said "Confirm Order." Click. Off my order went, and up came a notice saying that my package would be delivered in 2 days. Only 2 days? I looked at the top corner of the screen and noticed that I somehow had Amazon Prime. I checked on my subscription, and it said my Prime membership had just been activated for $0 per month. The code must have automatically given me free membership. Suddenly, my mind was filled with all of the possibilities, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself or get my hopes up just to be let down. So I decided to place another order for a slightly bigger purchase, and I knew exactly what I wanted. It was a super trendy backpack that I knew all the cool kids would have this year. I had seen it while browsing for supplies, but it was $50, so I didn't even bother clicking on it. Until now. I found the exact backpack I wanted, and I picked my favorite color, which made the price jump up to $57. It felt weird not to care. I went to pay, and there again was the word "free" where the price should have been. Click. Order confirmed. 2-day delivery. Woohoo! I was ecstatic. I wanted to go bonkers, ordering everything my heart desired. But I figured it would be best to wait and make sure the orders actually arrived first. Sure enough, 2 days later, while my mom and aunt were out job hunting for my mom, there was a knock on the front door. I opened it up to see 2 packages by my feet and an Amazon Prime truck driving off. I could hardly contain my excitement. I quickly grabbed both packages, slammed the door shut, and raced off to my room. I wanted so badly to just tear them open right then and there, but this moment was too sweet. I looked the packages over and ran my fingers over my name. My name on a package sent to my house. Well, my house for now at least. But still, it was something that I couldn't recall ever experiencing before. After taking it all in, I slowly unsealed the first package and pulled out each item. First, it was the pencils and school supplies. There it was, the smell of fresh plastic and the subtle squeak of newness in my hands. I opened the next package and slid the backpack out. For a moment, I was just frozen, staring at the thing that symbolizes so many things I had always wanted. I hugged the backpack and cried. At first, I cried for all of the things I had never gotten, for the pain I had felt for being made fun of and isolated. And then the tears turned into tears of happiness, and I began to laugh just thinking about how different life would be from here on out. And then, in a craze of emotion, the real shopping spree began. I bought new clothes and jackets, cool accessories and makeup, hair extensions and fake nails, all the latest gadgets and tablets. Whatever I wanted. I would go to school this year as a whole new person. Nobody would even recognize me. I suddenly had a new confidence about me that I had never known before. On the first day of school, sure enough, nobody recognized me at all. Not even my best friend Claire. She couldn't believe it when I told her it was me. We walked together in the hall and everyone stared, even the cool kids. At lunch that day, one of the most popular girls in school, Jade, even sat down next to us. "Hey, new girl," she said. "Cool backpack. I have the same one, but in jade, which is my name. What's yours?" I laughed and said, "Jade." It's me, Penny. As she looked at me with recognition, I started to feel self-conscious. Penny? No way, she said, her whole demeanor changing. I seriously didn't even recognize you. What happened? She said it in a way that I knew very well. It made me feel small. I wanted to curl up and hide, but then I remembered the reflection I had seen in the mirror. I held my chin up high as I replied, "Things have changed for me, Jade. It's a shame that I can't say the same for you." Both Jade and Claire's jaws dropped. This gave me even more confidence. Anyways, I have a new connection. I can basically have anything I want, just like that, I said as I snapped my fingers. No biggie. This got both of their attention, but Jade was now taking over the conversation, asking all sorts of questions. I just acted cool, calm, and mysterious, and answered with super short responses to keep her guessing. She called a couple of her other cool friends over to the table and filled them in. When they all started to chime in, asking questions too, I hooked arms with Claire and said, "This is a little annoying, don't you think? Let's go." As we walked away from the most popular girls in school, who were all staring in awe after us, we laughed as we turned the corner. Just like that, we were the girls the popular girls wanted to talk to. Once we were completely alone, I explained everything to Claire. And after school that day, she came to my house so we could order a bunch of cool new stuff for her. Soon enough, we were both the most stylish and trendy girls in the whole school, and I started to love going. Every day, the popular kids all wanted to hang out with us. Just to keep them happy, I even bought some things for them. And you should have seen how happy and grateful they were. They were practically bowing down to me as their queen. Within weeks, I was receiving between 20 to 30 packages a day. On some days, the other kids would even line up in gym class as Claire and I would sit on the bleachers, passing out gifts like a modern-day Lady Santa Claus. Of course, while school life was getting better and better, things were becoming more and more difficult back home. As my mom and aunt became more suspicious, I had to lie and tell them that all the packages were for a job I had found on Amazon. I told them that companies were paying me to test out all sorts of products in exchange for my raving reviews. I almost felt worse when they believed it, but I couldn't stop now. I was the happiest I had ever been. That is, until one day, when along with around 35 packages, I received a letter from Amazon. It was laid out for me on the kitchen table when I got home from school. I guess my mom had gotten it first, but it was still sealed. She trusted me too much. I was nervous as I opened it. Amazon had never sent me a letter before. I read in horror as the letter explained that I had been the biggest spender that month. They were wanting to know how I had been receiving all of those shipments, stating that they were unable to track any of the receipts. In a panic, I tore the letter up into tiny little pieces and buried them deep in the bottom of the trash can. My whole body felt like it was in knots, but I tried to shake it off and tried to get it out of my head. There was no time for worrying about that now. Not when I was the most popular girl in school and had the life of my dreams. But I couldn't just ignore it completely. Amazon was obviously onto me, and I was worried that my free-for-all shopping spree could soon come to a halt. So that evening, I started buying some of the big-ticket items. I wanted to make sure I had all of the best and most expensive things that I knew I may never be able to afford again. I ordered laptops, expensive watches, beautiful porcelain chandeliers, and even spendy decorations for my room. I even bought all sorts of nice things for my aunt's house and nice jewelry for my mom. I had been too nervous to shop for them before, but knowing that this may be my last chance, I went wild and would just tell them that they were also given to me for reviews. To no real surprise, within just 2 days, I logged in to find that I no longer had all free access. I didn't even have Amazon Prime anymore. And just a day after that, I got another letter in the mail. This time, Amazon told me that they had found the bug in their system and fixed the issue, and that they would be in touch soon. I honestly didn't think about it too much. I was just happy that I had gotten all the really expensive stuff before it was too late. Well, let's just say that my happiness about that pretty quickly turned into a total freak out, because now I was getting tons of letters from Amazon every day. Between 20 to 30, as a matter of fact. They were all receipts for every single purchase I had made, along with the occasional letter threatening a lawsuit if I didn't reimburse them by the end of the month. Now that I was no longer receiving packages and only letters, I had to come up with another lie for my mom and aunt, who were becoming more and more suspicious. I told them they were just thank you letters from people I had written reviews for, or more people asking for my endorsements. I also told them I had decided to quit my job and asked if they could just throw the letters away if they saw them. But one day, I caught my mom starting to open one of the letters when I got home from school. I caught her just in time and she apologized for almost invading my privacy. "I'm just worried about you, Penny Pie," she said. "Something just seems off with you lately." I told her that everything was okay and that I was sorry for making her feel worried. And I meant it. "You don't have to worry anymore, Mom," I said. I told them to stop sending me stuff and that I quit for good. So we shouldn't get any more letters or packages anyways. Of course, this wasn't anywhere close to true. I had an unimaginable amount of money to still make in a very short period of time before they would stop sending those letters. But I had to deal with one thing at a time. I knew I would really be toast if my mom ever found out. So I made that a priority and started skipping my last class every day, just to get the mail before my mom or aunt could. In the meantime, I was selling everything I could on Facebook Market and Craigslist, anywhere I could think of. I even explained what was happening to Claire and all of my new friends, and how I was in serious trouble. I asked if they could give back the stuff I had bought for them so I could make back that money. Of course, Claire did this without any hesitation and even helped me sell some of it, but everyone else just laughed at me. Jade even called me pathetic in front of everyone. "I knew you were an imposter," she said, and then she started to chant, "Penny is a loser!" And all of the other cool kids, who I thought were now my friends, joined along. But at that moment, I was too worried about getting the money back to even care. At this point, Claire and I had scrounged up a whopping $1,000, which was practically a nickel compared to what I had spent. And to make matters even worse, when I got home that day, after skipping class to get the mail, my mom was on the phone with the principal. Now I was in real trouble. Surely he would be informing her of all of my recent absences. I had to think quick. She hadn't heard me come in the house, so I snuck upstairs and quietly shut my bedroom door. I had nowhere else to turn. So I hopped on my computer, I wrote in the search bar, "How to make money fast." The first video I saw was one that said, "How to make money fast with a Craigslist scam." I was totally desperate and freaking out.
Hello, my name is Simona and I'm from Spain. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, what I hated most was when my parents argued and yelled at each other. And it happened a lot. But there were some moments when we'd all laugh together. Like when I turned 3, Dad came home with the biggest unicorn doll for me. And Mom baked my favorite vanilla cake. It was the happiest day of my life.
Simona, you're the best thing that's ever happened. When you were born, our world changed.
Yes, darling. You mean everything to us. Mom worked as a secretary at a big insurance company, and Dad worked at a local store. So we lived a pretty average life. But then one day when I was 4, Mom came home driving her boss's expensive car and told Dad that she was leaving him.
Please don't go, Mom. I love you.
Oh, my baby. Tell you what, you will visit me at my new house every weekend. I watched Mom pack her bags and drive away, and Dad was so sad. He told me that he and Mom were now separated. Months later, he took me to visit her at her new fancy house, and she was sitting with her boss carrying a new baby. Simona, I'd like you to meet your baby sister, Luisa. Luisa was the luckiest little baby because her dad bought her all the toys in the world. I liked going to their mansion, and Mom would be so happy every time I visited. But soon Luisa started crying so hard for Mom's attention that it became difficult for us to spend any time together. Once when I was 5 and Luisa was a toddler, Mom took us to the zoo and bought us both candy. But Luisa threw hers into the baboon cage, and then she started crying hysterically for more. She even started pulling Mom's hair, and I gave her my candy so she'd calm down and give Mom a break. Oh, Simona, thank you so much. You've always been such an understanding child. I hope your sister grows up to be just like you.
Thanks, Mom. We just want you to be happy.
Since Mom had left, Dad always tried to hide his sadness and make me laugh with his jokes and dramatic bedtime stories. And I tried my best to always make him proud and happy too. Once in 2nd grade, Dad came to my school for a parent-teacher meeting, and my teacher, Esmeralda, told him all sorts of nice things about me, since I was the top student in her class.
Wow, I'm so proud of you, darling.
You should be. Simona is a very special little girl. Right after the meeting, Dad invited Esmeralda to come with us for pizza. He looked really happy around her, and soon after, he started seeing her more often. And I didn't mind at all because she was very nice to me. Once in 4th grade, we went to the ice rink together, and Esmeralda showed me how to skate. Okay, I'm not letting go of your hand until you're strong on your feet. I think I can skate on my own. Look! I let go of her grip and twirled around, feeling like I was flying. And then suddenly my leg twisted and I fell down hard. I felt dizzy and I saw Esmeralda running towards me as I blacked out. I was rushed to the hospital and my leg was put through so many scans and then bandaged up. Esmeralda couldn't stop crying. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Simona.
No, please, don't blame yourself. I wanted to skate on my own.
Dad hugged Esmeralda to make her feel better. And just then, Mom barged in with Luisa. How could you let this happen? She started yelling at Dad, and they both got into a big argument, forgetting all about me. Guys, stop! Everyone looked at me, and then Louisa came closer to my bed, looking angry.
I had a big concert today, and I was the lead, but now I'm here because Mom was worried about you. You ruined my concert.
Louisa, you can't speak to your sister like that. She just got injured. Louisa pulled an ugly face at me, and just then the doctor walked in with some bad news. He told my parents that my leg would never be normal again. I walked with a limp, and at school I couldn't participate in any sports, but I still remained the top student in the class. And everyone was so nice to me since I'd never had trouble making friends, and I always helped them with their homework. One day when I was in 7th grade, Esmeralda watched how I helped some kids understand a math equation, and she was so impressed. Simona, you would make a really good teacher one day.
Yes, I would love to be a teacher one day, just like you, Esmeralda.
Esmeralda really cared about me, and when I was in 8th grade, Dad told me that he wanted to marry her. I was so happy for them. Dad even invited Mom and her family. This was his way of finally making peace. Just before the event started, I found Louisa standing and glaring at the big wedding cake. What are you doing here, alone?
Whatever I want. This cake looks so delicious.
Yes, it is, but don't stand too close. We don't want any accidents. She smirked at me, and then suddenly, she stuck her finger out and scooped the frosting off the cake. Hey, you can't do that. But she just laughed and reached for the cake again. I ran forward to pull her away. As she tried to push me off, we both started wrestling and crashed straight into the cake. Just then, Mom and Dad appeared, looking speechless. What have you girls done? It wasn't me, Dad, honest. Mom surprised me when she yelled at Louisa. I'm so tired of your behavior, Louisa. Your father has spoiled you so much that everywhere you go, you ruin things. Simona was such a good child compared to you.
Well, maybe I should tell Dad to send you back to your poor family.
Both Dad and I were so shocked at the way Louisa spoke to Mom. And after the wedding, when I visited Mom again, I noticed that Louisa was awful to Mom all the time and bossed her around because her dad gave her the power to do so.
Mom, my Prada jacket still has a stain. Get it cleaned right now. I need it for school.
Okay, dear. Why are you so mean to Mom?
Because she never does anything right. And if she doesn't listen, my dad will kick her out.
She's our mom. Don't you love her?
Well, she loves you more, so I guess I love my dad more.
When I tried to talk to Mom about what was going on in her life, she told me not to worry and said she could handle it. There wasn't much I could do to help her. One day in 10th grade, I was studying in the school library when a boy came out and sat on the table opposite to me. I knew exactly who he was. Jared. He was one of the hot, popular guys at school and was reading one of my all-time favorite books. My eyes kept wandering to him now and then, and I tried not to make it too obvious. But he was just so gorgeous. And while I sat zoned out in my fantasy, he suddenly started waving in my face. Hey, are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't staring. I was actually, it's okay. I'm used to it. That's why I sometimes come in here to hide away from the girls coming after me. My parents wanted me to be a model because of all the attention I get. Yes, you're very good looking. Modeling would suit you. I actually like books and reading. I don't like being in the spotlight. I was so surprised because I always saw him surrounded by girls. I was never after him because he was way out of my league. But after meeting him in the library, we actually became good friends because we had so much in common. One day, he asked if I'd like to see the latest Star Wars movie with him, and I was so excited that another kid in school liked that kind of stuff. We even dressed up like the characters and had the time of our lives. I'm so happy to finally have a Star Wars partner. Me too. You're such a cool person to hang out with. He looked deep into my eyes, and then he leaned over and kissed me. I was so shocked because it all felt like a dream. And then I looked down at my leg and started doubting myself and wondering if any of this was real. Hey, what's wrong? Jared, you're like the hottest guy on this planet, and there's so many pretty girls without any issues like mine. So why me? There's nothing wrong with you, Simona. You're perfect. Jared liked me just as I was. and I learned to love myself with my brokenness. Life at school felt great until one day Mom called me with some surprising news. Honey, Louisa will be joining your school. She got expelled from her fancy private school because she was bullying kids. But Mom, she won't fit in at my school. No other school will accept her. Please look out for her and show her around. Maybe she can learn something from you. The next day, Louisa walked into my school wearing a white fluffy coat and black shades. Just as she approached me, a group of girls snuck up behind her and spray painted her coat.
What is wrong with you fools? This is Dolce & Gabbana. Oh my gosh, you ruined it.
The girls went ballistic and lifted her off her feet. What did you call us?
Put me down.
When I told the girls that she was my sister, they let her go.
What is wrong with the people in your school?
This is not one of your fancy schools, and all the newbies get spray painted. It's tradition.
That's why I hated the idea of a public school. Poor people have no class.
Ugh, she was such a snob. While I was showing Louisa around, we bumped into Jared and he kissed me before running off to class. Louisa looked at me, stunned. Oh my God, how did the hottest guy in school end up with you? Why? What's wrong with me?
Everything. You're boring, you dress like a granny, and you have a broken leg.
You're just a very ugly person inside and out, Louisa.
I'm going to steal him from you. Watch and see.
I wasn't threatened by my stupid sister. After school, when Jared walked me out to the gate, Louisa ran after us and slipped her number into his pocket. Before I could say anything, Jared spoke up. Louisa, what's wrong with you? I'm with your sister and I'm crazy about her. Please, just stay away from me. I smiled widely as Louisa turned red. And just then, Esmeralda came to pick me up. We had to wait till Mom came for Louisa, and she yelled on the phone at Mom for being late. Hey, you can't speak to your mom that way.
Mind your own business, lady. You are not my stepmother.
Louisa was just out of control. I decided I was done with her. I completely ignored her for the next day at school. And during recess, she insulted some girls by calling them poor, and they all surrounded her. But I didn't run to her rescue. Hey, aren't those girls hurting your sister? Yes, but she can't control her awful mouth. Whatever happens to her, she deserves it. Yeah, but she's still your sister. Jared always had a way to make me think twice, so I stepped into the circle of girls and found my sister crying.
Simona, please tell them to bring back my bag.
Not until you promise to change your ways, especially how you speak to Mom.
I promise. Please, please save me from these mean girls.
It's not so nice when it's done to you, right? I told the girls to leave my sister alone, and then she joined me and Jared for lunch. And to my shock, she actually apologized for being a jerk.
I'm really sorry, Simona. I've always been mean to you and Mom because I always felt she loved you more. But today, when those girls were mean to me, I felt what it was like to be the weak one. I've hurt so many people already.
Well, it's never too late to change. Later that day, when my stepmom and Mom came to pick us up, Louisa apologized to both of them too. And then, Esmeralda told us some thrilling news. She was pregnant.
Oh my God, what? I'm gonna be a big sister again. That baby's lucky to have you, Simona.
And you, Louisa, will be the best big sisters ever.
I was in my room catching up on MSA when my parents had their 100th argument of the day.
You bought a neck cream for $1,000? Yeah, so? You know how delicate the skin around the neck is? Staying in this stupid village stresses me out. I have wrinkles now. I'm officially unlovable. I still love you. Like that matters.
Outer beauty is just a lie, Mother. It's what's inside that counts. If you really want to be loved, you need to fix your personality. And while you're at it, please fix your posture too, or you'll have a hunchback soon.
Mom stared at me before bursting into tears and running away. Okay, maybe it was a bit harsh, but hey, that was me trying to help Mom become lovable. It was a good deed. Hi, I'm Julia, and I'm about to tell you how my parents ruined my life. But before I do, please hit like and subscribe. I knew very early on that I wasn't an ordinary kid. By 3, I could use a knife and a fork to cut apples to perfection. By 10, I could recite Shakespeare word for word. By 13, I could bake pastries that could give a French baker a run for his money. I've always wondered how I turned out to be so amazing. Maybe my great-great-grandma or grandpa was an extremely responsible, talented, sophisticated person, and I got my unique genes from there. Because my parents were a total mess. Dad owned a vineyard, and every year he would struggle to create a new wine variety. And every year he'd fail. Mom was a self-involved ex-beauty queen who kept complaining about how she gave up everything for her marriage. Now her only talent was blowing up money we didn't even have on makeup and skincare. Like this one time when I was 16, Mom bought some anti-aging cream off the internet that gave her a bad reaction, and Dad had to pay a lot for her skin treatment. My face looks like a swollen monkey's butt. This is all your fault. If only you were rich and I could afford plastic surgery. If only you were smart enough to read the label, darling. Did you just call me dumb? If you keep screeching like a banshee, Mom, we'll have to get you new vocal cords too. But before I could finish, she picked up a tray next to her bed and flung it at Dad. Dad ducked, the tray hit the TV screen on the wall, and he ended up paying more to the hospital. Even though Dad was pissed, he went home early and arranged a surprise welcome home party for Mom. But she decided to surprise him instead by packing her bags and leaving for good. And divorce papers soon followed.
How could she leave me like that? I've done nothing but love her.
Please compose yourself, Dad, and let's not cry over spilled milk.
What?
You'll get over it. I'm not some stone-hearted witch, trust me. I missed my mom too, but I wasn't gonna bawl my eyes out like a silly baby with no self-control. One of those in the house is enough. Dad threw himself into work after that, while I focused on school and picked up baking full-time. By 18, I got a job at a small cafe, and life went back to normal. Then one evening, Dad told me excitedly that he'd finally found an investor, Mr. Sharman, for his new wine batch, and he had invited us over for dinner to talk further. That evening, we were welcomed warmly by Mr. Sharman. He was showing us around his mansion, when suddenly, my world kind of stopped. This really gorgeous guy walked in, sadly with the prettiest girl on his arm. Apparently, he was Mr. Sharman's nephew and financial manager, Darren, and it was hard to keep my eyes off of him. At one point, he was feeding her grapes when one fell down. He bent to pick it up, and I saw the girl staring at me, staring at his butt. I got so flustered that I stepped back and knocked over a huge bowl of punch, getting plenty all over myself. So humiliating. As I cleaned myself up and walked out of the bathroom, I crashed into Darren in the hallway.
Wow, are you always this clumsy? Or do I have this effect on you?
I am not clumsy. I am the very picture of grace, and you have no effect on me.
My date said you were staring at my butt when the accident happened.
That's a false accusation, a blatant lie. Why would I be staring at your rear end?
It's okay, I don't blame you. I work out a lot.
Yes, it shows, and your behind is perfectly sculpted like a Georgia peach. But what does that have to do with me? Your girlfriend sounds like an insecure lady just making up nonsense.
I doubt that you would make her insecure. She's a model and you, well, you look and talk like you're Mary Poppins' daughter. No offense.
With that, he grinned and just walked off. I loved Mary Poppins, but it didn't feel like a compliment coming from him. I joined Dad and Mr. Sharman, but minutes later, someone tapped on my shoulder, and I nearly passed out when I saw Mom?
Surprise! What is happening?
Mom told us how she'd met Mr. Sharman on a cruise and they'd fallen in love. They'd been dating for a few months and she only recently moved back to the city.
I went to the house and saw that your dad was still poor as a street rat, so I thought of investing in his business and helping him out. Am I not the best ex-wife ever?
This is certainly unexpected, but calling yourself the best ex-wife is an exaggeration, Mother. My father and I have something called self-respect, and we'd like to keep it, so please excuse us. I grabbed Dad's hand and we left. We were still reeling from the shock of meeting Mom, but the next evening, she showed up at our door begging us to hear her out. I wanted to turn her away, but Dad gave her a chance. I know I left you too abruptly and hurt you, and I'm really sorry. But despite everything, you're still my family. I have a chance to make things right by getting your father the break he deserves, and I'd love to reconnect with my only daughter too.
I wanted to be less cynical and believe this was an unselfish act, but I wasn't convinced. Dad, however, was staring at her with stars in his eyes, and he agreed to take Mr. Sharman's investment. After she left, I turned to Dad. I know you want to succeed, but is this really a good idea?
Trust me, I know it is. Also, I think your mother's still in love with me, and I have another shot.
What? Dad, no, she's happy with her rich boyfriend.
We'll see.
Good Lord, was this gonna end up with Dad as a weeping disaster again, and I'd be picking up the pieces again? But I couldn't do anything to stop it. Soon, Dad and Mr. Sharman were meeting regularly and getting to know each other before making the deal, while Mom wanted me to hang out with her so we could bond, which meant I had to see a lot more of Darren every time I went over to their house, or when Mom took me to some fancy party. And to my dismay, he even started visiting the coffee shop I was working at every time with a new girl. Can't you find another cafe as your saliva-exchanging rendezvous spot?
Your mom told me you're the baker here, and I thought I was doing you a favor by bringing you business. But I get it. Seeing me with all those girls makes you jealous. Do you wish you were one of them, Julia? You can be, you know. I've got 20 minutes before my date turns up.
As if I'd ever want to date an insufferable Neanderthal who thinks he's God's gift to women.
One kiss from me, and you think I'm God's gift to women too. I'm curious, have you ever kissed anyone? I mean a boy, not your cat or your grandma.
Of course I have. I have a very steady boyfriend of 2 years, and I'm wildly in love with him.
Wow, does he also talk like he has a stick up his butt? I'm dying to meet him now. Let's have a double date tomorrow. How about a movie and dinner? I'll text you the details.
Just then, his date of the day turned up, and I walked off. I had to find myself a boyfriend by tomorrow. I asked one of the newest interns at the cafe to be my date and showed up at the movie theater the next evening. After I'd introduced my boyfriend happily, we took our seats and the movie started. But Darren and his date kept giggling and whispering like teenagers. Sorry to disturb you guys, but my boyfriend Billy—
Actually, it's Bobby.
Billy, Bobby, tomato. Anyway, Barry and I are trying to watch the movie and would appreciate it if you guys could keep it down. Darren simply smirked and looked away, but minutes later he started making out with his date. You're still noisy.
You're still annoying.
Cut it out.
Bite me.
I grabbed Darren's soda and spilled it on his head. He got angry and knocked down my tub of popcorn, and we got into a huge argument. Soon enough, we were thrown out by security.
Wow, this was a terrible date.
I'm so sorry. Let's part ways with these two and grab some burgers?
Sure, if you can tell me my name.
You're so funny. Baby?
It's Bobby.
My date stormed off angrily, and I caught one look at Darren's smug face and fled the scene. But the next morning, as I was walking to school, a car slowed down by me, and I saw it was Darren.
Hop in, I'll drop you.
No thank you. I do not need you to rub last night in my face.
You're clearly troubled if you can't manage to have a real boyfriend. But I don't have time for that right now. I need to talk to you about your mom.
That caught my attention, and reluctantly, I got in.
I've been working with my uncle for years, but ever since he started dating your mom, things have been a mess. The business is running in losses, and the accounts are all over the place. I can't help thinking she's stealing from my uncle.
How are you so sure?
Call it a hunch. She has really expensive taste, and she's not really rich, so...
So, just because she doesn't have your kind of money, you think she's a thief? Have you ever thought that maybe your accounts are a mess because you're too distracted with your girlfriends and you're bad at your job?
Julia,
This conversation is over. Stop the car. He did, and I got off. I was so annoyed at Darren for accusing Mom, but I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that he might be right. Mom had always valued money more than relationships. Could it be true? I didn't have to wait too long for an answer, because late that night, I woke up from my sleep when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I looked outside and spotted Mom and Dad talking in the garden. I went out the back door and crawled behind a bush close to them.
Darling, I was a fool to let you go, but now everything will be perfect. Once we have the money, we can leave this place and go anywhere. But what if we get caught? My boyfriend's an idiot. I've been stealing money from him for months now, and he has no idea. By the time he realizes it's me, we'll be long gone. And baby, don't you want Julia to have a better life?
Dad nodded, and then they kissed. Mom left, and as soon as Dad walked in, I cornered him.
Hello, Dad.
Oh my god, Julia, you scared me.
You can't cheat Darren's uncle. He's willing to invest in your business, and you're just gonna take off with his money? Why are you ruining this amazing business opportunity?
Because your mother and I love each other, and that matters more than anything else. Once we have the money, we can start over and be together anywhere we want.
It's still illegal and criminal. This isn't who you are, Dad. And what makes you so sure she won't leave you again?
Because she's changed, and I know things will be different this time. She really loves me.
The only two things Mom loves are money and herself.
I have a big day tomorrow, Julia, and I would like you to stay out of it.
I tried talking to Dad again the next day, but he just blew me off. So I went to Darren's place and told him everything. We needed proof, and I started with searching Mom's room. I was going through her stuff when I found a bunch of fake passports and IDs at the back of the drawer. I shoved everything into my pocket and was leaving when my foot got caught in the carpet and I fell flat on my face. Just then, Mom walked in.
Julia, what are you doing in my room?
I came to see you, and I was just admiring this carpet. The thread count is amazing. The embroidery is exquisite. So elegant. Your taste is so chic, and you passed it all to me. I am so thankful to you for making me the lady I am today. I kissed Mom's hands, hugged her tight, and ran out. Right outside the room, I caught Darren snickering and pulled him into an empty room.
Admiring the carpet? How'd you come up with that?
Quick thinking, and I found something. But before I give anything against my mom, promise me that Dad will not face any criminal charges. I know he's at fault too, and I'm asking a lot here, but he's just an innocent man who is blindly in love with the wrong woman, and he's the only family I have left. Darren touched my cheek gently, and suddenly I felt hot tears rolling down my face.
I get it, Julia. My dad left when I was really young, and it's not easy dealing with something like that. I promise you, I'll keep your dad safe.
You really mean it? Darren nodded and pulled me into a hug, and it felt amazing. He dropped me home, and that night, I slept with Darren in mind. The next morning, Darren called me up and told me that he was chasing some lead and would meet his uncle at a golf event to tell him everything. I wanted to talk to Dad one last time before Darren exposed Mom, but he wasn't around. That's when I noticed an invite to the same golf event on Dad's table. I quickly took a cab and reached the venue. The place was huge, and I was running out of time, and that's when I spotted an old lady climbing onto a golf cart. "Excuse me, ma'am. I'm really sorry for what I'm about to do, but it's an emergency." With that, I shoved the lady aside, slid inside the cart, and zoomed off, despite her screams and protests. Please ignore my driving skills here. I'm actually a very safe driver. You can ask my friends. They say I drive like a grandma, and that's a compliment. Anyway, after crushing a bunch of feet and getting chased by a mad golfer, I finally spotted Dad and Mom in a corner talking to Mr. Sharman. Dad pulled out some papers, and Mr. Sharman was about to sign them when I got out of the cart, lunged at him, snatched the pen, and threw it away. "Julia, what are you doing?" "Sorry, where are my manners? I apologize for the outburst, Mr. Sharman, but your girlfriend, and unfortunately, my mother, has been stealing from you. And now she wants you to sign over money for Dad's business so she can steal that too and leave forever."
What is this rubbish? Darling, don't believe her. She's lying. Oh, no, she's not.
I turned around and saw Darren walk in with all the evidence we'd collected and some papers. He told everyone how Mom was actually a con woman who'd been running around conning millionaires the last couple of years, and her latest target was Mr. Sharman.
I always had my doubts about you, but I had no proof. But then, you booked this one-way flight leaving for Ibiza tonight, and I chased that transaction to find out about the secret account where you've been stashing away my uncle's money. Wait, you were gonna leave for Ibiza without me? You just bought one ticket? Julia was right. You were gonna take the money and just leave me.
I tried to warn you, Dad, but why did you come back, Mom? You could have conned anyone. Why Dad? Suddenly, Mom looked like a raging madwoman. Because he was such an easy target. Your dad needed money, and I wanted an exit from this miserable relationship with his old hag Sharman. So I decided to use him to get the money and leave the country. I would have been successful if you hadn't butt in, Julia. Seriously, why do you hate me so much? I don't hate you, Mom. I feel sorry for you because you're doomed to stay alone. Have fun in jail. Mom got arrested that day, and I never saw her again. Darren convinced Mr. Sharman to not press charges against Dad, and it took some pleading, but thankfully he agreed. Dad and I were on our way out when suddenly I heard Darren calling my name. Dad left to wait in the car as Darren caught up with me.
I just wanted to say thank you. That can't have been easy for you, watching your mom being taken away.
Honestly, it wasn't that hard, and thank you for not sending Dad to jail. Actually, I wanted to tell you that I like you, Julia. I kinda have from the first moment we met. Do you think you could go out for a movie and dinner with me as my date?
So I can be another trophy in your Playboy Hall of Fame? I politely decline.
Will you listen for a minute? All those girls you saw me with are blind dates my mom set up. She's dying for me to find a girl I can settle down with. I clearly don't like her choices because I've had eyes for you only.
Oh, well, that's flattering. But you'll have to woo me and treat me like a lady and work your way to my heart. Darren's still trying his best to impress me. And I'm almost in love with him. Okay, fine, I am in love with him. We're getting engaged soon, and all of you are invited to the party. Hey everyone, I'm Nia. Please like and subscribe. Most stories around here start off with unhappy families. Growing up, I always felt like I'd lucked out with mine. We weren't very rich, but we were always comfortable. Mom and Dad completely doted on me, and even after being together since high school, they were still crazy about each other, which they didn't hide. Even though I sometimes found them embarrassing, I secretly loved how in love they were. The only thing they ever disagreed on was me playing soccer. I'd always been sporty, and when Dad enrolled me in the local girls' football club at 10, the wires in my brain connected the second I kicked the ball.
2 extra hours of training every day till the big match, okay?
You're pushing her too hard, honey. She needs to focus on school right now.
She's born to be a football star.
Once in 7th grade, I was walking back home from practice when I spotted 2 older boys roughing up a skinny boy my age.
Well, hello, Mr. Lame. Looks like you're a poet. What's that around your neck? A woman's necklace?
Please give it back. It's my mom's.
As they kept teasing him, I charged towards them, kicking one bully hard in the knees and headbutting the other. Don't you morons know there's some lines you just don't cross? Then I grabbed the skinny boy's things, took his hand, and made a run for it. The bullies came after us, but we hid behind a garbage dump as they ran past. Hey, you're okay now?
Oh, yes, thank you. It's just that you remind me of my goat Octopus who used to headbutt everyone and died from a concussion.
I remind you of a dead goat named Octopus?
Yeah, your eyes are just like hers, even your voice.
How about you just say thank you and stop talking? That was the day Zeke and I became friends. In fact, he'd just moved with his single dad into the house next to ours. He couldn't kick a ball to save his life, but he was sweet and smart, and he seemed to really enjoy doing all my homework. And because we were super close, I started getting teased about him in high school.
He, likes you. It's all in the signs, babe. His eyes sparkle when he looks at you. His voice gets deeper when he says your name, and he always notices small things about you. And have you seen how his feet are always pointing at you when he's talking to you?
Where else would they be pointed? You're being ridiculous. But those comments got under my skin, because after that, I kept seeing the stupid signs. Was I imagining them now, or had I missed them all along? I had a really big match soon, and before it started, I was sitting on the side bench and fidgeting with my hands when Zeke sat down next to me.
Nia, you've got nothing to be nervous about. You're gonna win. We'll go out to celebrate afterwards. And there's, also something I need to tell you.
What is it?
It can wait a few more hours. Just came to wish you luck.
He gave me this strange look as he left, and my heart fluttered. Jeez, what was that? But all thoughts vanished as soon as the match started. It was an intense one, with our team having a slight lead. But as I was hovering near the goalie, an opponent kicked the ball hard and sent it flying at my face. I was knocked back, and my head hit the metal goalpost. Then everything went black. When I opened my eyes next, I found myself alone in a hospital room. I couldn't recall why I was there. Feeling panicked, I tried running out, but my legs felt like jelly, and I found myself falling face forward, straight into someone's strong arms. I looked up into the warm brown eyes of a tall, really cute guy who instantly pulled me into a tight hug.
Nia, oh my god, I can't believe you're finally awake.
Nia? How do you know my... Oh my god, Zeke? Is that you? Why do you look so different?
I just upgraded my wardrobe a bit.
A bit? You look like the lead singer of a boy band. Also, how are you suddenly taller?
Nia, you might want to sit down for this.
And what he told me next knocked the wind out of me. 3 years? I've been in a coma for 3 years? I didn't even know how to begin processing this. And when I asked him to call my parents, Zeke went pale.
I don't know if I should tell you this, although it's kind of important. Okay, Don't get upset, because you might.
Spit it out.
I don't want to send you back into a coma.
I swear to God, I will twist your arm so hard.
Okay, your parents got divorced and your dad has a girlfriend who seems to be a total witch.
What? I'd lost 3 years. My parents were divorced. My dad had a witch girlfriend, and my geeky best friend had become hot. After the doctors had run all their tests, I was told I'd need physiotherapy, but I was ready to be discharged. Soon after, Mom and Dad both arrived at the hospital, and we had a teary reunion. Mom said she'd take me home with her and answer all my questions about their divorce. As we went down to the hospital entrance, suddenly 4 men in black suits surrounded us, but no one else looked surprised.
I think I'll leave this first. I wouldn't want the crowd outside to overwhelm Nia.
Did I miss something here?
You know how you said earlier I looked like a lead singer of a boy band? Well, actually, I am. I'll tell you all about it later, okay?
And the minute the hospital door opened, the crowd broke out into frenzied screams. I looked on in complete shock at Zeke smiling and waving while his bodyguards escorted him to a car, and then he was gone. Holy mother of what? On the way home, Mom explained that a year ago, Zeke had joined some neighborhood kids to form a band. They'd won a talent competition with a song Zeke had written, which shot them to instant fame.
His fans are usually camping outside the hospital because they know he visits often.
His fans? Man, I was not getting over this anytime soon. It also turned out that he no longer lived in the house next door. And then, Mom finally explained everything that happened with Dad.
After you went into a coma, I started getting really angry at your dad. I knew it wasn't his fault, but I kept blaming him because he'd always pushed you to play soccer. We were fighting all the time and growing distant. Then one day I received pictures in the mail of him and a woman from work looking like a couple, and that was the last straw. He denied having an affair, but I had proof, and soon after the divorce, he started dating that same woman. Maybe it wasn't fair to blame him for your accident, but he betrayed our marriage.
My heart broke at how my perfect family had been torn apart, but somehow I was having trouble believing that Dad would cheat on Mom. Adjusting to my new life was quite tough over the next few days. I had to get used to Dad not being around, and he couldn't even visit immediately because his girlfriend Rachel had a family emergency out of town. I couldn't play soccer till I was done with physiotherapy, and I was 3 years behind everyone in high school, which also meant that Zeke and I were no longer in the same class, and it was almost impossible to even have a conversation with his bodyguards lurking in the background, or his fangirls all over him. Just a week later, Mom suddenly had to go overseas on a business trip and was worried about leaving me alone, and I suggested I could stay with Dad.
I can't leave you with him and that woman.
Mom, I haven't had any time with him since I woke up, and I miss him. Mom reluctantly agreed to arrange things with Dad, and the next day, she dropped me off at his mansion. Apparently, his company had skyrocketed to success while I was in a coma. Dad greeted me with a bear hug, and just then, I saw Rachel walk in. She was pretty, but like a witch.
Oh, I finally get to meet Nina.
It's Nia, sweetheart.
Close enough, my. You look just like your mother, don't you?
Definitely didn't sound like a compliment.
I'll get Nora settled in, babe. Why don't you order something nice for dinner?
Yeah, of course.
Not so fast. You forgot to hug me when I came home earlier, honey buns.
Oh, sorry about that, sugar booger.
Ew, I was about to vomit. As soon as Dad left the room, Rachel turned back to me with a cold smile.
Oh, darling, isn't it just divine how fate brings people together? Here I am, the new beacon of light in your dear father's life. And there you are, the previous light. But let's not dwell on the past. We must look to the future. And sweetheart, the future is Rachel.
Previous light? I'm his only daughter.
Yes, but till last week you were a vegetable, and people move on. One must keep up with the times, mustn't one? Oh, and speaking of time, I imagine you'll be wanting to spend a considerable amount of yours at boarding school, summer camps, perhaps even a nice long exchange program. Oh, the places you'll go.
I'm not going anywhere. And why are you talking like that?
I don't think you're listening to me, my little chickadee. While you were sleeping, a new world order was established. There's room for only one queen bee in this hive, and you're looking at her. Oh, but don't worry. I'm sure we'll find a lovely little worker bee role for you.
Good job, Aunt Rachel. You've been practicing that speech all morning, and you nailed it.
A boy my age walked in behind us, and he was drop-dead gorgeous. Rachel just made a face and introduced him as her nephew, Brian, who
was staying with her for some modeling gigs in town. As the two of us talked, I felt rather relieved that Brian was around. He seemed cool and fun, and easy on the eyes, too. Later that evening, we decided to play Twister, and we couldn't stop laughing as we got tangled up. Left foot yellow. As Brian reached over awkwardly, his elbow bumped into a table, and the huge vase on it wobbled. We both jumped up to catch it, and Brian ended up wrapping his arms around me instead of the vase before we collapsed on the floor. Just then, the door opened, and we found Zeke looking down at us.
Am I interrupting something?
Oh, no, nothing. What are you doing here?
I dropped by at your place and your mom was just leaving for the airport. She told me you were here, and I thought you could use some company.
Well, luckily for her, I'm staying with my aunt here for the next few weeks too. Wait a minute, you're that boy band singer, right? I'm shooting a shampoo commercial with you tomorrow.
Ah, right. You're the model. Small world.
As Brian excused himself, I told Zeke about how weird Rachel was. I just don't know what Dad sees in her. Also, I'm finding it hard to accept that Dad cheated on Mom. I want to find out more about how exactly Rachel ended up in Dad's life.
Yeah, she's shady. Don't worry. If there's some dirt, we'll dig it up.
We? I doubt a celebrity like you has the time.
I'll always make time for you, Nia.
I remembered what Mom had said about him visiting me in the hospital often, and my heart skipped a beat.
I'd be careful of Rachel during your stay. And maybe you should stay away from that Brian dude, too. I mean, he is her nephew.
He seems nothing like her, though. Wait, you're not jealous, are you?
No, why? I mean, that would... Of course not.
How does a famous pop star have so much free time?
It's called time management. I can give you some tips.
Won't you have paparazzi or fans following you here?
Oh, no. I have a foolproof plan. I went wearing a mask to this small cafe no one visits, then changed my outfit there and my car too. Then sometime later, I ditched my car for a scooter my bodyguard was waiting with. And we zoomed on our way through some quiet back alleys, and here I am. Can we rewind the movie to the start? Hey, Nia, I thought you'd like to go watch a movie, so I booked the whole cinema for us. We'll go through the back entrance. No one will know I was there.
That sounds amazing, dude. Can't wait.
I meant me and Nia, us. There isn't space for you.
It's a whole cinema. Of course there is. You look a bit cranky. Here, have a cookie. Dude, did you follow us here?
Of course not. It's my favorite place. I practically live here. Nia, you've got to try their slushie.
Can't you see we've already ordered them?
Oh God, brain freeze, brain freeze!
I've got thighs of steel. You can't beat me.
Watch me, buddy. I can do this all day while singing.
Do I need to be here for this? They seemed to be fighting for my attention, but I was beginning to feel rather ignored. And worse, whenever I tried to spend any time alone with Dad and talk to him about what happened between him and Mom, Rachel made sure I couldn't.
Sorry, honey. A bee slipped into Rachel's dress and the poor thing's traumatized. We'll go to the mall another time. Sorry, honey. Rachel didn't receive an important package and she's very upset. Rain check on the breakfast plan?
Soon, I was cleared by the physiotherapist for some light soccer practice, and Dad was so happy that he wanted to accompany me to the club. Of course, Rachel had to tag along. Just as I was exiting the girls' locker room, I found Rachel outside pinching her nose.
Ew, you'd think the girls' locker room would smell a little better. Ugh. Anyway, I just came by to say good luck. Break your arms and legs.
I just rolled my eyes and kept walking.
Oh, also, your dad and I are getting married soon.
My heart dropped to my stomach. You're making that up. Dad wouldn't just ask you to marry him without telling me about it first.
Yes, he would, Nancy. Just like he got divorced while you were sleeping. Now, don't you want your dad to be happy? He certainly wasn't with your mom.
You don't know the first thing about my parents' relationship.
Oh, trust me, I know more than you think. And if you're harboring any secret desire to go all parent trap on them, don't think for a second it'll work. It's so over between them. So over.
She walked away smirking, and I was trembling with rage. I had to go join the game right after, but my focus was totally shot, and I was terrible on the field. I left the game midway and marched over angrily to Dad. Are you two getting married?
What?
She said you're gonna get married soon.
Nia, sweetie, I said your dad and I are going to Maryland soon. I was only asking if you wanted to come along.
What? Gosh, you're such a creep and a liar. But Rachel burst into tears, and Dad looked rather displeased with me as he consoled her. She was evil and manipulative, and I had no idea how to make Dad see that. But then one evening, Zeke called me up to give me some news. Apparently, he'd hired a private investigator to look into her, and he was still working on it, but he We'd found out that Rachel had grown up in the same hometown as my parents. Their town was small, but neither of them ever said anything about knowing Rachel from before. They're even the same age, and there was one high school there.
Maybe we need to look for a yearbook.
The next evening, Dad and Brian were both working late, and Rachel had her Pilates class. So Zeke and I started snooping around her room, hoping to find something from her past. We'd looked all over and found nothing, when suddenly we heard the front door open. It's Rachel. She wasn't supposed to be back so soon. Suddenly, Zeke grabbed my hand and dragged me into the bathroom, then pulled me into the shower and drew the curtain. Don't you think she'll come straight to shower after an exercise class?
Oh my god.
We held our breath as we heard her walk into the room, mumbling something to herself, then straight into the bathroom.
Ugh, who does that woman think she is? Telling me I can't attend class because I was late? Oh, she's crossed the wrong blonde. Maybe her gym will be infested by rats soon. Or maybe it'll catch fire. The fun is in the mystery.
She cackled like a maniac, let out a loud, stinky fart, and left. We waited a few more minutes, and then thankfully, we heard her car pull out of the driveway. Just then, I noticed Zeke was still clutching my arm.
That was super close. Why are you looking at me like that?
Sometimes, I still can't get over how much you've changed. How come I never knew you had all this talent?
Well, I never let you read any of the stuff I wrote, and I always liked singing, but not in front of anyone. I guess after your accident, when more time went by and you didn't wake up, I felt depressed and alone. Joining a band really helped me.
Helped you get tons of fangirls. That cheerleader in school who's always clinging to your arm is very pretty.
She really is. Yeah, here I am, hiding in a bathtub of a weird woman with you.
Suddenly, he leaned closer, and I could feel my heart beating faster. But then, he just reached over and pulled the shower curtain open and stepped out. What was I thinking?
Maybe we should check the attic.
As we were rummaging boxes, we suddenly stopped short when we heard someone coming up the stairs. Oh god, she's back? What are we gonna say we're doing here?
I have an idea.
And just as the door burst open, Zeke pulled me in for a kiss.
Am I interrupting something here?
Oh, it's just you. Yeah, duh, clearly. Can you please go away?
Nia, are you okay? You look flustered. He didn't force himself on you, did he?
Are you serious right now, dude?
I'm talking to her, Nia.
Before I could say anything, Zeke pushed Brian. Brian pushed him back, and the two started fighting like crazy.
Ow! Stop! My face is my job! My face is my job!
Don't touch mine either. I have a concert tomorrow.
Deal.
And then the two went crazy again. I tried to stop them, but they suddenly went crashing into a pile of boxes, and some things fell out that caught my eye. There were pictures of Mom and Dad sitting next to me in the hospital. Who took these? And when? And there were more pictures of Mom and Dad from before. All of them with Mom's face crossed out. Oh my god! Can you two cut it out and shut up for a minute? As they both calmed down and looked at the pictures, I filled Brian in on what we were actually doing here. We found Rachel's yearbook as well, and Mom's face was crossed out there too, but I couldn't find Rachel.
No, look, that's her!
It was a plump, brown-haired girl with glasses and acne who looked nothing like the Rachel I knew.
She lost a ton of weight and got a lot of work done on her face. Obviously, I'm not allowed to ever bring that up. And I've always known she's crazy, but I didn't know she's some weirdo stalker.
I don't know what all of this means exactly, but we're gonna find out. And later that evening, while she was cuddled on the couch with Dad watching a movie, the three of us confronted her.
What are you doing?
What are all these pictures?
You'll have to ask Rachel. Also, did you know she used to attend high school with you?
What?
As Dad looked at Rachel, she suddenly lost it and wiped everything off the table.
Of course you wouldn't remember me. You wouldn't even look at someone like me in high school. I've loved you since we were kids. But you were always so obsessed with Nia's stupid mother. I've kept tabs on your life since you left town. And I heard your kid had been in an accident and your marriage was on the rocks. I hired a private investigator to find out more. I just wanted to be near you, darling, to comfort you. I still loved you so much. So I joined your company and we instantly got close.
I was going through an awful time, and I appreciated having a friend. But that's all it was back then. I never understood who would Photoshop pictures of us holding hands and send them to my wife. That was you?
Why does that change anything? You guys were already at the edge of the cliff. I just gave you to the last push. And see, you've been so much happier since then. Honey buns.
I want you to leave right now. Go to a hotel or wherever and I'll send you all your stuff. You can't stay here another minute.
Rachel looked at him in shock, then screamed and lunged forward to attack him. But Brian and Zeke dragged her away. Dad collapsed on the sofa in shock.
I can't believe this.
Me neither. She broke up you and Mom. Dad lifted his head slowly.
Not really, Nia. I can't believe Rachel sent those pictures to your mother. But the truth is, we were already broken. Your mom couldn't stop blaming me, and I I should have been patient and comforted her, but instead I lashed out too, and she just wouldn't believe that I didn't cheat, so things had to end.
Maybe we can fix everything now.
Don't get your hopes up, love. Yes, we can start to forgive each other, but it may never be what it used to be. I still love your mom, and we both will always love you.
Things slowly started to mend between my parents after they talked things over, but I wasn't sure if the old spark would return. But I was glad they could be friends. And a month later, when I was back at my first friendly soccer match, it warmed my heart to see them both in the stands, along with an unexpected visitor. What are you doing here? I thought you were still on tour.
I canceled some shows. I couldn't miss this. So is Brian here?
No. I mean, we're still friends, but I didn't think he'd come right after he asked me out, and I turned him down. I could literally see Zeke's eyes light up.
Aw, poor guy.
You're not fooling anyone. I gotta go. The match is about to start.
How about this time you finish it and let me take you somewhere to tell you that I like you, and have ever since the day we first met.
I'm picking the restaurant. Hi, I'm Clarissa, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My twin sister Bella and I look identical in every way, right down to the dimple on our left cheeks, and I hate it. Anyone who thinks it's cool to be identical twins is stupid. Mom and Dad thought it was super cute to dress us up in matching outfits all the time, but growing up, it started getting so annoying. No one could tell us apart, not even our parents, so they just called us the twins or the girls. It's like I had no identity of my own. I was just part of a pair. Yeah, we got a lot of buy one, get one free jokes too. Also, it was everyone's favorite game to try and spot any differences. I think this one's shorter. Her nose is bigger, right? Her ears stick out more. Also, if I pinch your cheek, will your twin feel it? If I punch your face, will your mother feel it? You're basically a part of her. We were in the same class in school, and we did all the same extracurricular activities, and there was always so much pressure not to be the worst twin, because everyone made that instant comparison.
Clarissa got an A on her maths test. Why do you have a C, Bella?
Bella beat you in that race by a mile, Clarissa. Aren't your legs just as long? Why was it so hard to understand that we didn't have matching abilities to go with our matching faces? But by 4th grade, our personalities started changing. I was academically stronger, but Bella was more athletic. We'd both been attending dance classes since we were kids, but I eventually dropped out because she was clearly better. I started slipping into the quiet nerd mold, while she was more outgoing and loud. So she always got more attention. Like on our 10th birthday, Bella got her way, and the whole party was Hannah Montana themed. All my Harry Potter requests were ignored. Mom had baked our birthday cake, and it read, "Happy birthday to our beautiful beauty, Bella and Cla." Mom, what happened to my name?
Bella told me she wanted this text on the cake, honey, and there just wasn't enough space left.
Our classmates were gathered around Bella as they danced away to her playlist. I spotted a new kid sitting in a corner and playing some game. Hey, you think this party sucks as much as I do? Yeah, kinda. Sorry. Wanna play? I was having a really good time, till Bella and her friend started a crazy water fight and attacked us too. And they ruined the boy's gaming console. He left the party crying and never talked to me again. Yeah, Bella always found a way to ruin things for me. Then one day in 7th grade, we found Mom waiting for us at home with an envelope each. OMG, no way. You signed me up for the tween beauty pageant? Oh, thanks, Mom. A flyer for the middle school mathletes?
Well, what do you think? One for my beauty and one for my brainiac.
It's perfect. It's fine, I guess. From then on, my sister got more and more popular, and I became more invisible. By the time we were in high school, Bella's pageant trophies were on full display all over the house, while my mathlete trophies collected dust in my room. My parents clearly loved to show her off more. Well, at least my mathlete's teammate Eugene thought I was really cool. The way you gave that answer right before the buzzer went off, what an adrenaline rush. You're so smart. You're too nice, Eugene.
And you're like a 45-degree angle. You know, 'cause 45 degrees is an acute angle. You're a cutie?
Yeah. Good one.
So I was thinking, maybe you'd like to have my phone number?
I was only half listening because just then, the football team captain Mika walked into the cafeteria. Man, he was some descendant of Hercules. Just sheer perfection. I'd never have the guts to say hi to him, and he'd never notice me.
Clarissa?
Yes, sure. I'll take your phone number.
So you'll call me then?
If the need ever arises. yes, then definitely yes. Thanks, buddy. I gotta go to class now. Then one day, things took a bit of a turn when Bella came down with the flu. Oh, my head hurts and I have a fever. I can't perform at the mall pageant today. Oh, no, my poor baby. Go lie down and Clarissa will bring you some tea. She can make her own tea and I'm busy. She's unwell and you're not doing anything important. Now go. I was so sick of being second to my sister, but when I got back with the tea, I found her snoring. And then I got a crazy idea. Next to her bed was her pageant bag, all packed and ready to go. I grabbed it and snuck out the front door. I was just as beautiful as Bella, and I was gonna prove it. When I got to the mall, everyone was smiling and waving at me. I felt like a movie star. Her dress fit perfectly, and the show went super smoothly.
And the winner is Bella.
Just as I was accepting the trophy, I heard the most annoying voice in the world.
She isn't Bella, I am. Mom couldn't find you at home, and when I saw my bag gone, I knew exactly where you were. How dare you?
So what? You're just mad that I could be as good as you any day.
Shut up, loser.
You mean winner? Bella leapt onto the stage and attacked me. The fight not only lost us the trophy, it also got us banned from all pageants in the area for life. Our parents were furious with me. I was grounded for 2 weeks, and Bella basically pretended I didn't exist after that. She even blocked me on all social media. But at school, it seemed like everyone had heard the pageant fight and people were noticing me more. And I almost turned to jelly when Mika approached me.
Hey, not Bella, right?
Right. I'm, what's my name? I forgot. Clarissa.
I'm Mika, the football captain. I loved that gutsy stunt you pulled at the mall yesterday. We're having cheer tryouts tomorrow. Why don't you come too?
Cheer tryouts? Sure. I'll be there.
Perfect. But, change your look or something. I want to be able to tell you apart from Bella, okay?
Sure, Mika. I've wanted to change my look anyway. I was so excited for a fresh start. At home, I looked up some videos online on how to cut my hair. I decided bangs would be easiest. So I went to the bathroom, plugged in my dad's electric razor, and cut myself some bangs. And they turned out super cute. That was until they moved a bit, and I saw that I'd shaved off my eyebrows too. I was horrified. There was no way I could go to tryouts looking like that. I couldn't even leave the bathroom looking like this. I started rummaging through the cabinets to find something that could help fix my eyebrows. I found a bottle of spray on hair that my dad sometimes used to cover his bald spot. I aimed it at my forehead and sprayed, but it made me look like a caveman with a bushy unibrow. I scrubbed it off just as there was a knock at the door.
Clarissa, are you in there? You better not be stealing my makeup again.
Just washing my face, Mom. I'll be right out. Oh, I could use my mom's makeup to hide the damage. I found an eyebrow pencil and quickly scrawled them on as best as I could. Then I brushed my bangs over my forehead and snuck quietly out of the bathroom.
There you are. Wait, did you just cut your hair?
Some people are just desperate for attention. So pathetic. Just trying something different.
Mom, I have to go run to the store and get some things for a school project, so bye. At the store, I was lucky enough to find the perfect solution. Tattoo sticker eyebrows. I rushed home with them and went to my room to try them on. Just put them on, spray a little water, and voila! I set the timer on the phone and laid back with the washcloth over my forehead, awaiting my beautiful new eyebrows. But when I looked at the results, I almost fainted. They looked super crooked. I scrubbed and I scrubbed, but they just wouldn't come off. I laid in my bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Why are you making sounds like a dying whale? OMG! What happened to your face? I just wanted to change my look for the cheer tryouts, but it's all gone so horribly wrong. What am I gonna do? Well, maybe if you hadn't pretended to be me and ruined my pageant career. Wait, that's it. You can pretend to be me. Oh, please, Bella, I need this. Mika himself asked me. You know I've always had the biggest crush on him. Yeah, I've read your Dear Diary sob stories. What? Not important right now. And okay, since you're begging and you look so ugly, it's almost sad. I'll do it, but only if you do my homework for a whole year. Are you kidding? Ugh, fine, I'll do it. Just get me the cheerleading spot, okay? You got yourself a deal. Go. Mom let me stay at home for a few days when she saw what I'd done, and Bella left for school the next morning. But I didn't really trust her not to mess things up for me at the tryouts. I needed a spy, so I called Eugene. Hey, I know this is a lot to ask, but I'm really unwell. And I asked my twin Bella to do the cheer tryouts for me. Could you just go and see how she does? I don't know who else I can trust.
Of course I'll do it. Want me to drop by later with some soup too? We could watch some MSA videos, or I could show you my cat's pictures.
That sounds amazing, but what I have is really contagious. So you'll report to me soon, right? You betcha. You're the best, Eugene. Eugene's report tallied with what Bella told me. She'd performed a flawless audition, and I was in. I couldn't wait to go back and spend time with Mika. Thankfully, the tattoos wore off in a few days, and my eyebrows were coming back, so I could fill in the rest with pencil. I was ready to return to school, but that evening, Eugene told me that he'd seen Bella and Mika kissing, and when she got home that day, she was getting out of Mika's car. I ran down to the living room and opened the window to eavesdrop. Ugh, it's so hard to say goodbye to you, babe. It's only till tomorrow, coochie poochie poo. And that'll feel like an eternity, my Bella baby boo. Ew! And what the heck? The minute Bella walked in, I jumped in her way like an angry lioness. What in God's name did I just see? Oh, you mean me and Mika? Silly. Didn't you want to ask him out? I just did it for you. As you. No, don't lie to me, witch. I heard him say, Bella boo boo boo. He knows you're Bella and not me, Clarissa. And then her face turned totally evil. Yeah, okay, whatevs. I took a picture of you in your sleep and showed him your freaky eyebrows and told him you'd sent me in your place. We had a really good laugh and we just bonded. You took away my pageant life, I took away your guy. Trust me, he's way out of your league anyway. I let out a snarl and attacked her. My parents came running when we crashed into a table and pulled us apart, and I swore I'd never speak to her for the rest of my life. But watching her and Mika together in school and thinking of how they must have made fun of me made my heart burn. And then I found something in the mail one day that gave me the perfect opportunity for revenge. I knew I was successful when Bella screamed at me in the school hallway one day. Clarissa, what did you do? What are you talking about? Something boring, probably. Why do I have a rejection letter from the dance academy of my dreams, which says that my audition was way below their standards? I never went to any audition. Oh, yeah, that. See, I received the invitation for the audition and I decided to go as you. Now, I haven't danced in a really long time, so I was kind of rusty, but I thought I did an impressive chicken dance. I will kill you! Well, that was effectively the end of our relationship. Somehow, it didn't feel as good as I thought it would. No one at home was talking to me now, and even Eugene seemed distant. Hey, am I imagining it or are you avoiding me? No, Clarissa, you're not. I just don't like what you did to your sister. What? She started it? No, you started it when you went to the pageant as her. You don't really know everything about us, Eugene. It gets really tiring being overlooked and invisible. Actually, I do know something about that. I literally joined the mathletes to get close to you. I've dropped every possible hint that I like you, and you're not so dumb that you didn't pick up on it, but you just used me when you needed me. And now you need me again because I'm guessing other people in your life aren't talking to you. Well, I have a little more self-respect than that. Goodbye, Clarissa. The last few months of high school were really lonely. Bella got into an amazing dance school across the country, but she still didn't seem willing to forgive me. And even though we hadn't gotten along in a really long time, I felt sad that she'd be out of my life soon. But during the summer break, Bella suddenly fell really sick. After a number of tests, the doctor told us that both her kidneys were weak and she needed a healthy one soon. And of course, I was a perfect match. No freaking way. I am not taking her kidney. Are you crazy? Listen, guys, can you give us a minute? When my parents and the doctor left, I turned to her. Look, you need this, okay? I know I did some awful things, and I'm really sorry. And for better or for worse, you're my other half, and I can't lose you. So just shut up and stop smirking, and you're taking my kidney. Say, you're my better half, Bella. Don't push it, okay? Okay, I know I haven't been very nice to you either, and I'm sorry too. I didn't even like Mika that much, so thank God he cheated on me and we broke up. Serves you right, which reminds me, I gotta call Eugene before the surgery and apologize to him too. What kind of name is Eugene? That's Latin for ugly, girl. Well, Latin is a dead language, Bella, much like your love life. Some things never change, do they? A large chair swiveled around to reveal a tiny, skinny guy.
What? You think all mafia bosses are tall, fat, bald, and wear gold rings? Sorry to disappoint you with my looks, but trust me, I am every bit as ruthless.
Something about his steely gray eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I believed him. His name was Pierre Souffle, which was obviously a lie, and the job he had for us was to steal a priceless painting from a museum and replace it with a fake. That's the painting? It's, tiny.
What's your problem with tiny things and people?
It's also kinda stupid. What is that? A raccoon eating a cheeseburger?
It's worth $10 million, so the joke's on you, dummy. Now, the owner of the painting has allowed the museum to borrow it for only 3 days, so we don't have a lot of time.
Wouldn't it be easier to steal it from the owner's house?
Everyone, look at Lady Einstein coming up with brilliant ideas. Why didn't we think of that ourselves?
Happy to help.
Of course we thought of that ourselves. Trust me, the museum is easier.
Why choose us?
It's a very stupid security measure, but the museum's floors are activated by pressure sensors at night. Anything above 55 kilograms and they go off. I haven't been able to find a boy who weighs less than that. Ellie, get the weighing scale.
Meredith weighed 52 kgs, while I weighed 55.1. How is this possible? You eat so much more than I do.
What can I say? I got all the good genes.
Okay. You're out, fatty. Meredith, you're my leading lady.
The plan was to enter the museum through its large air ducts, carrying the fake painting with us. We first had to make a stop in the security room and disable all the cameras and alarms. Then we'd crawl back through the ducts till we reached the exhibit area, and I'd lower Meredith down along with the painting so she could switch them out. As Meredith made it to the bottom, I dropped the painting to her, and she missed it, and we heard a loud crack. Oh my god, did you break the frame?
Me? It's your fault. Who told you to throw it like that?
I was expecting you to catch it, but what was I thinking? You made us lose the Frisbee tournament in 8th grade because you're so bad at catching things, unless it's someone's boyfriend.
Seriously? You were so distracted by that hot boy on the bleachers, your throwing skills were completely off. FYI, that boy was totally into me.
Why are we even talking about Frisbees and boys right now?
You started it.
No, I didn't. Okay, shut up. Let me think how to fix this. Are you trying to glue it together with your saliva?
You got a better idea?
Any idea would be a better idea than that. Look, it's a museum. They must fix broken, ancient things here all the time, right? I'm looking at the floor map, and there are some offices in the left wing. I'll go get some glue. It took me an hour to find glue and return to our spot, and I found Meredith eating a bowl of ramen. Where did you get that?
I brought a packet of instant ramen with me, and you were taking forever, so I went to make it in the staff kitchen. There was someone's chicken sandwich in the fridge, so I used the meat from that. And there was also some tofu, and I added a dash of oyster sauce.
I'm so happy you chose this moment in your life to become a gourmet chef. Just send the painting back up so I can fix it. I tried to fill in the crack as best I could, then sent it back down to Meredith, who took the real one off and put the fake one on the wall. But just as she started walking back, the whole floor lit up suddenly, and a blaring sound went off.
Oh my god, what's happening?
I don't know. Is the painting heavier than the fake one? Just hurry up. We gotta get out now. I pulled up Meredith and the real painting and closed the opening in the ceiling seconds before security burst in. We crawled down the ducts and out of the building as fast as we could. We ran a few blocks down where Pierre's van was waiting for us, and we sped away.
Oh, I would have preferred if you hadn't alerted all of New York about a break-in. Now I'll have to move this painting around with cops crawling all over the city. Never mind. Here's your check, and Claire, try to lose some weight. Au revoir.
And without warning, we were dumped on a dark street. We scrambled to our feet, headed for the subway, and made it home. It was all over the news the next morning that someone had broken into the museum and switched off all the security systems. But apparently, nothing had been stolen, except a chicken sandwich and a block of tofu from the staff kitchen. You ate the entire block?
Hey, I'm not the one who needs to watch her weight.
I do not need to. Whatever. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
It'll have to wait. I got a hair appointment. We'll talk over dinner?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna tell Meredith that I wanted a break from this life, and I wasn't sure how she'd react. As I sat in a cafe later, I suddenly found a cute guy next to my table.
Mind if I sit here? There are no other empty seats. I won't disturb you. I promise.
We actually ended up talking for over an hour, and I found him sweet and charming.
I'd love to meet you again if you're free. I don't live in New York, but I come every weekend.
You come here for work?
No, actually, I came to visit my mom who's admitted in the hospital here for a medical trial. She has some rare brain issue that sent her into a coma.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has she been in a coma?
6 years now. It's been the toughest thing I've ever dealt with. Actually, she was part of this other really promising clinical trial before, but that didn't work for her. He was in a hospital in Connecticut.
As he kept talking, I suddenly felt like I was spinning around very fast, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My chest felt heavy, and I could barely breathe. I don't know what I said to the boy, but I just ran out of there and didn't stop till I got to our hotel room.
Hey, I was about to call you. What's wrong? Claire, are we in trouble?
I am a terrible person.
Hey, you're not that terrible, just a bit ugly. You don't have cops after you, do you?
Meredith, I met someone.
It's not a cop, is it?
No, I met a random guy in a cafe, and his mom was in a clinical trial.
I hope this gets interesting at some point.
In a hospital in Connecticut.
Oh my god, the same hospital Mom was in? And the same trial? What a small world.
No, it's not the same trial. It's a different hospital, too.
Okay, I'm bored again. The coincidence made me interested for a bit.
Meredith, his mom's been in a coma for 6 years. We did that to someone.
Didn't you just say it's not the same trial?
Yes, but for a few seconds, I thought it was the same trial. And I just realized for the first time today that we did something awful to someone out there. When we switched the patient files, we took away someone else's chance to get better.
You realized this just now? Are you dumb or something? Of course that's what we did.
I mean, I never really thought about it like this. It was just a name on a file. But meeting someone who's going through that with their mom for years, it just made it so real. We're really bad people.
Not really bad, if you consider all the bad people in the world. Okay, look, we didn't have a choice. If I had to do something like that to save Mom all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, so we did that to save Mom, but what about everything else? We had a choice to not continue living this life, but we didn't stop, and I want to stop.
What's the big deal, man? It's not like we're stealing from poor people.
It doesn't matter who we steal from. It's not about them, it's about us and the people we've become. I don't want to be this person anymore.
Look, just calm down. I'll get you a pina colada and everything will seem better.
But I pushed her away angrily and she landed on the floor. She looked up at me, stunned. No, I am done. Meredith and I barely spoke over the next few days, and I had no idea what was going through her head, but I'd made my decision. I was gonna go home. I sent Freddie a text to say I'd be coming next week, and he called me back.
Hey, I'm actually in New York with my parents for the weekend. Can we catch up?
The moment I saw Freddie, I just burst into tears and he hugged me tight. As we talked over dinner, he assured me that he'd talk to Meredith and try to make her come home too. We had just stepped out of the restaurant and walked 2 blocks down when suddenly a black van screeched to a halt beside us and some men pulled us in, handcuffing and blindfolding us. When our blindfolds came off, I realized we were in Pierre's quarters and I found Meredith there too. What's going on here?
Welcome. We just gathered here to discuss a teensy-weensy, itsy-bitsy issue. Now, Meredith, go ahead and tell them the moronic thing of titanic proportions that you just did.
Apparently, Meredith had found her way to Pierre's headquarters and stolen the real painting from him. She had then tried to sell it to a buyer she'd arranged, and while the exchange was about to happen on the docks, the cops had showed up. Meredith had barely managed to escape, but the buyer and the painting were in police custody.
The police didn't let it get out in the news, but they knew the real painting had been stolen and replaced with a fake. They were probably watching every dock, airport, and train station to see if someone would try and move it out. And your sister practically handed it to them.
What were you thinking?
It's your whole quitting the biz talk that made me do it. I did it for us, so we could sell the painting and retire to Bora Bora for good. And what the heck is Freddie doing here?
Hi guys, I'm Freddie. Old friend. Nice to meet you. Not terrified at all.
You made me lose a fortune. And you double-crossed me. And Pierre does not take betrayal well. Harry! Sam!
Yes, sir!
You know what to do.
Boss? I'm not really sure how I feel about punching a girl.
Yeah, boss, I am not really comfortable with this. Maybe we can just punch the boy.
I'm not really a boy. I used to be a girl. Ask Claire and Meredith, we practically grew up like sisters.
Please don't hurt him. He has nothing to do with this.
Silence! You buffoons! I didn't say hurt anyone yet. I just wanted you to threaten them. But of course, you're useless. I'll do myself. Torture Harry and Sam after this meeting. Now, get lost.
Then Pierre shifted his cold gaze to me.
That painting is everything to me, and I want it back. And now the only way we can get it is from the owner himself. You, Claire. will be executing this mission. The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire. And you will get to know him, become his girlfriend, kiss, cuddle, yada yada. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you will steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me. You will do this if you care about your moon sister and this girl/boy and his family and your mother and your stupid husband and your whole neighborhood.
What if I fail?
I don't think you want the answer to that. But once you succeed, I'll give you two enough to go to Bora Bora and never return. I'd be ecstatic to never set eyes on you annoying girls again.
I had my eyes on the target from across the street. As soon as I saw him walk towards the cafe, I headed for the entrance. Just as he opened the door, I bumped straight into him, spilling coffee all over his shirt. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the dry cleaning. His arm rested gently on mine.
Hey, it's okay. It was an accident.
I looked up into his bright green eyes.
In fact, you're the one who's without a coffee now. Can I get you a new one?
Sure, I'd like that. Can we also start over? Hi, I'm Christina.
Hello, I'm Eric.
Hi, I'm Blake, and this is my story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. My childhood was pretty weird. My mom could be a little dramatic. She was either very happy or very sad. She would do cartwheels on the lawn just because the sun was out, and cry like a baby waving the trash goodbye on garbage day. On the first day of school, she strung balloons in my hair. Everyone made fun of me. This one boy, Sam, made a game out of who could pop the most of my balloons while they were still attached to my head. I went home crying. They're just jealous of you. You're the prettiest girl in your class. But I didn't like the way people looked at us and talked about my mom behind her back. I heard she serves candy for dinner. So irresponsible. That poor child, stuck with a crazy mother like that. I didn't want anyone talking about us like that. So I started dressing myself for school and packing my own lunch. I was super serious about my studies and tried to be as invisible as possible. But Sam made it his mission to make my life miserable.
Where'd you get that dress, loser? Because it's screaming for some color.
What did you do to your face, dingbat? Because it looks good enough to punch.
I didn't want to give kids like Sam more stuff to use against me, so I purposely didn't invite anyone to my 10th birthday. I have a surprise for you. Come out to the garden and see. My entire class was there. Mom dressed up as a clown and danced around. She even had one of those comically large flowers on her coat that squirted water on people. It was so humiliating. Everyone was laughing at her. It was so cringe that I ran to my room and refused to come out. Honey, what's wrong? Is your tummy hurting? Is it gas? Do you need to poop? Mom, please leave me alone. Oh, I guess it's the hormones. My little girl is growing up. Other than Sam always torturing me, life was going as well as it could. Years went by and I was acing my classes and even volunteering at the library when a transfer student from LA joined us in the middle of 11th grade. Kiara was something else. She had the most ridiculous hair and wore super bright colors in every shade. But somehow she thought I was the fascinating one. Why is your hair tied up so tight? Aren't you afraid you'll pull the skin right off your skull? Whoa, what's the prescription for your glasses? Are you like legally blind? No, I'm not blind. Yes, she is. She uses echolocation like a bat. See? That's why she has massive ears. Get lost, Sam. Oddly, it was our combined hate for Sam that brought us together as friends. We got closer over spring break, and Kiara told me about her parents, who both owned a tech company. They think I'm a weird hippie. We have nothing in common. I visited her house for dinner once. The place was so huge, I got lost twice looking for the bathroom. Despite what Kiara said, I thought her parents were awesome. They even had vegetables for dinner. What do you plan on doing after high school, Blake? I was hoping to study law at Harvard. That's amazing. If only Kiara had some ambition too. Her only talent right now seems to be inhaling food. Ugh, Dad. Honestly, I felt like someone had switched me and Kiara at birth and we ended up in the wrong families. Apparently, Kiara thought that too. I bet my parents wish they had you as a daughter and not dumb old me. See, that's the thing. I had succeeded in making everyone think I was this straight-A kid who didn't do anything ridiculous, but I had one dark secret. I was obsessed with mermaids, and I secretly drew comics about a mermaid archaeologist who discovered shipwrecks, and I never wanted anyone to find out. I felt bad for Kiara, so I invited her over to my place because I knew she and Mom would get along really well. Kiara, you're like the daughter I never had. Hello? I don't get it. How could a cool mom like you have a boring daughter like Blake? It's a mystery. Marshmallow stuffed cookies and pixie dust sandwiches for dinner? I was cleaning the dishes after dinner when I heard a squeal from my room, and I found Kiara going through my drafts. OMG, these are so cute. Who made them? Why are you going through my private stuff? Why are you getting so mad? It's not like you made these. Wait, you made these? Stop shouting, the neighbors will hear you. They should. These are awesome. Why don't you have these published? Do you really think they're that good? I'd pay serious money to follow the adventures of Memphis the Mermaid. Mom's always on the lookout for unique content like this. You could save up for Harvard with that kind of money. I don't know, Kiara. Just think about it, okay? I tossed and turned all night thinking about it. I'd built up a spotless reputation over the years, and no one could call me a freak anymore. Was I willing to risk all of that now? But what if it paid for my dream education? And suddenly, I had a great idea. The next day, I met Kiara in the library. I'm in, but I have a condition. You have to give the draft to your mom and say you made it. Are you nuts? No, think about it. Your parents want you to succeed, and I need the money, but not the fame or publicity. This could be a win-win for both of us. Well, if you're sure. The plan was a huge success. Kiara's parents were over the moon at her hidden talent, and the comic books were an instant hit. Kiara was called on all the morning shows and did a countrywide tour promoting the book. Back in school, she was suddenly this huge celebrity. Can you sign my copy, Kiara?
Do you like my Memphis hairstyle, Kiara?
Suddenly, Kiara didn't have time for me. She was too busy with her fans and new friends. I tried telling myself I didn't care, but a part of me was hurt and a little jealous. But wasn't this what I wanted? No one to notice me?
Smellogram.
Sam, you moron. I'm gonna end you.
Like your friendship with Kiara? That must have been rough. I guess I'm your only friend now.
You're not my friend.
Your words hurt me, Blake. Haven't I always made you smile and brightened your day?
You've made me think of several ways to end you.
See? I provide motivation and creativity. Now, how about as a thank you, you get me a date with Kiara?
Why was stupid Sam interested in Kiara? And why did I care? He was a pain in my butt, but he was also really good looking now. Why do you want to date her anyway?
Why do you care? Are you jealous?
As if.
Well, I want to date her because she's awesome. Have you read the comics? They're epic. I've heard several Hollywood producers are interested in the movie rights.
I pushed Sam away and walked off. It was my idea to put Kiara's name on my work, but I still hated every minute that she got glory when I knew I would have gotten shame for it. It just wasn't fair. A few weeks later, Kiara suddenly showed up at my house asking for new drafts. I need to publish teasers on my stories. Hi to you too, Kiara. I'm fine. How are you? I know, I'm sorry. I've been busy. You have no idea what a creative person's life is like. Sure, I have no idea. And I haven't had time to draw up anything new. Are you serious? You must have something. A sketch? An idea? Here's an idea. How about you do something yourself for once? What's gotten into you? You're the one who practically begged me to take the credit. And now you're acting like I stole the idea from you? You know what? You're right. It was a stupid idea, and I'm glad it stops now. No! What will I tell my parents? It's the first time they've thought I'm good at something. I don't see how that's my problem. You can tell them the truth, that you have no talent. You're a horrible person, Blake. I wish we'd never met. I felt terrible for all the hurtful things I'd said. Just then, Mom came into my room wearing a hollowed-out watermelon as a helmet. Is everything okay? I was already upset, but Mom's ridiculous hat made me ballistic. She was the reason people thought I was weird, and that made me insecure about my art. How can you ask that with that thing on your head? Jeez, Mom, when will you act your age? I'm sick of being the adult around here. Why are you speaking to me like this?
Because you're an embarrassment.
I regretted my words instantly. Mom looked so deeply hurt that I wanted to hug her and apologize, but she immediately left. What had I done? Mom didn't kiss me goodbye the next day, and Kiera didn't show up at school. I skipped lunch and drew a quick outline for Kiera when a shadow loomed behind me. Is that Memphis the Mermaid? You're the original artist?
Are you nuts? I was just copying Kiera's work. She's really talented.
Nah, I don't believe you. No one's that good at copying stuff. Wait till I tell the whole school.
What do you want, jerk?
Just the truth, actually. Why won't you take credit for your own work, loser?
It's because of you and other people like you. My whole life, you haven't missed any chance to ridicule me, and I've worked so hard to seem normal. I was afraid everyone would think I'm a dork or a freak for writing those comics. So, yeah, I asked Kiera to put her name on it, and now it's ruined everything, and I don't need you making things any harder for me. For the first time ever, Sam actually shut up and looked guilty.
I'm really sorry, Blake. You always seemed tough, and I never realized how much my jokes actually affected you. You're amazing, and you shouldn't have to hide who you really are because of me or anybody.
He leaned in and gently kissed me on the cheek before running off. What just happened? And why was my heart racing? After school, I went to Kiera's house, but I was in for a shock.
Kiera left for Japan this morning. I don't know what happened, but she was really upset and said something about not having any talent. She's gone to study anime drawing for a year.
I was heartbroken to learn that my words had affected Kiera so much. My best friend was gone, and she'd probably hate me for the rest of her life. When I got home, I was in store for an even bigger surprise. Mom was in a boring dress making a roast dinner with vegetables. Welcome home, Blake. I'm sorry for making your life tougher than it is. You're such a good, hard-working daughter, and I'll try my best to be like other moms. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I was so obsessed with being normal that I pushed away the two people I love the most. And you're awesome, just as you are. I told Mom everything that had happened with Kiera. People make mistakes, honey. Write to Kiera and explain everything. I'm sure she'll forgive you. Want to have chocolate cake for dinner? That sounds perfect, Mom. That night, I wrote an apology email to Kiera, but I never heard back from her. I still visited her parents once a week, and they'd tell me about her life in Japan, but I really missed having her around. Soon after, Sam asked me out and we started to date. He was still annoying, but he also knew how to make me laugh. A year flew by, and I started working on a new comic about a unicorn girl with rainbow hair and the habit of wearing every color at once. I was nervous about handing it to Kiera's mom for publishing, but Sam encouraged me, and she loved it. She said it reminded her of Kiera. My life turned upside down after the comics became a success. I sent Kiera a signed copy with a note saying it was inspired by her, but I never got a reply. One day, I was drawing in my room when there was a knock on my door. It was Kiera. Kiera, I'm so sorry. I was such an awful witch to you. I'm sorry too. I took credit for your talent without even thanking you. It was never going to last, and I'm glad it ended when it did. But I'm sad that our friendship got caught up in the mix. I needed to get away to figure myself out. I've missed you so much. I know, and I guess I missed you too. It was a novel about a prim librarian that looked a lot like me, cataloging in the mornings and hunting vampires by night. I guess I am very inspiring. Don't push your luck.